This peaceful story begins in the distant mountains of a fantasy world that is beyond our reach. The weather is beautiful all around, perfectly reflecting the serenity of the situation. The natural silence is broken only by the methodical sound of a hammer hitting a nail entering a wooden board. The man looks closely at his creation and smiles a little, realizing that this was not a very easy job. He wonders if this is really all there is to it, then glances around his small tavern. A stingy male tear begins to roll down his cheek, and he says that he is finally achieving the desired result. We are introduced to the main character of this story, a 9th-grade archmage named Allison, who finally opens his own restaurant. His story begins a long time ago, when he is in our familiar world and is an ordinary schoolboy. Allison always dreams of becoming a chef, and even attends high school with a culinary focus. He plans to become an excellent cook and open a restaurant, but a famous truck interferes with his business. A frequent guest in these kinds of stories, Ellison's dreams of becoming a chef are crushed in an instant. However, fortunately for him, this terrible accident does not end so badly, because his journey is not over yet. When he comes to, he finds himself in some incomprehensible world, discovering an aura of despair and death around him. At first, he doesn't even understand what kind of strange world this is and why everything around him looks like it's the Middle Ages. It turns out that he is teleported to a fantasy world in which magic and other magical creatures exist. This place turns out to be far from calm, and it is unlikely that one can lie low and think about something peacefully there. They immediately put a hand on his shoulder to wake him up, since hesitating in this situation is dangerous. An unknown person tells him that he needs to pull himself together. Otherwise, he might miss the evacuation. Allison quickly agrees and sets off along with the others, looking back periodically. He asks him where they are anyway, and he replies that they are on the outskirts of the Rubern Empire. The man also comments that Allison doesn't look like a local, and explains that they are being attacked by red dragons. Allison realizes that the world he finds himself in is filled with monsters and magic, and is full of dangers. However, fortunately, people can quickly adapt to different situations, no matter what they may be. He realizes that this is his second chance after being hit by a truck, so he should be glad that the army is not a threat to him. However, after some time, he quickly realizes that he might have to join the army here too. While he is trying to comprehend the new state of affairs, one of the horsemen rides up to them and stops for a while. He shouts loudly that he requires a minute of attention in order to read the imperial decree. He then turns to the villagers and tells them that the fate of their nation hangs in the balance, as the mercenaries flee and the knights die. This knight also says that it will no longer be possible to hide from the dragons, so they have no other choice. He declares that the time has come to stand up for the country, and other residents immediately support this proposal. After this, the tired warrior says that the emperor gives the order for everyone to fight to the death in the name of the country. Allison realizes that he is in a much more dangerous situation because he now has to risk his life. The army is exhausted, and the empire relies on a contract army, which is where he ends up, to his own detriment. The government is forced to introduce conscription in order to deal with these magical creatures. Men between the ages of 17 and 45, regardless of origin, are automatically assigned to the knightly army. He is no exception, and ends up in the barracks with other soldiers who don't know what will happen next. During the training of young soldiers, all soldiers are ordered to salute the emperor in order to maintain subordination. Allison carries out these orders, secretly dreaming that he will actually be hit by a truck, and this nightmare will end. He receives the assignment number 32, and after a while, one of the sergeants approaches him. The sergeant tells him that he has good magical potential, so after training, he should go to the magical troops. This news seems very surprising to him, after which he goes to the dining room to think it over. The cafeteria, as always, doesn't serve the best food, but in this situation, even such food is better than nothing. Allison muses that being a mage is much better than mindlessly swinging a sword and dying in the first fight. He winces, tastes the food, and realizes that he is being served potatoes with pulp. Allison can't believe that people find things like this tasty in any way. After some time, he suddenly becomes inspired by the idea of opening his own restaurant even here. His morale immediately rises because he needs to win this war in order to open a restaurant. He reflects on the fact that dragons are just animals, and his service will end in just 2 years anyway. Naivety still leads him forward, and he does not even suspect how his long journey will end. In reality, His service lasted not 3 or even 4 years, but much longer due to the protracted nature of the war. Allison has no idea that he will have to serve for 15 years before he can retire. However, despite this, time flies by. And now we move to the city of Greek. A girl stops near a newly built house and looks at it with interest. She wonders if this shop has always been here and decides to explore the area further. She takes a few steps towards Ellison and asks him if he knows who is in charge here. Immediately after this, she notices that he is crying and assumes that he has been holding his emotions inside for a long time. She asks him sympathetically if everything is okay with him, but he declares that he is finally opening his own restaurant. The girl is surprised and says that she doesn't even suspect that he is the owner of this place. Immediately after this, she extends her hand to him and introduces herself as Reina, while Allison calls himself Al for short. Reina asks him how long he has been here, adding that she has never seen him before. Allison states that he hasn't really been here that long, and Reina then asks him if he came here alone. Allison smiles and says that he really does have a loved one who travels with him. He also adds that this man loves to sleep and is unlikely to wake up until this evening. Reina says that if we are talking about a restaurant, she can offer her services as a meat supplier. Allison smiles and says that this is exactly what he needs, since he is looking for a meat supplier. Reina says that her husband has a butcher shop, and it is located on the left side of the alley nearby. Reina says that her husband can be very hot-tempered, but if he gets angry, she should say that the visitor came from her. Allison smiles as he reflects that this girl seems very sweet and decent to him. He wonders how such a girl can have a hot-tempered husband, after which he realizes that he has already seen many people. After some time, he comes to a butcher's shop, where he is met by a rather stern-looking man. Allison almost immediately feels overwhelmed by the mere thought of having to talk to him. He tries to say a few words about having his own restaurant, but the butcher immediately declares that he refuses to cooperate. Allison tries to ask him again, but he says that he doesn't sell meat to such scoundrels. He claims that such people always buy fresh meat from him and then sell rotten slop at exorbitant prices. After this, he starts making a scene, saying that he has been deceived for almost 3 years and that he is tired of putting up with it. However, a few moments later, a cast iron frying pan comes crashing down on his head. Reina says she had a bad feeling about it, so she comes to check how the meeting is going. Reina immediately apologizes for her husband, saying that if he gets angry, he immediately loses control of himself. Allison watches this family squabble and realizes that maybe it's better for him to just go home. Reina grabs the frying pan again and orders her husband to go get some meat to sell to the customer. Afterwards, she apologizes for her husband, and Allison asks her if she served in the army. Reina claims that she is indeed serving, and Allison says that he is in the army too and is going through a lot. Smiling, he declares that 15 years of service experience is not forgotten, and after a while he is served meat. The butcher demands that he demonstrate his skills, and Allison looks closely at the meat being served to him. The butcher immediately says that he is not going to immediately trust him with high-quality meat. He adds that he only supplies good meat to restaurants he trusts. After this, the butcher states that if he likes the dish that Allison prepares, he will even supply him with the best product. He adds again that he is very picky about such things, so Allison will have to convince him. Allison is momentarily confused, and the butcher suggests that perhaps he is up to something. However, after a while, his irritation immediately subsides after another hit with a frying pan. Allison asks Reina if she hit him too hard, but she states that the man gets through anything. Allison smiles and then says that he agrees to the bet that the butcher offers. Reina looks at him in surprise as Allison invites them to a restaurant that evening, claiming he will cook everything himself. Reina finally says that she can give him better meat, but Allison says that she can handle this too. Immediately after this, he heads towards his restaurant to prepare for cooking. Reina looks after him sadly and says that this meat has too much fat. In this world, cattle are called differently, and, for example, cows are called uga, and chickens are called palenzu. Allison returns home happily, running through her mind all the possible recipes she could try. After he reaches his home, he slowly unties the bag to dump out the meat. This meat is pork tenderloin, which contains quite a lot of excess fat. Allison, on the other hand, remains optimistic, because in this world, prices are reversed, with chicken considered expensive and pork considered cheap. The cheapest part of pork in this case is the belly, and Allison isn't quite sure why that part is so disliked. After this, he creates a small fireball to help him in preparing the dish. Smiling, he declares that it will be roast pork belly, which will definitely please everyone. Meanwhile, we are transported some distance away from this restaurant, where Reina and her husband are now heading. Reina asks him why he says he will only supply good meat to trusted restaurants. She claims that he doesn't trust Ellison too much, and the butcher says that she only met him today. Reina reminds him that he is constantly being deceived, but at the same time, he believes that he understands people better. Reina demands that he simply admit that she wants to see his culinary skills. She quickly realizes that he is simply trying to test his responsibility and principles. After a short pause, her husband sternly says that he is very picky and will judge him harshly. He also says that he will give him only half of what she asked for if it turns out that he is a bad cook. We briefly return to the past, to a time when a real war rages between people and monsters. One of the soldiers' settlements is attacked, but they are unable to repel it. The ogres prove to be too powerful opponents, so it is not possible to deal with them. One of the fighters is trapped under rubble and his leg gets stuck, so he can't escape. He loudly begs his comrades not to leave him in this trap, as he wants to see his wife and children. Allison comes to the rescue in time to use a special skill called Searle's Blade. Immediately after this, a gigantic magical explosion of incredible brightness is heard at the point where these ogres are located. At first, these monsters don't even understand what's happening to them, but they all remain in place, covered in wounds. After some time, they fly apart into small pieces that can never be collected again. The unfortunate soldier survives, though he will likely have a few gray hairs after this evening. The remaining garrison turns around in surprise to see a hooded figure approaching them. They begin to greet him joyfully, saying that the great magician Allison is arriving here. Allison actually rises quite high in her career thanks to her authority. Now he uses exactly the same skill, but magic can be used in completely different ways. Slicing meat with a magic blade allows you to enhance the flavor of the seasonings applied to it. This technique also allows excess liquid to evaporate during frying, making the meat crispier. Meanwhile, the door to his restaurant gradually opens, and the bell makes a characteristic ringing sound. Reina greets him kindly, and Allison says that they can sit anywhere. Reina says that this restaurant looks very clean and cozy, but her husband says that it is some kind of show. Reina immediately takes out a polished frying pan and tells him that he should stop grumbling. Meanwhile, Allison begins frying the meat, pouring a little oil onto a hot baking sheet. He reflects that there is enough fat in this part of the meat to fry it without burning. There is a slight problem with this, however, because once the meat forms a crust, it begins to prevent the inside from cooking evenly. He still waits until the crust becomes crispy and begins to slowly turn the meat over. After this, he adds seasonings to help the meat cook properly. Once the dish is ready, he cuts it into pieces and prepares it for serving. Almost immediately, he begins chopping onions, as they are a fantastic addition to any meat. Along the way, he reflects on the fact that perhaps this combination is not very well known to the local residents. But that is normal. But he understands that Reina's husband, Creston, seems picky to him, so it's better not to take any risks. This way, he gets a stunning combination of ingredients, and all that remains is to add a couple of finishing touches. Allison happily says that the roast pork and salad are ready to be served now, with a little extra spice. He proudly comes out to his customers and hands them a plate with sliced pieces of meat. Reina and Creston look at the plate in surprise and say that even the appearance of this dish is impressive. Reina proves to be more trusting and courageous, after which she immediately spears a piece of meat with her fork. She immediately decides to try it to find out if something decent can be made from this meat. The result is beyond praise, and Reina can't even contain her emotions. She asks him if he really made this dish from the belly of the pork that was given to him. She notes the incredible crispy crust, the juiciness of this meat, and the amazing combination with salad. Allison happily tells him that he is pleased to hear that she is happy, and Reina declares that it is the best dish she has ever eaten. Creston also talks about how he will now be supplying meat for this kitchen, and Allison is very happy. He turns around to find that his plate is already completely empty. Creston grits his teeth and says that they no longer have any normal meat left. Allison asks him if he is happy, but he immediately shouts that he is not happy at all. After this, he demands more, adding that he can't wait for more, and immediately gets hit in the face with a frying pan. Reina says that first he should express his honest opinion about this dish. Feeling a little awkward about the situation, He decides to clear his throat before giving his honest verdict. He says it's one of the best dishes he's ever tasted and that he's willing to take the deal. Allison says that he is very grateful to him, and Reina knows that he is going to say it anyway. After this, they shake hands and say that they will be very happy to work together. After this, Creston starts demanding more meat, and Allison declares that she will bring him more. While he is reflecting on how the first day is going quite successfully, the guest who comes with him wakes up. She slowly gets out of bed and looks around, feeling that she is still very tired. This guest turns out to be a beautiful girl who claims to smell very tasty food. Gradually, other customers begin to enter his restaurant and ask for seconds. Allison realizes that today's recipe is turning out very well and that it will be worth remembering for the future. He moves carefully between tables to serve roast pork and additional side dishes. The first day can truly be considered extremely successful, as all visitors, without exception, are satisfied. As they leave, they thank him for the food and say that the meat he cooked is incredibly tasty. Allison realizes that it's getting pretty quiet, so it's time to start cleaning the place. After this, he decides to take inventory of what he has and realizes that his spice supplies are seriously depleted. Spices and seasonings are incredibly important in cooking, and he's running low on pepper and some other spices. Unfortunately, they are very valuable here, so they cannot be used without restrictions, and they have to be saved. Allison realizes it's time to replenish her supplies and places a gold coin on the alchemy circle. Immediately after this, he uses a magic spell to solve the shortage problem. Thanks to his great success in the magical arts, he now has a lot of resources. After the alchemical spell is cast, a small explosion occurs. Once the smoke clears, we see the products of the modern world that he calls right here. Allison develops this magic completely by accident when she tries to return to her homeworld. This turns out to not be the best solution, as he never manages to return to his world. But now he can at least buy the necessary goods. Another important clarification is that it is impossible to transfer absolutely any food products here. Any meat or other food with a limited shelf life will spoil, while the seasonings will remain safe and sound. Allison also feels very dizzy, as this magic is very demanding on his energy reserves. Due to a sudden loss of strength, he sits up carefully to catch his breath. Even for a great magician like Allison, one summoning per day is already a serious limit that cannot be overcome. Afterwards, he carefully opens the refrigerator to drink a cold can of beer, but finds that it is empty. Allison immediately guesses that his companion, who has been lying on the second floor all this time, is to blame for everything. He shouts Lorene's name loudly as she lies happily on the bed surrounded by empty beer cans. Allison decides that disciplinary action is needed for her drinking his favorite beer. Lorene looks at him with disappointment and wonders what she is doing wrong again. Allison says that he is very unhappy with the fact that she drinks all the beer and does not even try to clean up. Lorene, in turn, says that this is a serious punishment for the fact that he does not leave her any goodies. Lorene comes downstairs to the smell of delicious meat, only to find that all the meat has been eaten before she even arrived. After that, she reminds him that she is a black dragon, so cleaning is definitely not an activity for her. She claims that she has too high a status to engage in such base activities. Allison immediately takes another disciplinary action to calm her down. After this, he says that she should peel the onions and clean up after herself to make amends. Lorene is indeed telling the truth, and she is indeed a real dragon. He meets her during the war with the dragons, when she loses her mother and leaves her lair. He decides to take care of her as a poor young girl, despite the fact that she has been living for several hundred years. Allison says that as soon as she finishes peeling the onions, he will cook her an amazing steak for dinner. After a while, the door opens again, and Allison is surprised to see another visitor coming to see him. This visitor turns out to be Creston, who looks like something rather sad and heavy is going on. Allison greets him, after which Creston asks him to pass him something strong to drink. Allison takes a closer look at her refrigerator and discovers that there is nothing light left. The heavy artillery is immediately brought into play, so he decides to get a bottle of special Korean alcohol. He decides to first pour it into another bottle so as not to arouse unnecessary suspicion. After this, he serves him special fried pieces of meat to use as an appetizer. Creston looks at the drink in surprise and at first assumes that it is very similar to ordinary water. Allison says that the drink is called soju and that it is actually quite strong. Creston sniffs the drink cautiously and notes that it has a rather strange smell. However, He decides to try it because he is in complete despair in this situation. Immediately after this, he spears a piece of meat with his fork to immediately enjoy a portion of alcohol. Something vaguely resembling a smile appears on his face for a few moments. After that, he closes his eyes and says that it is incredibly tasty and that the drink goes wonderfully with meat. He says the taste is sharp at first, but then the sweet notes come through, making it a great combination. After this, he looks gloomily at his hands and says that Allison is an excellent cook, while continuing to drink alcohol. Allison continues to quietly clean up when suddenly Creston says that he would like to get another bottle. Allison realizes that this man is having a strange day today, because he hasn't been this sad before. Meanwhile, Creston quickly drains a few more bottles, gradually getting drunk. After some time, he loudly bangs the table and demands that they bring him another bottle. Allison says he's had enough alcohol because the drink is quite strong. Creston declares that he simply must get drunk today, and Allison asks him why he thinks so. Creston, with a heavy heart, tries to utter at least a word, but it doesn't work right away. However, he finally gathers his strength and says that it's all about his dear wife, Raina. Allison continues to stare at him, and Creston states that he feels like Raina is seeing someone else. He states that his wife has said several times that she needs to go away, but now it happens all the time. He says that every month she dresses up and goes somewhere, and one day he decides to follow her to find out everything. After this, he finds out that she is secretly dating his comrade in arms, who is his closest friend. Creston sadly talks about how she's leaving again today, and Allison tries to figure out what it all means. Creston says he already understands everything, and Allison says that another bottle definitely won't help. Creston is trying to figure out how to get through all of this, because he says he loves his wife, even though she sometimes beats him. Creston asks Allison what he should do now in this situation, because he is simply in despair. Allison listens to him carefully and then says that she can offer her help. Creston asks him how exactly he can help, and Allison states that he would never have suspected Raina of such a thing. Meanwhile, Lurin continues to peel the onion, feeling her eyes begin to hurt badly. Allison quickly gets ready and advises her to finish with the bow and then join him immediately. He suggests that if she doesn't want to, she can stay and continue peeling onions, and Lurin immediately agrees to go with him. Afterwards, they head to a small festival taking place a few blocks away. A large number of distinguished people gather here and have a good time in expensive restaurants. Lurin says that the restaurants here are very crowded, unlike where they now live. Allison looks at what is happening with sadness and tries to find Raina to find out what it all means. Quite quickly, he finds her sitting in a restaurant and realizes that she looks rather sad. Allison quickly realizes that there is no mistake, and that this is indeed Creston's wife. After this, he turns his attention to the man next to him, noting that this must be her comrade in arms. Allison immediately turns to Lurin and points out a woman and a man nearby. Lurin quickly finds the right target, and Allison declares that it is necessary to eavesdrop on their conversation. Lurin asks him if he'll give her a steak for it, and Allison assures her that she'll get 2 steaks for it. Lurin realizes that he won't be able to negotiate a better offer, and begins eavesdropping on them using magic. Raina asks her interlocutor if it is time to tell her husband what is really going on. She calls him by his name, Mant, and he says with sadness in his voice that this question is quite difficult. Raina says that her husband is becoming increasingly suspicious of them, and that she is saddened that he no longer comes into the butcher shop. Mant states that if Creston finds out about his help, he will treat him even worse. Allison asks Lurin if this is really what the man says. Lurin claims that this is indeed the case, and Allison tries to understand why this business meeting seems so strange. After waiting a while, he says that he doesn't need to know anything more and then jumps down. Raina says that there is no room for misunderstanding here, and that they are doing all this for the sake of their own marriage. Allison approaches them cautiously and says hello, saying that Creston is indeed very suspicious. Meanwhile, Creston is already in a semi-conscious state due to the amount of alcohol he consumed. The door slowly opens, and the bell immediately rings so loudly that it even wakes him up from his sleep. Creston raises his head and looks at the guests in surprise, immediately recognizing them as his close people. Raina and Mant look at him cautiously, not hiding their concern, since it's still not a good idea to drink that much. Mant says in a heavy voice that they really haven't seen each other for a long time and don't even talk. Creston angrily says that they look very good together, and Raina claims that he has it all wrong. Creston clenches his fists and says that he trusts his comrade in arms more than himself. He then leaps forward to deliver a powerful blow and punish his former comrade for his supposed betrayal. Mant realizes that this situation is too complex to be resolved so simply. He decides to take the blow himself, but suddenly it turns out that Creston's blow hits the magic shield at full speed. Mant opens his eyes because he should have been hit in the face a long time ago. But it never happens. Reina looks around in surprise and looks at the magical barrier that appears here. Allison calmly walks into the restaurant and asks Mant to clarify what is really going on. He adds that aggression doesn't solve anything and that Creston needs to be told that Mant is simply borrowing money to open a shop. Creston is extremely surprised to hear this and doesn't even know whether to be happy or sad. Creston wonders what this all means, and Allison recommends that he sit down at the table and talk calmly. After this, he walks on, holding a basket of groceries in his hands, and declares that he will prepare the food in the meantime. Allison says that Creston drinks all day, so he makes soup to restore digestion. After this, he decides that for this he will need a large pot in which everything should be stewed. His plan calls for preparing several soy sauce-based sauces while the broth is cooking. After this, he rinses the anchovies and places them in a pan, preparing the basis for the desired dish. Once a dish is in the final stages of preparation, Allison hopes his guests have cleared up any misunderstandings. Meanwhile, Creston wonders if Mant is really lending them money to start the store. Reina says that after the deception, Creston has no money left, so Mant donates most of his savings. Reina also says that once the shop starts to generate a steady income, she gradually pays him back. Creston says that this money is given out after the fraudster is caught, and that he then believes in the success of the case. Mant sadly asks him whether he would have taken the money if he had really been told the truth. He apologizes for not being there to congratulate him on the opening of the shop because of his problems. Creston reminds him that Mant had many plans after retirement and asks how he can give away so much money. Allison suddenly places hot dishes in front of them and says that such soups generally take quite a long time to cook. After this, he turns on low heat to maintain the right temperature for as long as possible. Mant is surprised that the meat in this soup is so thin, and Allison says that she cuts it that way on purpose. He notes that in this situation, such thickness is necessary because the meat is being prepared specifically for soup. After this, he encourages them to help themselves and use a ladle to pour out large portions of soup. Mant looks at the dish being served to him with great interest, then spears the meat and seaweed with his fork. Immediately after this, he decides to try it, since he has never eaten anything like it in his life. Smiling, he says that this is a truly amazing dish and that he has never tasted it so delicious. Immediately after this, he hands the plate to Creston and recommends that he also try this dish. Creston decides not to refuse his comrade in arms and drinks a small portion of the broth. This makes an indelible emotional impression on him, and his eyes widen. Mant asks him with a half-sad smile if he remembers their battle in Fern many years ago. Creston reminds him that Mant then sacrifices himself to protect him from a vile sword blow. Mant claims to remember the day it happened vividly, and still thinks about it sometimes. The reason they are in such a sad situation is that they are running out of provisions. The fight drags on for too long, and all they have left to eat is a lean soup that contains absolutely nothing. It is then that he catches a wild wolf in order to make at least some kind of meat supplement out of it. He catches only one animal, but still falls to the floor without strength, which surprises his comrade. The meat soup they make turns out to be rather bland, and the meat they add to it is tough. However, he then notes that he has never eaten anything more delicious in his life, thanks to the circumstances in which they find themselves. Creston says in a trembling voice that this is indeed the case, after which he indulges in memories of those days. Creston says he would like an answer to the question of why Mant is helping him despite his plans after retirement. He states that he doesn't really have any plans after his service ends. He speaks melancholically about how the only thing he wants is to help his comrade, who is ready to die for him. Creston feels the full emotion of the moment and apologizes to his comrade for how things turned out. Allison, meanwhile, continues to remain an indifferent observer, a grateful smile appearing on his face. Meanwhile, Mant decides to drink some more broth to warm up on this cool evening. Afterwards, he proudly declares that this dish is so wonderful that it warms his soul. Meanwhile, Lurin discontentedly demands that the protagonist keep the promise he made to the dragon. Allison says the evening is just getting started, so she shouldn't worry about the stakes. Lurin says that she is demanding what she is entitled to according to the contract, and he dares to delay the guaranteed payment. Meanwhile, Mant approaches Ellison and asks for a minute of his attention, and he immediately asks what happened. Mant says he's coming in to ask him something, and Allison is interested in the question. Mant says that their squad recently received a mission to escort a high-ranking person. He states that they would like to celebrate with a dinner before leaving and choose his restaurant for it. Allison realizes he'll have to cook for the entire squad and sets out to find local chickens. Here, they periodically change their habitat, so it is extremely difficult to catch them. And besides, they are quite fast. Allison tries his best to catch one such bird, but it is not easy for him. Due to their elusiveness and difficulty of access, their meat is considered very rare and highly prized. Allison is already regretting choosing this meat for her holiday dinner, and even considers setting the forest on fire. After some time, Allison decides to come to Creston and ask him if he sells such meat. Creston says that these creatures are unlikely to be real, since no one has ever been able to catch them. Allison says that Creston assured him that he could get any meat, but now, for some reason, he is losing confidence. Creston looks at him with irritation, then says that he has heard rumors that these creatures have recently been spotted in the forest. Allison immediately heads into the forest on a tip to catch them, but it turns out to be difficult. Allison falls to the ground and says that she admits her defeat and gives up the capture to Lorene. Luren smiles and says that in that case, he will be the only one washing the dishes, and Allison agrees. Luren fixes his gaze on his prey and prepares to make a sharp lunge. After completing her preparations, she uses the Dragon's Roar skill to stun the bird. This attack is so powerful that it pierces through the prey and kills it instantly. Allison takes the trophy, and Luren says that he would also die if he did not absorb the dragon heart. After a while, Luren returns home and immediately takes a small can of beer. She happily declares that this is the best reward after work, and Allison asks her not to misbehave. Allison also advises her to go easy on the alcohol, as some of the supply needs to be left for the guests. He begins preparing his dish, which he believes goes perfectly with beer. After some time, a whole squad of armed fighters comes to his cozy restaurant. They take their seats and wonder if the food here is truly amazing. After some time, Mant's young student Miltane says that she believes he chooses a good restaurant. She is immediately told that even the earth will seem tasty to her if her mentor says so. Allison happily approaches the guests, and Mant apologizes for his companions being so noisy. He also introduces his student, saying that she is a young representative of their guard. Allison nods politely, realizing that she needs to be very polite with these people. Allison says there is no reason to apologize, then hands them the food in the hopes that they will like it. He happily announces that the dish of the day is fried palenzo meat. Miltane is very surprised by this, saying that this is the same legendary creature that is extremely difficult to catch. After this, they decide to try these pieces of meat. As for them, it is a real novelty. Each soldier looks at his food in surprise, feeling that he has never tasted anything like it before. They speak with admiration about how this restaurant has no equal, and that they have never eaten anything like it in their lives. Milton also says that this is definitely one of the best restaurants she has seen in her short life. Allison is happy that they are enjoying themselves and says that he needs to serve the other customers. After this, he turns to Luren and says that many people come here asking her to help him. Luren asks him if he has forgotten how to address Luren, who captured the legendary creature. Allison sighs in disappointment and says that he expected something like this from such a creature. Afterwards, he asks her if she has forgotten anything, and Luren nervously tries to figure out what exactly he means. Allison talks about how they opened this restaurant together after the war ended and worked hand in hand. After this, he states that, apparently, people change, and remembers those times with a bright sadness. He finally declares that he can handle it himself, so she can go and rest. But Lorene says she's changing her mind. She states that serving guests can be quite interesting and offers to bring beer. Allison, in turn, decides to continue cooking and drops the chicken pieces into boiling oil. The crowd of soldiers who come here to celebrate a new mission with dinner are delighted with this dish. Luren walks between the tables, helps serve food, and then carefully studies the customs of the local people. After the last customer leaves the restaurant, she sits down tiredly at the table and says that it's all over. Allison compliments her and tells her that he is leaving some of the food especially for her, offering to join him for the meal. Lurin immediately agrees and then decides to try the fried chicken, which makes a strong impression on her. Lurin says that it is an incredibly delicious dish and thanks him for sharing it with her. Allison is pleased that she enjoys it, and then states that she is not asking her to do the cleaning. He asks her if she has finally grown up, to which Lurin replies that this is partly true. After this, she carefully lays her head on his shoulder, demonstrating maximum affection and trust. Smiling, she says that, in the end, they are deciding to create this restaurant together, so the responsibilities should be divided equally. Allison smiles and suggests that perhaps in that case they should call off the bet that he would be the one washing the dishes. Lurin says that this is a completely different part of the deal, when suddenly an unknown figure appears near the house. Lurin instantly senses the presence of someone else and immediately tenses up. Allison looks at her in surprise and asks why she suddenly starts hiding behind him. Meanwhile, a wrinkled old hand descends on the wooden door to push it forward. Allison hears a familiar voice that says that everything that is happening disgusts him. The elder states that human villages are always incredibly terrible and too dirty. Allison quickly figures out who is coming to see him and states that they haven't seen each other for a long time. He calls his interlocutor in black by the name of Metadan, and he immediately says that it is unworthy to address him in such a way. Allison asks what brings him here, and Metadan says that he and the dragon are doing well in this shack. He immediately asks her if there is anything she doesn't like, and Lurin states that everything is fine. Allison asks if they're really coming for Lurine, and reminds her that there have been no objections to this before. Metadan looks closely at the protagonist and says that his tongue, as always, is too sharp. After a short pause, he says that he really comes here because of Lurin. Lurin accuses him of abandoning her once already, and Metadan diplomatically replies that he simply doesn't have time to arrive on time. After this, he notes that Lurin's mother is committing a terrible sin, but Allison reminds him of the promise he made to the dragons. Metadan says that he comes here precisely to discuss this very promise. He adds that they promise to trust Lurin to him, but there is another, more important foundation in their society. He states that in the Black Dragon clan, the age of 800 years is considered the threshold of adulthood, and that by this time, a dragon should have its own lair. Metadan emphasizes that Lurin does not have her own lair, so she must go to the sacred land. He also states that breaking this law could cause a war, and Allison asks him what's wrong with that. Metadan immediately becomes very tense upon hearing such bold words from an ordinary person. His aura begins to sparkle with purple flames, and he wonders how they dare dispute this. Allison looks at Metadan in surprise, not understanding why this question makes him so aggressive. Metadan is in no hurry to explain his motives and continues to escalate the situation even further. Metadan commends him for his efforts in absorbing the Lord's heart, but he believes he is being too brazen. Lurin says that, whatever the case, starting a war over this issue is a bad idea. Allison says she doesn't quite understand what the argument is about, since it's about creating a lair for a dragon. Metadan immediately freezes and realizes that, apparently, he too has misunderstood his interlocutor. Allison explains that they still have a whole year, so the lair can be built right now. Metadan, with a puzzled look, says that this is indeed a normal solution to this problem. After that, he quickly creates a portal and says that he will come in a year. After this, they decide to build a dragon's lair, which is a cave in which dragons live. However, this requires quite a lot of work, and given the restaurant's popularity, finding the time is not so easy. They are chronically short of time, even if they plan to start preparing the lair right now. Word spreads fast that they serve polenta here, and people flock to the restaurant. Allison realizes that at this rate he will simply break down, and he needs to reduce the influx of guests. After a while, we are transported to a dense forest at sunset and find Creston walking through it. He looks up in surprise and sees that there are several Palenzo individuals there, looking at him in surprise. Allison says that these are the very creatures, and Creston asks him why he is showing them at all. Allison says that she will supply him with these creatures so that he will own the only shop that sells such meat. Creston asks him in response how he plans to catch them, noting that no one else could handle such a task. Allison says that he will supply him with this meat, but will demand half of the proceeds from the sale. Allison says that there's not much money to be made from this meat anyway due to the small amount, and recommends buying a dress for Reina. Creston calls him a blackmailer, after which he agrees to this proposal and asks him not to change his mind. Creston also says he hears that these creatures frequently change their habitats, Allison almost immediately decides to use a very powerful spell. The spell creates a massive protective dome, and Allison asks if that will be enough. The size and strength of this barrier prove incredibly impressive even for a war veteran. Creston looks at this magical barrier in surprise and says that such things are beyond the capabilities of beginners in magic. When asked who he is, Ellison says he is a retired chef, like Creston himself. He also asks to keep his magical abilities a secret, and the next day his plan is carried out. Smiling, he says that there is not a single guest here today, and he will finally be able to rest. Lurin looks at him cautiously and asks if he is really that happy about the lack of clients. A tear runs down Ellison's cheek, and he says that, frankly, he hopes that at least a couple of clients will still stay. He also happily says that now they have time to build a lair for Lurin. Lurin asks him if he will live with her, and upon hearing a refusal, says that then a war with the dragons must begin. Allison asks her to calm down and promises that this lair will be located somewhere nearby. Lorene asks him where exactly they need to make a lair, and Allison takes her to the slope where the restaurant is located. He claims that the restaurant is located on the outskirts, so all the land around it belongs only to him. Lurin says this is great because the distance suits her and allows her to avoid landslides. Lorene rolls up her sleeves, and Allison wishes her luck, saying she's going back to the restaurant. He explains his abrupt departure by saying that he cannot leave the restaurant empty, otherwise it will not work. Allison happily sits down at the table and lays his head on it, declaring that he hasn't had any free time for a long time. However, after a while, he hears the restaurant door open and the bell ring. An ordinary child from an aristocratic family comes to him and wonders if he has come to the right address. Allison says she doesn't know what kind of restaurant he's looking for, but they can serve him here. The boy says he hears that they serve palenzo meat here, but Allison says that's not true anymore. The boy says that he cannot leave and asks if there are other dishes here. Allison moves the table towards him and says that if he likes any dish, he will cook it. Allison understands that this boy, apparently, comes from a well-off family and is simply facing difficulties. He understands that the only dish that the child will definitely like is a burger, which he often cooks for Lorene. He prepares the cutlet from a special beef cut and several other important ingredients. He decides to shape the minced meat, add a little salt, and fry it in butter to give it a sophisticated taste. After this, he places the cutlet on the vegetables and pours garlic sauce over it to help the meat open up better. At the end, he adds a chicken egg, since all the ingredients are incredibly valuable for him. After this, he proudly serves this dish to the child, realizing that an aristocrat stands before him. The boy says that it looks very nice and suggests that it is a type of sandwich. Allison states that the dish could be called that, after which the boy declares that he would be happy to try it. After some time, the butler appears with an important air and addresses the young master. They also talk about searching the village and ask why he did it. Dvoretsky says that eating in such places carries a high risk of food poisoning. Allison admonishes them, and the butler states that he doesn't know who exactly he just served food to. After this, he states that in front of him is the son of a lord named Diren, who looks very depressed. Allison says he doesn't care about titles and simply serves guests without seeing a problem with it. Diren leaves a gold coin and apologizes for not even trying the food that is served to him. After this, he turns sadly and walks away, while the butler continues to watch him. Allison watches what is happening closely and realizes that she feels some anxiety. Lurin quickly returns and says that it is now his turn to dig the den, because she can no longer do it. She complains about life and says that her hands hurt because she has been digging alone all this time. Allison promises that he will dig up his part tomorrow, after which he asks her to follow him. Lorene says she's really hungry, and Allison says she'll cook her something when they get back. After this, he states that he has received some money, and now they need to go to the castle of the Lord himself. Diren sits sadly in his office and reflects on how life is unfair to him. Suddenly, a magical portal appears next to him, which immediately attracts the attention of the inquisitive child. Allison immediately enters his room, holding a small package in her hands, and wishes him good evening. Diren is very surprised by this, while Allison states that he forgot something when he entered the restaurant. Handing him a paper-wrapped hamburger, he says that the boy never tried his dish. Diren is delighted that they brought him that very sandwich, and Allison claims that he heated it up to make it tastier. Diren feels very hungry, as he has eaten almost nothing for several days. He notes that he has many questions, but first he would like to eat the food that was brought. Someone knocks on the door and asks if everything is okay, noting that he heard strange sounds. Allison realizes that the servants in this mansion can't even give the child a proper meal. Diren asks what he should do now, and Allison advises him to say that he just imagined it. He points out that this is his place, so they simply won't dare enter without his permission. Diren sadly says that they never listened to him and constantly ignored his attempts to object. Luren understands that she needs to take matters into her own hands and says that it is quite sad. Using magic, she impersonates Diren's voice and orders them to leave in a rude tone. Diren looks at her in shock and can't believe that she can copy his voice so easily. However, he sadly realizes that they still won't listen to him, just like before. Sometime later, the servants say that if he needs anything, he can call them. Luren looks away in irritation, because she has never seen more pathetic people than these. Allison says they need to be a little more confident so people will show them more respect. Diren immediately falls to his knees before him and asks him to become his teacher and teach him how to communicate with people. Diren says his mother died during childbirth and his father soon married another woman. The boy's mother was very strict and sometimes scolded him even for breathing too loudly. She taught him to be careful because he was the son of a lord. But she was not cruel, and he continued to love her. However, everything changed when my father became bedridden and seriously ill, after which my mother became completely indifferent. Diren says that the servants carry out her orders, controlling his every step, and he is left completely alone. He says that he has decided that he will not be treated any better even after he becomes a lord. After this, he says that now his opinion has not changed, and he wants to know how to become a good lord. Allison watches this whole situation, tells the boy about it, and realizes that it all looks pretty strange. Finally, he says that he is going back to the restaurant, and Duran continues to feel nervous and awkward. Allison notes that this guy is not very confident in himself and seems to be deliberately setting himself up. After this, he, in deep thought, realizes that he will have to give this boy etiquette lessons. Allison is stern about making eye contact with the person you're talking to appear more confident. He notes that if he wants to become a good lord, he must understand that such a title comes with responsibility. He also emphasizes that this does not mean that you should ignore everyone, and that you need to think before you speak. Allison says that if one were to single out the main characteristic of a lord, it would be responsibility. Immediately after this, he creates a portal and is about to leave, wishing the young lord a bon appetit. He also recommends that he drop by his restaurant, promising that next time he will prepare something else for him. Diren reflects that it all seemed so magical that it seemed like a dream. Looking at the sandwich, he reflects that he really needs to figure out how to be a good lord. However, now he decides that he needs to have a snack first and try the hamburger that was handed to him. As expected, he really likes the dish that Allison prepared, and he declares that it is simply magical. However, after some time, a brilliant idea comes to him regarding everything that is happening. He guesses that a good lord should make sure that everyone can enjoy this food. Allison, meanwhile, returns home and says that his words should not be taken seriously. Immediately after this, he says that he had to work off the money that was given to him as payment. Luren says that this coin is worth 100,000 runes, while a regular hamburger costs only 200. Allison hopes the boy will come to see him more often, but Lorene says she wants hamburgers too. After some time, they are transported to a forest on the outskirts of the city, where a popular hospital is located. There is a healer there who closely monitors the citizens' problems and tries to cure them. This healer is very experienced and even has a command of healing magic. But she is known for more than just that. There is another main reason why people flock from the city center to the outskirts. The thing is that this hospital is run not by a human, but by an elf named Elena. And elves have inhuman beauty. Reina receives the healing she needs and says that Elena's skills are incredible and mind-blowing. Looking at her, she says that she is sad about something and asks what happened. Elena suddenly tells her that she is thinking about whether it is time to return to her home. She is asked why she made such a decision, and she states that everything turned out differently than she imagined. She adds that few people are interested in the treatment, and usually people come here just to stare at her. She also claims that she was recently yelled at by a woman who accused her of seducing her husband. She says that she knows that people are like that, and that she still loves her job, but she can't cope anymore. Reina understands that this is a really serious problem that needs to be addressed somehow. Reina asks if she doesn't like her either, and Elena replies that, on the contrary, She treats her very kindly. Reina asks if she would have stayed here if she liked the place a little more. Reina says that her husband also doesn't like something because he snores and is very naive. However, she emphasizes that she loves him for his independence, caring, and dedication to his work. Reina emphasizes that such qualities often outweigh most of the shortcomings. She also recalls that Elena emphasized that she still really loves treating people. Reina tells Elena that a small restaurant has opened on the hill and recommends stopping by today. Elena looks at her in surprise and wonders what kind of restaurant this is. But Reina replies that it is better to see once than to hear about it. Allison continues to dig a tunnel to build a lair for Lorene. Creston approaches him and asks what he is doing, adding that he himself is just about to go to a restaurant. Allison replies that he is also already heading back, as some minor repairs are currently underway. He also introduces his nephew Nalene and says that he wanted to discuss something over a plate of good food. Allison says that Lorene should be at the restaurant right now and asks why they are asking about it. Creston reports that Reina recommended this establishment to a famous elf, and he should have arrived by now. Allison realizes it's time to return, as an elf is considered a rarity in these parts. Allison says that elves don't usually leave their forest homes, and this elf is probably really famous. Creston states that he understands why elves avoid humans, and Allison adds that not all elves are like that. After this, he goes into a restaurant and says that he admits that this is indeed a proud race. However, almost immediately, he notices that the unfortunate elf has fallen to her knees before the formidable Lurin. Elena fearfully calls Lurin the greatest creature and asks for forgiveness for her rudeness. Lurin asks how exactly she offended her, and states that he will forgive her only if she becomes her servant. Allison realizes that the situation is dire and decides to urgently fix it as much as possible. Lurin happily announces that she has found herself an elven servant who can help them in the future. Allison decides to use her tried and true methods and asks her why she treats her guests like that. To understand how it all came to this, the narrative goes back a few minutes to when Lurin is on duty at the restaurant. Elena cautiously steps inside and wonders if this is Mr. Allison's restaurant. Lurin introduces himself and says that the owner is not present at the moment, carefully examining the guest. After this, she states that she is obviously looking at an elf, and Elena carefully confirms this. Lurin smiles and says that elves are indeed very beautiful, and Elena thanks her for the compliment. She also tells her that she is very beautiful and looks much younger than she actually is. Lurin asks if she thinks she's small, and notes that she's only young by dragon standards. After this, Lurin asks how dare she speak to her in such a tone and say such things. Elena feels a powerful, threatening aura, and understands that she has unknowingly crossed an invisible line. She immediately falls to her knees and begs for forgiveness, begging for mercy. At this point, Allison arrives and realizes that she urgently needs to correct her companion's behavior. After a while, he opens the door, apologizes for the commotion, and asks them to come inside. Lurin looks at him and can't believe that she got hit again and got another bump. She loudly complains that she was in a lot of pain, and Elena carefully sits down at the table. She asks herself if she is imagining it all, realizing that there really is a dragon in front of her. In this world, there is a rule known to everyone, young and old, which everyone tries to follow impeccably. This rule is that under no circumstances should you anger the dragon. These creatures are walking disasters, capable of destroying an entire village or city if they so choose. Elena has heard many legends about the danger of these creatures, but this man treats her like a child. Allison turns to Elena and apologizes for what happened. He adds that he didn't know that Lurin was behaving like this in his absence, and Elena can't believe that there is a person standing in front of her. Allison freezes in surprise and asks why she says that, then gradually figures out the meaning himself. After this, he quietly announces that he is indeed a human, and this girl is a dragon. He notes that it may seem strange, his alliance with a dragon, but it is a very long story that requires secrecy. Elena immediately says that she does not intend to interfere in the affairs of dragons, each of whom has its own life. Allison realizes that Lurin has left a bad impression on the unfortunate elf and tries to calm her down. Afterwards, he asks if she is Rain's healer, and Elena confirms this. Allison realizes that he is potentially dealing with a customer who will tell him that the service at this restaurant is simply terrible. Elena says she heard that they cook delicious dishes here, even from vegetables, so she decided to come here. Allison asks her if she is a vegetarian, but Elena replies that her body physically cannot digest meat. Allison is very surprised by this peculiarity of this race, which he has never heard of before. Smiling, Allison states that she will now come up with something that will satisfy her request. There are plenty of meatless dishes out there, and Allison says tomato paste is the perfect choice. First, he places chopped onions, garlic, and mushrooms in a heated frying pan with olive oil. He then strains the tomato juice through a sieve and adds it there to form a base to help the dish cook. He also adds salt, sugar, and spices in the required quantities and begins to cook the spaghetti. Finally, he decides to mix the pasta with the sauce and add noodles to complete the dish. Immediately after this, Allison serves hot pasta and tomato sauce to Elena, who has never tried anything like it before. Allison recommends that she use a fork for convenience and assures her that he did not use any meat. Elena carefully twirls a small amount of pasta onto her fork and prepares to try it. This moment is exciting for her, as she was not previously familiar with this type of cuisine. Allison, meanwhile, goes to see other clients to find out their wishes. He also notices that Nalin looks rather gloomy, as if he didn't like the food at all. After some time, he decides to check on his guest to see if she liked the dish. What he sees makes him feel slightly uneasy, although this is due to his culinary skills. Elena continues to eat her pasta with pleasure, thinking that she has never tasted anything tastier. She happily reflects on how she used to eat only fresh vegetables and didn't know that such delicious food existed. After a while, there is almost nothing left of the dish except an empty plate and the remains of the sauce. Elena looks up and declares that this is the most delicious dish she has ever tasted. Immediately after this, she notices Allison's awkward look and feels embarrassed. Allison says he's glad she liked the dish, and Elena apologizes for her reaction. Allison reassures her that nothing terrible happened, and that the main thing is that she liked it. Allison remarks that she must not go to restaurants very often, and Elena replies that she usually eats vegetables from the market. She explains this by saying that she is not used to such attention. She also adds that she is thinking about visiting other restaurants in the area that offer meat-free dishes. Allison also speculates that spices are probably not used here yet due to their scarcity. Elena happily reports that the food made her change her mind and that the pasta was very tasty. Allison understands that this customer's feedback will likely be positive and says he's glad to hear it. However, after a while, he hears surprise in Creston's voice and immediately turns his head there. Creston turns to his nephew in surprise and asks what he is saying. Nelline proudly announces that today he learned that his mother is not actually his biological mother. Meanwhile, the narrative moves to a coal mine, where the voice of an elderly woman is heard looking for someone. This woman is looking for Nelline and is anxiously wondering where her dear son has gone. Turning to the miner, she asks if he has seen her son, and he replies that the shift has already gone into the mine. The elderly woman wonders if Nellin was among them, to which the guard honestly replies that he does not know. She hopes he at least ate before heading there. She asks if she can bring him some food, and the guard replies that she can do so if she wishes. Meanwhile, Creston interrogates Nelline to find out who told him such nonsense. Nelline replies that this is not the most important thing now, since he has been deceived for 20 years. Allison and Elena try their best to pretend they are not eavesdropping on someone else's conversation. Creston says Nelline's mother went through a lot raising him, even though he is not her biological son. Nelline understands all this perfectly and confirms that he really understands what was said. His voice begins to shake, and he says that he is actually ashamed of his behavior in recent days. He states that he was very angry this morning and responded very rudely to his mother handing him his lunch. He called her a woman and rudely told her that he would no longer need such things. Such serious rudeness and such words immediately upset this unfortunate woman greatly. Creston immediately grabs his nephew by the clothes and asks him how he dared to be rude to his mother. He declares that this cannot be allowed to happen, and Allison understands that now she will have to break up the fight. Reina suddenly bursts into their restaurant and addresses Nelline in an extremely worried and frightened voice. She states that something terrible has happened, so he should hurry to the mine while there is still time. When asked what happened, she says that the mine collapsed and his mother was trapped under the rubble. Creston asks how that's even possible, and Reina states that she doesn't know much. Nellin, meanwhile, cannot believe that this really happened and is trying to cope with this horror. Immediately after this, he runs towards the mine in order to get to his mother as quickly as possible. Elena quickly gets ready for the hike and wonders if she can join them on this adventure. She states that the victims will probably need help, and Allison notes that he will help them too. Reina looks at her in surprise and tries to understand why she makes such sacrifices for people she doesn't really like. She recalls her words that treatment is really important to her, but that it has been difficult for her lately. However, she decides that now is the time to show determination. And, having assessed Elena's determination and impulse, she says that their help will be greatly needed. Meanwhile, we are transported to the mine, which is currently on fire due to a serious collapse. Nellin tries to push away the other people holding him and claims that his mother is still there, trapped under the rubble. Allison reaches the miners and tells them to calm down, stating that they came here to help them. The foreman says that they can't go inside either, since the situation is critical and the mine is about to collapse even more. Allison adds that every minute counts now, and so does a healer who can help these people. After some time, Elena goes further and thanks him for helping her in this situation. She also says that it was not necessary to come here with her as it was too dangerous. A few moments later, a massive collapse of the ceiling occurs, which is about to fall on the heads of our heroes. Allison quickly creates an energy shield to protect herself and Elena from the boulders. Elena asks him if he really is a magician, and Allison states that he understands something about this matter. He grins and declares that he was good in his youth, but has long since retired and no longer practices this business. After that, he asks her why she decided to go here, since this is not her area of responsibility. He remembers that one of his comrades in arms was also an elf, and assumes that Elena owns the hospital for a reason. He guesses that people are probably often rude to her, but she still came here to save one of them. Elena slows down for a moment, trying to figure out why she's really doing something like this. After a while, Allison says that things are actually getting worse and worse. The reason for this drop in optimism was the fork in the road they found themselves in, and now they had to make a choice. Allison says that they won't have enough time to go through both routes and use the spell. After some time, several fireflies appear near him, obeying his commands. Elena asks him in surprise if he can even command such magic, and Allison nods. He assures that these fireflies are needed to find survivors and understand where they need to go. One of these survivors looks in surprise at the firefly, which begins to smoothly circle around his head. The man suggests that, apparently, he has begun to have death-like hallucinations and will soon die. Elena runs up to him pretty quickly and asks if he's okay, and learns that he's injured his leg. Elena says that the wound is not that serious, and after a little treatment, he will be able to move independently. The miner watches his health gradually improve and thanks her for such help. Allison, meanwhile, says that the fireflies have found someone else, so it's better to move on. Elena immediately follows him, after which she finds another miner to whom she provides first aid. Allison, meanwhile, stands guard to block any collapses that might overtake them. Gradually, he sends people on magical platforms to the exit so that they don't have to get there on their own. Allison concludes that these may have been the last victims, and that there is practically no one else left. He reflects that if Naline's mother is not here, it will be a very sad outcome. However, after some time, he finally discovers it, and they immediately run up to it to examine it. Elena almost immediately says that things are not going well for this woman. Allison asks her what she can do, and Elena states that she will have to use a stronger spell. After she focuses all her mana on healing this unfortunate woman, a very bright green flash occurs. After some time, they are transferred to a temporary shelter that was hastily created to treat the wounded. The miners gradually unload the stretchers and wonder if all the workers were able to get out. Reina wonders what they should do now, and Creston states that the healing spell worked. Looking at their relative, they say that she simply must come to her senses in the near future. Naline sits next to her mother all this time and cannot believe that she is in such trouble. Allison states that there is no need to worry, since Elena provided first aid using a powerful spell. Elena says with heaviness in her voice that she hit her head hard, but the treatment was successful. She also states that the eye injury will also heal quickly, while Nellin looks at the basket. In this basket, there are a couple of loaves of bread and some vegetables that she wanted to feed him. Naline immediately remembers how in the morning she offered him this lunch and asked him not to forget it. His hands begin to tremble as he feels infinitely guilty towards his mother, even if she is not his biological mother. Meanwhile, there are signs that she is slowly regaining consciousness and is beginning to move her arms. The first thing she does is call his name, and Naline immediately turns to look at her. She asks him if everything is okay, and the others begin to rejoice that she was saved. Naline, however, cannot hold back her tears at all and begins to cry, saying that he has finally reached her. He also tells her that he will not leave her now and assures her that he has not received any injuries. Holding her hands, he says that he was afraid that the words he said this morning would be her last. His mother is happy that he calls her that again and apologizes for making him worry so much. Meanwhile, Elena watches this very sad but still positive scene because Naline's mother was saved. After this, she calmly tells Allison that he is right in that she ran the hospital of her own free will. She also talks about how she wanted to close it, go home, and couldn't stand the terrible relationship any longer. Afterwards, she reveals that Reina came to her and advised her to look for more things worth working for. Looking at these unfortunate workers, she says that, apparently, she succeeded. She adds that people live much shorter lives than elves, but they have much more emotions. She notes that this is precisely why she decided to help them and will not abandon what she values so much. Her voice begins to weaken and she declares that she has understood a lot, after which she begins to fall down. Allison immediately grabs her hand and tells her to be careful because the rocks here are quite hard. Elena apologizes for such a mishap, and Allison states that she is overworked and asks to wait at least a minute. After that, he uses a special spell to give her more magical power. Elena is surprised to feel much better and states that it was a spell to transfer her own mana. Allison says that he was taught this spell by an elf he knew named Beedon, and Elena is very surprised. She emphasizes that this elf was a real legend, and Allison says that he used to be a famous magician. We are meanwhile transported to the hill, where Lurin continues his intense attempts to dig a lair. She accuses him of making her dig just because she can't use magic on people. She proudly declares that she simply wanted to find another servant, when suddenly a spring of water hits her in the face. She looks at him in surprise and tries to figure out what it means. Assuming that she has stumbled upon something important, Allison, upon returning, hears this story and asks her if she really decided to dig up this source. Lurin proudly says that this is exactly what she did, unaware of the problems it could create. Allison tries her best to contain her emotions and understands that this girl is not acting like this on purpose. Allison says she's dug up quite a bit, but they won't be able to find any further of this source, even with magic. He notes that his abilities are certainly strong, but they are not capable of performing miracles. Allison also states that a barrier needs to be created on top to support the entire hill. After concentrating hard, he decides to turn to magical powers to use the magic seal. That same seal appears almost instantly right in front of him, and his eyes light up with a bright light. Lurin advises him to be careful with his powers, otherwise he might fall off that hill. Allison states that he has taken this into account and then decides to use 8th level magic. After some time, he uses the Inferno spell to create a giant explosion in front of him. Immediately after this, a rigorous process of reforming the tectonic plates and creating a barrier begins. Lurin doesn't move an inch, because she understands perfectly well that she is in no danger in this situation. After some time, an energy barrier appears, which opens to full power. Allison looks at what is happening with joy and says that it is simply magnificent and worthy of praise. He also comes to the conclusion that the destruction and fortifications given will be enough to hold the hill and build a lair. However, quite quickly, the consequences of this explosion become fully apparent in the form of water appearing. This water starts to gush out right in front of our heroes, and they look at it in surprise. Allison tries to understand how this magic was able to open the underground waters that had been sealed here for quite some time. Lurin happily rushes forward and says that she can just wash herself, because this is an amazing underground spring. Allison tries to stop her, warning her that the water will almost certainly be very hot. Lurin heard his advice and warnings too late, and was caught in a severely scalding stream of water. Allison immediately orders her to move away because the water is too hot and could burn her skin. Lorene steps back a few meters, and after a while, Allison tells her to be careful. She adds that one should not act so recklessly, and Lurin says that the water did not seem hot to her. Allison states that perhaps he should have warned her about this earlier to avoid problems. Lurin looks at him in surprise and asks what they are planning to do with this barrier anyway. Allison says she will be creating a safe place to collect clean water to filter out the dirt. After this, he states that once they get rid of the top of the ball, they will have a real lake. After this, he grabs Lurin in his arms and throws her into the water, advising her to jump as quickly as possible. Lurin doesn't have time to counter such actions and lands in the hot water like a bomb. Lurin quickly surfaces and declares that she is about to be boiled, but quickly realizes that this water is quite warm. Allison says that he wouldn't have acted so rashly and prudently cooled her down beforehand. Immediately after this, he climbs into the water and says that he hasn't swum in such warm water for a long time. Meanwhile, Luren asks him where he went and where he was chilling. Allison says that the mine collapsed, so he went to save people. And Luren suggests that he was not alone there. Allison claims he needed an anchor, so he took her with him. But Loreen immediately turns away, offended. Luren indignantly says that while she was digging the earth, he was having fun with these nasty creatures. She menacingly declares that she hates absolutely everyone except him, because he is special. Allison, instead of seriously arguing with her, takes out a small teapot that was on the fire. After this, he adds a little boiling water to his mug to make another drink. At the same time, he opens a small jar containing a strange-looking brown powder. He adds it to boiling water and stirs thoroughly until the color of the drink changes completely. He offers her a small mug and asks if she would like to try the drink. Loreen looks at him in surprise and asks what it is. And Allison says it's cocoa. Luren decides to try a little, realizing that he never deceived her and always offered something tasty. This actually turns out to be true, as she feels that the drink actually tastes very good. Allison asks her about her impressions of the drink, and she immediately approves of it. Allison says it's made from cocoa beans, and the powder itself doesn't look appealing, but it takes a lot of work to get there. Pointing to a jar of cocoa powder, Allison explains that many people worked on this product. He adds that his strength would be enough to blow up the mine, but he would not be able to save another person alone. Thus, he declares that teamwork of the most diverse races is capable of creating real miracles. Allison points out that even dragons couldn't survive without other races, and Luren falls silent thoughtfully. After that, she looks at the drink and says that she agrees with his point of view. She then proudly declares that she will still treat him differently because he is still special. After some time, they are transported to an unknown place where a real massacre takes place. Mant and his soldiers say that they need to hold on so that the situation doesn't become catastrophic. He also states that they are being pushed to the edge of the cliff, and this cannot be allowed to happen at any cost. Metadan fights by his side and tries his best to prove himself in this difficult battle. Mant turns to her and tells her that she is too far away, and this is fraught with serious consequences. Immediately after this, a bandit appears behind him, who declares that he is going to finish him off once and for all. Mant spins around to counterattack the 6-foot-tall man. With one powerful blow, he cuts off the wooden handle of the weapon, thereby disarming his opponent. Immediately after this, he pierces him through, inflicting a mortal wound. The bandit understands that after such a serious blow, he will hardly be able to stop. He says that if everything ends like this, he will not go to hell alone and will take this old man with him. Grabbing it tighter, he jumps off the cliff, knowing he will take it with him. Metadan looks at his mentor in fear and realizes that he is in a deadly trap. He shouts at them to stop, but it is too late to change anything. Meanwhile, Allison continues to hammer nails into the board to complete important preparations. He also puts up a sign on the restaurant stating that the establishment is unfortunately closed today. Luren asks him why he decided to close the restaurant for the entire day, even though it was business hours. Allison asks her if she remembers them drinking cocoa and tells her they're out of milk. He notes that to ensure a constant supply of milk, it is necessary to build a farm where goats or cows can graze. Loreen looks at the small patch of land and says there's nothing there. But Allison isn't discouraged. He says that they need samples of cattle that live in the lower reaches of the nearest river. Allison suggests teleporting, but Luren replies that you can't teleport to unfamiliar places. Allison says she'll give directions and distances, so she'll have to use feel. After some time, they move to the point that Ellison originally suggested. Cattle graze peacefully near a stream to eat and drink cold water. Allison watches them happily and says that they have come to the right place. Luren says that there are indeed a lot of cattle here, which can be seen from a great height. Allison replies that he thought the ground was closer here, so he miscalculated the distance. It really is quite a long flight for them, so it would be nice to come up with something. Luren demands that he do something urgently, and Allison doesn't understand why the dragon is afraid to fly. Luren briefly replies that he doesn't need to know, as she's not ready to discuss it. Allison realizes he has no choice and decides to use the magic seal. After a while, they land slowly and smoothly, carefully touching the ground and sand. Allison looks around the area and says that the river is quite wide here, which is good for them. After this, he suggests that it might be a sea, and Lurin goes further and suggests that it is an entire ocean. Allison looks down sadly and reflects on how she has always been quite a curious girl. Allison states that if they catch the necessary cattle quickly, they will be able to swim in this water. Lurin asks how many exactly they need to catch, and Allison replies that they need about 10. Allison states that the last person to complete this task will wash the dishes, suggesting this as a rule for the next participant. He reflects that there is no point in worrying about this, since the restaurant is closed anyway, and there is no one to wash the dishes. Meanwhile, Creston is at the entrance to the restaurant and feels incredibly depressed. Diren is next to him and, judging by his appearance, is experiencing similar feelings. Another person who came to the restaurant is Elena, and she is also experiencing severe boredom due to the wait. Creston sadly says that he has been here for several hours, but the restaurant is still not open. Elena continues to feel sad and reflects on the fact that she missed breakfast because she was waiting for the pasta and is now very hungry. They are trying to figure out where he went when suddenly a spatial anomaly appears nearby. Allison and Lorene return from their foray and report that they have managed to secure some cattle. Ellison also states that he could not imagine that these animals could be so docile. Lurin claims that it's all due to dragon magic, while Allison suggests that a small enclosure will be enough. As he approaches the door, he says that the restaurant can reopen to customers. Allison notices depressed customers eagerly awaiting their chance to eat. Creston turns happily to Allison, glad that he has finally returned and will be able to feed them. Allison looks at them with genuine sympathy and asks how long they have been waiting here. After some time, he prepares several dishes, each of which must satisfy the tastes of the guests. Creston happily says that he finally got to wait for some amazing food. Allison asks why they waited so long, to which someone replies that they could have starved to death. Creston asks where he's been, and Allison replies that he's been out cattle catching all this time. Creston suggests that this is why he built the pen earlier, and Allison explains his plan to him. Creston is trying to figure out how he's going to keep track of the herd given the staffing shortage. Allison says he's thought about it and decided to hire a few more people. He then says he'll have to conduct an interview, and Creston asks if that's really necessary. He notes that elves are able to track people's intentions, so it is important to select suitable candidates. Elena and Diren immediately agree to help him with the recruitment of personnel. Creston says he has met many people in his life and is also obliged to help Allison. Creston happily says they will take over organizing the interviews and offer to help the others. The next day, a recruitment is announced for workers to work on the farm to look after the livestock. Interviews for staff at the ranch are beginning, and there are quite a few applicants. Lorene asks Allison if he really intends to hire good workers, and he confirms that he does. The jury consists of Creston, Elena, and Diren, who carefully evaluate each candidate. The candidate enters cautiously and says hello, but is immediately refused and asked to invite the next person. In response to the man's surprise, Creston says that he is young, but not energetic enough and therefore not suitable. After some time, a younger candidate comes in and says he has submitted an application. Creston looks at him and thinks that he looks like a fairly competent worker. At this moment, Elena reads his thoughts and discovers that he considers the elf very beautiful. She immediately loudly and fearfully asks to invite the next candidate, declaring that this one has already been refused. She claims that this man has inappropriate thoughts, and the young man replies that he simply found the girl attractive. After some time, a more experienced worker comes in, who claims to have 30 years of experience. He also claims that he does his job better than anyone else in the city and gives his word of honor about it. Diren suddenly asks him about the state of the farm and its overall efficiency. Diren begins asking clarifying questions and tests his knowledge of legal intricacies. He uses complex legal language to test his theoretical knowledge. The men look at the boy in surprise and try to understand what this meaningless set of words means. Diren and the others say that their worker is the Lord of the Earth, who protects the cattle with all his might. The candidate exhales tensely, realizing that he will have to deal with such a person almost every day. After this, he calmly leaves, declaring that he never wants to communicate with abnormal people again. Diren defends himself by saying that this person would definitely not be able to ensure proper quality control. After some time, another candidate comes to them who wants to tell them why he applied. Creston and Elena immediately declare that this man is not suitable for work on the farm. After some time, Another candidate comes in who hopes to get the job. However, this time he is also facing a huge amount of criticism from the judges. Allison realizes that at this rate he will have no employees left at all, since no one will want to cooperate. This test continues for some time, as these three judges are impossible to please. Creston is surprised to notice that there are no more applicants and no one is trying to get a job. Creston suggests that perhaps they don't like the salary, and Allison is trying not to make a big deal out of it. Allison approaches Creston and addresses him respectfully, hoping he will stop interfering. He also says that he is very grateful for the help, but he will cope on his own from now on. After some time, another candidate suddenly comes to him and looks around cautiously. It turns out that the candidate is Miltane, who says that advertisements have been posted all over the city. Creston looks at her in surprise and asks what she is doing here since they were supposed to leave on a mission. Miltane looks down sadly and says that it will be quite difficult to explain the situation. After this, she reports that the main problem is that Mant is badly injured. She claims that they were attacked by bandits and Mant was injured while trying to save her, after which they returned here. Miltane also reports that he has multiple injuries and will now have to retire. Elena sadly says that a lot of time has passed, and she cannot return everything to the way it was before. Luren asks what the vacancy has to do with Mr. Mant's injuries, considering it pointless. Allison asks her to watch her words, noting that this is probably difficult for her to talk about. Allison assumes that Miltane also resigned and decided to join them to earn money. Miltane says she would like to find a suitable job and work with them. Elena almost immediately understands what Miltane's main reason and motivation is. She continues to describe the situation cautiously, but her face betrays her true intentions. Creston looks at her in fear and says that he can't believe what he just thought. Luren asks her sharply about her age, and Miltane honestly admits that she is 29 years old. She is reminded that there is a 13-year age difference, and Miltane states that she does not care. Elena says that among elves, such a difference is considered normal, and explains that this is not about elves. Miltane angrily declares that she has already made up her mind, and that if she is not hired, she will die of hunger. Luren happily says that she likes this attitude and offers to take her. She also quickly adds that age means nothing and hires her. Allison says he would be happy to employ them, but still hasn't listened to Mant. Miltane replies that he himself did not ask anything and planned to tell about it on his first day at work. She also states that this man taught her how to wield a sword, fight, and handle weapons. She also states that working on a farm is not easy, but she wants to learn everything on her own. Elena says that this is an expression of amazing love and passion, and Diren clarifies that this word is not entirely appropriate here. Allison says he just thought of the perfect dish that might suit Mr. Mant. He smiles, looks at her and says that he would be extremely happy to work together. The next day, the bright sun rises over the restaurant. Allison continues hammering nails into the wooden structure when Miltane suddenly addresses him. She declares that she is ready to begin work and demands that he give her the necessary instructions. Allison smiles as she says that the animals need to be released because the farm is still quite small. Miltane immediately heads over to the peacefully standing cattle to pet them. Miltane is glad that this cow is so calm and does not understand what kind of spell has been cast on them. However, after a while, this incredibly calm cow pushes her away, causing her to lose her balance. Smiling, she says that without difficulties it would still be boring. So this is an expected outcome. After this, she grabs the cow by the neck to make it pay attention to the tasty grass located nearby. However, after some time, the cow pushes her away again, using its incredible physical strength. Miltane still tries to approach the cow, but receives a powerful kick from a hoof and falls to the ground again. After this, she decides that she needs to end this once and for all, and uses a powerful dash. Rushing straight towards the cow, she says that this time she will not let her go until she does everything that needs to be done. Allison, meanwhile, continues to repair and expand the farm's infrastructure, happy to have such a worker. The difficulties do not end there, as these creatures' hooves require frequent maintenance. And, of course, one wrong move could result in that hoof flying straight into your side or back. However, the next day, Miltane is given the task of preparing the hay for drying so that everything goes evenly. After some time, she sees several cows approaching her and asks them to leave from here. However, she quickly receives a powerful kick from the hooves and flies up several meters. Another couple of days of hard work go by, building this farm and trying to make friends with these cattle. Miltane falls to the ground and says that she is very tired and does not even know how she will live on now. She sadly says that today everything went wrong, and she couldn't even get enough milk. She says she was very confident at first, but now she doesn't even know whether she will be fired after this or not. Meanwhile, one of the cows slowly approaches her and gently licks her face to encourage her. Miltane is very surprised by this behavior, while other individuals approach this cow. Miltane looks at these cows in surprise and says that she never expected anything like this from them. She understands that somehow she managed to establish some small contact with these creatures. She carefully looks away and realizes that this is a good opportunity to get some milk. Allison continues washing dishes when Miltane comes up to him and shows him a can filled to the brim. She happily announces that she has brought milk, which she managed to obtain after much effort. Allison reflects that he thought it would take her at least a week, as animals are not easy to get along with. Afterwards, he states that it is a great job and recommends that she change into clean clothes to start cooking. Milton asks him what he wants to cook, and Allison states that she will cook a special dish for Mant. His plan is to make a pizza with lots of cheese, and first he needs to heat up the milk for half an hour. Allison realizes she needs to turn the heat down and add vinegar next, as it would be nice to have another ingredient. Once the milk curdles, Allison knows she needs to separate the resulting mass. Miltane looks at this in surprise, and Allison says that this is exactly the result they need. After this, he places these blanks in salt water and stretches them, since they now have the desired substance. Once they have been squeezed out of the air and shaped, they become mozzarella cheese. Allison says it must be awkward to confess your feelings empty-handed. Allison also says that Mr. Mant loves to eat, so this would be a wonderful gift. Allison says he was always surrounded by other women when he was younger, and Miltane suggests he has a lot of experience. Allison smiles and says that he wouldn't say that, because they all left him sooner or later. After that, he continues making pizza, and says that he figured out something for sure and still uses it. In his opinion, the most important thing in this situation is to be yourself, since nothing more is required of you. Allison advises her to be honest, adding that everything should go as fate has ordained. After a while, evening comes and Allison heads to the area where Mant is now located. Allison makes her way to his door and knocks gently to get the elderly soldier's attention. Mant carefully opens the door and looks in surprise at the guests who so unexpectedly appeared at his house. Allison, Elena, and Creston greet him joyfully and say they are happy to see him alive. After this, they carefully go inside and ask him to tell them what happened at that moment. Miltane also comes there to visit her mentor, but her movements look very constrained. Allison says he heard Mant was badly hurt, but adds he'd like to hear congratulations. Creston states that such things cannot be kept silent, and Mant replies that he was going to say so, but a little later, Allison introduces Elena, saying that she is the owner of the asylum and can heal serious wounds. Mant says that only his colleagues didn't know him before, so he doesn't understand how this information reached them. Allison says that this information was given to them by his trusted comrade, who was very worried about him. Miltane quickly opens the door and asks him how he is feeling after his injuries. Mant looks at her in surprise and can't believe that she came just to visit him. Elena, meanwhile, decides to conduct a small healing session to improve at least part of his condition. Elena asks how he is feeling, and Mant states that he feels much better and thanks her. Meanwhile, Mant turns to Miltane and says that she seemed to want to talk to him about something. Miltane, in turn, reflects on the fact that this is a rather serious matter, and it becomes difficult for her to speak. Her heart starts to pound wildly, and she realizes that this is much more difficult than she thought. Allison and Creston look at her and silently wish her more confidence so that she can make a decision. Milton suggests that Mant is probably hungry and asks if he would like a snack. Miltane reflects on the need to remain calm in order to remain yourself. She decides to show her sincerity through food and opens the box containing the pizza. Mant looks at it in surprise and asks what it is, and Miltane replies that it is pizza. She notes that she prepared it herself, but it couldn't have been done without Mr. Ellison's help. Mant immediately decides to tear off a slice of pizza, intrigued by the dish and not paying attention to its appearance. Mant wonders if it really is cheese, and Miltane is surprised that her resolve has been shattered. After this, he states that all this time he thought that cheese was the smelly pieces that were sold on the corner. After trying the pizza, he says that fortunately it's just sour milk. After he tries a slice of pizza, he says it's an incredible combination of flavor and texture. Milton realizes the food plan failed, but is glad that at least he liked the dish. Pretty soon, nothing remains of the pizza except the fragrant box, which still whets the appetite. Mant says he didn't know she could cook so well, highlighting her amazing skills. He asks her how she learned to do this, but Miltane wants to ask him a completely different question. She asks if he has decided yet what he will do next, and Mant states that he has not made a decision yet. Miltane invites him to work together on Mr. Ellison's farm since he is short of workers. Mant asks in surprise if he really has a farm, and Allison states that it appeared recently. He also says that Miss Miltane works for him too, and Mant says that she has already settled in. Mant asks her about her service, and Miltane says with a heavy heart that she has retired. Mant asks why she made this decision, and Miltane realizes that she needs to pull herself together. After this, she sincerely says that she did it because she really wants to be close to him. Mant is very surprised by this news and remains silent for a while without saying a word. Allison, Elena, and Creston watch the events unfold closely, hoping that everything will end well. Mant smiles and says that the farm is actually a good job offer. After this, he says that he really could use some recovery, and Miltane is very happy about this. After this, he declares that he is incredibly glad that she also got a job on the farm and found herself a place to work. However, after a few seconds, he says that now she will finally be able to find herself a boyfriend. Miltane asks him what this means, and Mant adds that now she will have more free time. Creston reflects on the fact that everything turned out exactly as he feared, but this doesn't even surprise him. Mant mentions that he has a debt to Mr. Ellison and asks when he can start work. Allison smiles and reflects that he is very sorry that everything turned out this way because he hoped that everything would work out. As it turned out, sincerity doesn't always work, but she still did everything possible to make sure everything went smoothly. Miltane and the rest of the heroes head outside after saying goodbye to their comrade. Allison says that she shouldn't be upset because they will still be working together. Miltane smiles and says that she is not really upset at all. She adds that a new opportunity awaits her, and she is happy to work with them. After this, she finally says goodbye to them, saying that she will go home and wants to see them tomorrow. After this, she turns around, and her shoulders involuntarily sag, betraying her sadness. If anyone had seen her face, they would have immediately realized that she was beside herself with despair. However, she says that she will never give up and will do everything to overcome difficulties. Creston says sadly that he knew Mant was always dreaming, but this was too much even for him. Allison says it's pretty sad to watch from the outside, and Creston adds that he feels awkward too. Elena also says that this is nonsense, since all of this seems completely unimportant to her. She also doesn't understand why Mant didn't react to this, because Miltane had done so much for him. Meanwhile, Mant is in no hurry to go to bed and sits at the table by the burning candle, thinking about something. Apparently, he understood the hints that Miltane had conveyed perfectly well, but decided to play the fool. However, in reality, he understands that the situation is quite complicated and does not know what to do. After a while, we are transported to the city center, where a large celebration is unfolding. Real musicians come here and blow loudly on trumpets, announcing the arrival of someone very important. Heavily armored knights also arrive here to accompany the important person. This important person is the heir named Leon, who sits on a snow-white horse. Smiling, he says that it is, as always, peaceful and calm here, and notes that this place is rather unsightly. However, the girls of this small town look at him happily, hoping to catch his eye. The prince quickly notices that the girls are looking at him attentively and reciprocates their feelings. He stops near them and asks if they would like to come and see him at night. A duke named Tamaran, who is accompanying the prince on this trip, wonders what is going on. The head of the imperial magicians, Medrin, answers him and says that he has invited the girls to the palace. Tamarin says that such actions are an example of unacceptable impudence, but that is not why he came here. At this point, we are transported to the residence where Diran and his entire family live. Diran asks how his mother is feeling, and whether she will join the honorary reception for Leon's visit. The butler sadly says that she is not feeling well, and Diran guesses that he will have to go alone. The butler says that the mother is ill, so now he represents the interests of the Lord. He reminds us that every word reflects the honor of this town, so we need to take care of ourselves. Immediately after this, the door opens and he enters the office, where Leon and Tamarin are already waiting. Tamarin immediately declares that Diran is late, and Leon laughs sincerely, seeing the boy in front of him. Diren wonders if his father would pass on his wisdom to him during these difficult times. Immediately after this, he sits down on a chair, and Tamarin asks him how his father is feeling. Diren adds that his father is still bedridden, as the illness has dragged on for quite some time. Leon notes that this is sad and recalls that, if he is not mistaken, the Count was close to the Marquis of Surin. Diren says that this is indeed the case, but a lot of time has passed since their last meeting. Tamarin pauses briefly and suggests that perhaps it is time to change the Lord. Diren looks at him in surprise and asks what this all means, and Tamarin invites him to join him. He notes that he will be able to protect his territory, and now he will not have to deal with politics. Tamarin asks him what he should think about this, but Diren immediately thinks about it. After a short pause, he says that at the moment, unfortunately, he will not be able to give him an answer. Tamarin smiles and says that in this case, it is necessary to change the topic so as not to discuss things in vain. He also says that a lot is happening now, so taxes will have to be raised in his city. Diren asks if this is a decree from the capital, and Tamarin states that it is not his concern. After this, he notes that everything may be different if he does accept his offer of cooperation. Tamarin pauses for a moment, then asks why he still can't give an answer. He adds that there are always a lot of responsibilities in defense, and he simply has to constantly make decisions. After this, he states that staying away is not an option, and he will have to choose between two things. Tamarin asks him if he would like to listen to him, and Diren suddenly finds a way out of this situation. He says he has prepared a special festive dinner at which he will answer this question. Tamarin asks what kind of food it must be so that it can truly be considered festive. Leon says with a smile that he was just thinking about having a snack. But there is one important nuance. He asks if he really thinks he can impress people who are used to royal food. Diren expresses confidence in his choice and states that there are amazing restaurants in this city. Allison, meanwhile, steps out onto the porch of her restaurant and addresses Miltane. He recommends that she join him for a bite to eat since she has been working for half a day. Miltane happily agrees to this proposal, after which he serves her a delicious dish. Allison says that today he prepared fried rice for them, which also had a chicken egg baked on it. Lorene asks irritably why her portion is so small, but Allison promises her more. After some time, the door of his restaurant is suddenly knocked down by an armored boot. Allison turns around to see a knight dressed in armor and a red cloak entering. Allison looks at what is happening in surprise and tries to understand what it all means, because he did not expect such a visit. Meanwhile, one of the knights takes out his sword and asks who the owner of the restaurant is. Allison asks him to put away his sword, and the knight says that he apparently does not understand who is standing in front of him. Allison says that he is quite aware that one of the best knights of the Empire stands before him. Lurin looks at these people in surprise and tries to understand if these knights are really worth anything. Allison ignores the sword being near his neck and orders him to put the weapon away. The knight looks at him with irritation and says that he, apparently, did not understand what was going on. He is ordered to kneel, and Allison says he is giving them his final warning. Using his magical powers, he declares that they must get out of the restaurant as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, the knight is preparing to cut off the man's head, but he is unlikely to succeed. Suddenly, the captain intervenes in this confrontation, shouting loudly for everyone to stop immediately. He asks his subordinate what he is doing and who ordered him to do such a thing. Allison looks at this figure in surprise and tries to figure out whether he imagined it or whether he sees a familiar person in front of him. In front of him, indeed, appears his old comrade in arms named Darient, who asks for forgiveness. Immediately after this, he announces disciplinary action against his knights, who do not know their limits. Darient apologizes for his soldiers, saying that he was afraid that he would not be there again. Allison says that 5 years have passed since their last meeting, and formalities can be omitted. Darient suddenly says that, despite the years that have passed, he still has not forgotten this day. He talks about that very cruel day when they suffered defeat due to a serious miscalculation on his part. Allison then came and defeated all the monsters to bring them victory in this difficult battle. Allison says that all this happened because he held on until the end and fought until the last. Darient states that he refused the rewards and asked for punishment for himself, to wash away his shame with blood. Darient states that honor is the most important thing for a knight, and he remembers that the reward seemed ridiculous to him at the time. He sadly realizes that back then he had no idea how hard it was for his wife. He adds that this realization came to him like a blow to the head, because he was focused only on himself and honor. Dariant talks about how he's been forgetting to care for the people closest to him, and Allison understands that he's struggling. After this, he grips the stone railing with force, feeling the incredible burden of responsibility that has fallen on him. Dariant claims he learned that Ellison had been secretly sending money to his wife to support her. He emphasizes that he was so grateful that he began to wonder how he could repay. After this, he claims that he heard that Allison had opened his own restaurant, and he came up with a great idea. Dariant, with a sense of his own intellectual superiority, says that he will close all the restaurants except this one. He adds that this is an ideal plan, since it will definitely improve Ellison's restaurant. Grabbing his sword, he leaves, saying that he will return soon and calling on his knights to follow him. Meanwhile, Tamarin asks Leon if he is really going to go to this event. Leon states that he sees no reason to refuse, since the Baron guarantees that they will be delighted. Tamarin advises him to be careful, as the knights will be back soon and they need to go only with them. Leon states that he has released the knights until the evening, and does not think that they are in any danger. After several arrows fly at them, they immediately stop in the air, captured by magical seals. Leon says that he brought with him a real trump card that will definitely not allow him to suffer. In this case, that trump card is Medrine, who has been following him all this time to protect him. Meanwhile, Tamarin turns to the criminals and asks them who they are and what they want. These criminals make a sudden leap behind the trees to appear before their victim. They order the prince to be handed over, and then they will release all the other fighters who are here alive. Leon says that this is amazing, but Tamarin states that there is absolutely no need to listen to them. He gives an order to the court magician, saying that all who encroached on the crown must die. Medrine calmly removes her hood and prepares for battle, saying that she will fulfill his wish. The bandits understand that they are facing a truly serious enemy, but their plans cannot be changed. After this, they rush forward, saying that they need to destroy all enemies as quickly as possible. Medrine didn't even raise an eyebrow when she saw that these fighters were determined to do anything to finish her off. After that, she decides to use her earth elemental skill to knock them down and crush them. The entire mountain changed its state after such a powerful spell, and these bandits were buried under the collapse. Leon says with a smile that this is exactly how the most powerful magician in this empire behaves. Leon, meanwhile, continues to stand in front of the huge hole she just created with a snap of her fingers. Leon smiles and says that now even dragons will fear him, and Medrine accepts the compliment. One of the bandits turned out to be still alive, but he began to insist that there was a monster in front of him. Medrine claims they have a survivor, but Leon quickly orders him to be disposed of. With icy precision, Medrine brings down chunks of stone on the criminal's head to seal him in. Diren watches this with undisguised surprise and admiration for the incredible power of this archmage. Medrine is a 7th-class archmage and is capable of destroying entire armies if she so chooses. Allison, meanwhile, decides to take disciplinary action against his comrade because he made a mistake. In turn, Dariant says that he doesn't throw words to the wind and orders them to return back to their positions. Allison says that by doing this, they are simply destroying his restaurant and making life difficult for others. Dariant declares that he is now going to visit all the restaurants and tell them they have worms. But Allison rejects the idea. Dariant says that in such a case, he comes up with a better way to help him. However, after some time, his eyes notice several figures rapidly approaching him. He immediately orders the others to take positions and stand at attention so as not to be disgraced. Leon jumps up on his horse and turns around in surprise, not believing that he sees knights in front of him. Dariant falls before him in a respectful pose, and Leon says that he did not expect to see him here. And Dariant welcomes him, understanding the severity of the prince's morals. He asks for forgiveness and adds that he thought he would be in the palace until the evening. Leon says that he was told that there was a restaurant nearby, and he, of course, could not come here alone. Dariant greets Medrine, and Leon almost immediately switches his attention to another person. Allison greets Leon and introduces himself, thinking that he now understands what the knights are doing here. After this, he looks closely at the woman who is behind them and realizes that he knows her. Leon is surprised that he is wearing the old clothes of the Imperial Mages, and Allison states that when you served, Leon smiles and says that if there is a magician in front of him, then he is probably familiar with his companion. He points to Medrine and says that if he served in the Legion, then they should know each other. Leon asks if she could come over for a minute since her comrades are there. Meanwhile, Tamarin says that they are wasting their time at a small eatery and asks Medrin to come over. Madrine suddenly starts acting very strange, as if she saw something that scared her very much. She obviously knows him, feels a deep sense of horror towards him, and for some reason, respect. Tamarin turns around in her direction in surprise and asks her what happened. He assumes that she is overworked and recommends that she rest. But in the meantime, she quickly looks down. After that, she approaches him. And Leon reminds him that this guy seems to be familiar to them. Medrin freezes again and looks somewhere in the direction of the main character with a very lost look. She thinks that she needs to be careful because if she screws up, everything will be in danger. Allison smiles and says that he doesn't think they've met before, then introduces himself. Madrine says in a trembling voice that she is glad to meet him and emphasizes that she hasn't seen him before either. She understands that this person most likely does not want problems, so it is better to act as if nothing happened. After this, she decides to be a little rude and says that for a simple cook, this should be a great honor. She encourages him to prepare the food quickly, and Allison looks at her very carefully. After this, he leaves and says that the guests should definitely be satisfied after he prepares everything. Miltane discovers that nobles have come here and wonders who their boss is. After a while, they go inside and look around to inspect the place. Leon says it's much cleaner than he expected, and Medrine says it's not that bad for a dive. Allison says he wasn't expecting this kind of company, so it's probably not perfect. He also says that he apologizes for being harsh, but would like to clarify one issue again. Allison asks who knew about them and how, and Leon states that Duran recommended him. Allison immediately looks at him with an inquisitive gaze, after which he only lowers his eyes. Allison reflects that now everything is clear to him, and the peaceful retirement has gone down the drain. He guesses that, finding himself in the midst of a power struggle, he turned to him for help in this way. Allison realizes that Duke Tamarin is definitely involved here, as he is shaping the power structure and is involved in the struggle. Leon suddenly says that he wants to try a dish for a real man, because he has a lot to do. Allison thinks that he can't leave it like this and he just needs to help this boy. Leon also says that other important things need to be discussed while they are still here. He states that they trusted him and went to this restaurant, so now he must trust them too. Leon invites the guy to try a dish that will leave him absolutely delighted. He declares that if he fails to surprise, he will have to take off all his clothes and run through the city. Leon says that if he's so confident in the place, he won't refuse, and Allison keeps smiling. He says that this dish will definitely impress him, so you can make a bet. In fact, preparing a dish that will impress even the air is not so easy. Allison serves him a light mushroom soup, which should whet his appetite for a more serious sequel. Leon looks closely at these mushrooms and gives a chance to Allison, who decided to impress him with at least such a dish. Allison knows it won't be that easy because someone like that has probably tried a lot. Leon says the soup has a very interesting aroma, and the perfect temperature only enhances the aroma. After a short pause, he puts down his spoon and says that it's still not all that surprising. He says that he has seen enough mushroom soups in his life, and Tamarin immediately takes his side. Allison says he would like to hear from all parties involved. He reflects on the fact that now, more than ever, he needs the help of the one person who will definitely not refuse him. Medrin opens her plate to find a note on it demanding that she praise the dish at any cost. Madrine looks at this dish with extreme fear, as if her whole life depended on it. After this, she carefully brings the spoon with the hot substance and slowly tastes it. Immediately after this, she almost jumps up from the table and says that she has never tasted anything more delicious in her life. She claims that the dish has an incredible aroma, not to mention the amazing taste that takes her to heaven. She notes that this is a magical world that only a person with extensive experience and rich talent can master. Naturally, everyone in the room was very impressed by this kind of performance, albeit to varying degrees. Madrine says that it is very tasty, and Allison thinks that he will still talk about this with this girl. Leon is impressed by such a review and says that if she recommends it, he will try it. Leon also comments that Madrine is more emotional than he thought, and Diran decides to try the dish. He reflects that this soup is very tasty, and if it weren't for the awkward atmosphere, he would ask for more. He also understands that Madrine's reaction is definitely not caused by the taste of this dish, and that something else is clearly involved. He is trying to understand where such a reaction comes from, And who could have subjugated a magician of such a high class? Madrine turns to the side and reflects on the fact that this issue cannot be resolved so easily. Allison, meanwhile, says that in that case, he will prepare the next dish. Medrin says he tried the dish again but still didn't notice any difference from the royal soup. Tamarin declares that in this case, he will add this soup to the royal menu. But Medrin continues to insist. After this, she decides to eat almost the entire soup to show how delicious it is. After this, she discovers letters at the bottom that require her to leave the restaurant after this. Madrine can't believe she's going to have to go through such stress and starts choking on the unfortunate soup. Leon asks the Duke in surprise if she is always like this, and Tamarin shakes his head. Madrine carefully steps outside the establishment to comply with Ellison's demands. Allison just stands by the railing this whole time, calmly looking into the distance. Madrine slowly approaches him and asks if he called her to talk about something. Allison almost immediately decides to use a spell to gain an advantage. Madrine realizes that it is a soundproofing spell to prevent anyone from eavesdropping on them from the outside. Allison turns around with a smile and tells her that they haven't seen each other in a while, noting her acting. Madrine realizes that she feels very guilty towards them, and Allison says that he would like to discuss other things. Turning around, he says that she shouldn't have come here, since he already warned her about it. Madrine immediately swears that she didn't know they were coming here, and that Allison would be working here. Allison looks at her very sternly and asks why she came to these places. Madrine says that all this is because of Duke Tamarin, who is trying to increase his influence. After this, Allison says that he would like to know why the prince came here accompanied by other people. Madrine says he has no interest in the state, and Allison realizes he has guessed his identity. Thinking it over, he adds that this person probably only cares about himself and enjoys life. Allison understands that this prince does not claim power, but knows how to use his position to his own advantage. Ellison says he thought the Duke wanted to expand his influence over the city. However, he quickly realizes that Prince Leon is actually behind all of this. He states that he wants to know something else, and Madrine, realizing what she will be asked, states that she will not tell about it even under torture. After some time, another person, who had been listening intently to their conversation, joins them. Lurin asks her if she is really ready to endure torture without telling anything. Smiling, she declares that she would be happy to test such confidence, which is worthy of admiration. Madrine falls to her knees, realizing that this will be a very difficult test for her, and says that she just wants to go home. After a while, she cautiously enters the restaurant, opens the door, and tries not to attract too much attention. Leon almost immediately turns his gaze to her and asks if she is okay. Madrine does a very poor job of hiding the fact that she is very scared and claims that everything is actually fine. Leon says that this soup was definitely a revelation for such a small backwater restaurant. Meanwhile, Duran continues to watch what is happening, but does not risk uttering a single word. Meanwhile, Diran continues his mental attack and says that there is a much more important matter right now. He turns to the Duke and asks him what the terms of the bet were, and Tamarin reminds him that he had to surprise the prince. Leon, meanwhile, grins and says that he is not in the mood for any surprises today. He adds that an ordinary day could satisfy him with such soup, but today he must win an important argument. Leon suddenly starts laughing and says that absolutely any person would already understand what all this means. After this, his face suddenly becomes quite stern, as if he wants to emphasize the seriousness of his intentions. Leon says he wouldn't be surprised even if his sick father got up and started cooking on his own. He also states that if he hears something that wasn't said in the mansion, he might change his mind. Diran clenches his fists tightly, and Leon asks him if they will hear from him right now. Diran says that the Lord's position requires a fair amount of responsibility for the decision made. He adds that he will bear his own shame, but cannot endanger the lives of the kingdom's people. He also states that he believes in the success of this restaurant, so he will continue. He also states that if he loses, he will take off his clothes and run through this city. Leon, smiling, says that he hopes that this will be the case, after which some more time passes. Allison finally comes to them and tells them that he has kept them waiting for quite a long time. After he places this dish on the table, he says that today this will be the main dish of the day. Leon asks him if he is so confident in this dish that he is ready to bet everything on it. Leon smiles and says that in fact, a lot depends on this dish. After he removes the lid, it becomes clear that there is some strange, shapeless thing in front of them. Tamarin asks what it is, and Allison says that it is nothing more than baked mud. Tamarin asks him how they should eat it, since it is a completely inedible product. Allison smiles, picks up the hammer, and then says that, of course, dirt is not edible. Immediately after this, he delivers a powerful blow to the baked mud, causing it to crack. After the dirt breaks apart, Leon discovers that there is lettuce inside, which was protecting the dish from the dirt. After this, he takes a closer look at what was under the salad and realizes that it is baked chicken. Leon looks at this dish in surprise and asks where he was able to get the meat of this animal. Allison says he rarely makes it, but today is a special day, so he decided to make an exception. Smiling, he says that the outside of the dish looks like dirt, and not everyone will understand what it is. He explains that the point is that people are being offered a small surprise that not everyone will understand. Allison notes that not everyone can see this surprise unless they know what the dish actually looks like. Leon tries to understand what his chef is getting at, and hopes that he will give him an answer as quickly as possible. Allison says there's no hidden agenda here, and it's just such an interesting dish. He notes that he is certainly familiar with mass expulsions used to strengthen royal power. He also states that this all reminds him very much of some kind of idiotic plan, and Tamarin tenses up. Diren is generally not surprised by what is happening, but Medrin lowers her eyes even more, realizing that things will only get worse. Allison says that it's not so easy to reveal the secret of any dish to everyone you meet, and it's important to avoid that. Turning towards the prince, he says that he knows about this better than anyone, because he is a nobleman. Allison recalls that the Empire lost control of the capital during the war with the dragons. From his point of view, in the context of the Emperor's unprecedentedly low power and the growing aristocracy, the Crown Prince needs to find a way out. Allison suggests that in this situation, it is necessary to extend his power to make it more difficult to overthrow him. He also deliberately pretends to be a person who is not interested in power and who is completely harmless. Allison points out that such a person should only care about drinking and women, and asks if that sounds familiar. Tamarin turns a stern look at him and asks him if he is in his right mind and what he thinks of himself in general. Allison says with a smile that the story will only get more interesting, and he will be happy to tell it. It means that His Highness is actually pretending to regain his lost power. After that, smiling, he says that perhaps he will have to go to the next stage. But Tamarin interrupts him. He quickly waves his hand, ordering Dariant to come back here. Dariant quickly opens the door in the company of his knights and looks around, trying to understand what happened here. Tamarin says that this is an interesting theory, but he doesn't understand anything at all. After this, he says that this restaurant is finished, as is its owner, who has allowed himself too much. Dariant understands that fighting this man is impossible, but he wonders what he has done. Allison asks if they think they can get rid of him, and Tamarin states that he must be destroyed. He immediately turns to Madrine and tells her that she must make him get on his knees. Madrine begins to tremble in fear and says that she can't do it. Tamarin tries to understand why powerful mages and knights obey him, and Allison only smiles. Tamarin turns around in irritation and says that he is finished, and orders that his head be cut off immediately. However, a few moments later, the fork makes a loud sound as it plunges into a piece of baked chicken. Leon begins to eat the dish that was served to him with undisguised appetite and loud chomping. Immediately after this, he takes a small chicken leg and tears it off from the main piece. Tamarin turns around in surprise, and the rest of his interlocutors follow his example. Leon says with a smile that it tastes incredible and he is very happy that he was served such a dish. Returning to the others, he asks why they are frozen and invites them to join him. Tamarin says that he cannot stand aside, and Leon shouts at him to do it right now. Tamarin realizes that he has just crossed an invisible line and decides not to escalate the situation further. He sits down carefully and takes a knife and fork to try this dish that is strongly recommended to him. He tries to hurry because angering the prince in this state is a very bad idea. Leon immediately asks him what he thinks of the dish and declares that it is delicious. Leon tries to correct him, hinting that the dish turned out to be surprisingly tasty. Tamarin winces a little and says that yes, this dish is amazingly delicious and he is shocked. Leon takes out a special handkerchief to wipe his face and says that in this case, they will resolve their dispute. Gradually wiping his mouth, he says that he admits his defeat in this struggle, and the dish surprised him. He also turns to the young baron and congratulates him on having won this dispute. After this, he gets up from the table and says goodbye to Allison, adding that it is time for him to leave, but he is grateful for the food. Allison asks him if he expects an answer from the Baron, but Leon states that he was planning to stay for a couple of days. After this, he smiles and says that he has already heard the answer to his questions anyway. As he leaves, he says that he will not disturb them anymore, and orders the knights to be gathered as they are returning to the capital. Allison and Diran watch him go, trying to figure out if he's really retreated. Allison keeps her gaze on the door longer than usual, expecting some kind of trick or prank. However, feeling that everything is already behind him, he says that he is very glad that he was able to win this argument. Diran says he is happy, but still doesn't quite understand what exactly happened between them. He asks him how he managed to pull this off, and Allison states that there is no need to understand anything. He simply reassures him, telling him that he shouldn't worry about anything as long as he is with him. He also says that now that these strange people are gone, it's time to enjoy some juicy chicken. Meanwhile, Leon and his companions quickly leave the place so as not to disturb the restaurant owner. It's safe to say that their faces look quite gloomy, but the prince remains calm. Dariant, in turn, wonders why they suddenly decided to return so immediately. After a short pause, Leon turns to Madrine to get information from her. He asks her if this was really the same person she told him about earlier. Madrine says with a heavy heart that it really was the same man, and Tamarin is very surprised. Leon smiles and recalls the story of a man who is respected even by all the knights here. Tamarin says that their forces consist of a knightly army and a powerful archmage, but this man is still dangerous. Leon says that they have previously oppressed competitors with the help of Madrine and the knights. After this, he recalls Duran's confidence, who declared that he was ready to bet everything on this restaurant. Leon smiles and wonders if he would have continued the argument if he had been in the boy's place. He asks himself if he could trust his life to some simple man, and Tamarin also thinks about it. Leon says that one must start small and proceed carefully to avoid incurring the wrath of such people. He notes that this time they will act more slowly in order to gain trust. After some time, Allison finishes a very important task that he had been continuing for a week. Miltane praises his success, and Lurin wonders what he did at all. Allison proudly presents them with the cattle barn he has been building with his own hands all this time. A happy cow approaches this barn and delivers a powerful kick with her hoof on the wooden structure. A few moments later, a loud crash is heard and the building collapses in a matter of seconds, frightening the rest of the cattle. Lurin says that if these creatures had slept there, they would have died long ago in a terrible catastrophe. Allison says that building a building without any education was a terrible idea. Lurin asks how he built the restaurant, and Allison says that the building was built by craftsmen, and he only nailed up the sign. After this, he looks at the destroyed tree and realizes that he needs to find good architects. Lurin asks him why he didn't do it from the start, but he just looks away. After this, he talks about them going to the Dwarven territory, and the story moves to the Miliorek Mountains. They are presented with an underground building, which is located in a mountain range and is reliably hidden from the eyes of onlookers. There is an amazing woman in this place who notes the special atmosphere of what is happening. This woman is the Red Dragon Siren, who is glad that a kindred spirit has come to her, because she is already bored. After that, she smiles and says that she will let him know whose territory they have entered. She begins to laugh like a little girl, since she has not seen anyone alive in her domain for a long time. Getting up from her chair, she admits that she has become bored, since she has not received a single offering for a long time. A crown falls next to her, and she says that they will answer for invading her territory. The crown, unfortunately, lands right on her foot, and she falls silent for a moment, interrupting her ominous speech. She quickly rubs her leg to make the pain go away and prevent it from suffering further. Meanwhile, Lorene says that she doesn't like the mountains, and Allison says that there's nothing that can be done about it. Lurin asks why not find human architects, but Allison only trusts dwarves. Lurin says that if they are such masters, then their village must look simply amazing. Allison says that he hasn't been in these parts for a long time, then looks at the giant entrance. Lurin is surprised and says that it is a really amazing looking entrance, but there is one catch. She almost immediately notices the dilapidated statues that have not been polished for a long time. Looking in here, she does not understand why she is haunted by a strange premonition that something terrible is waiting for her inside. Allison takes a few steps forward, thinking that they would never leave a place like this without a reason. Taking a closer look, he realizes that there is no one at the entrance. But after taking a few more steps, he is amazed. He immediately sees a huge number of destroyed dwarves who are slowly decomposing in this place. Lurin says that it looks like someone beat them to it. And that's pretty bad news. They wonder who it could be, realizing that further progress will be fraught with danger. After some time, a powerful earthquake occurs behind them, associated with the appearance of a new monster. The collapse of the structure becomes even more likely if such a colossus begins to fight here. However, after a while, Siren's voice comes out of the darkness, and she asks if this is really all who decided to come here. She adds that she thought the dragon would be more powerful than some pathetic youngling. Taking on her true form, she says that this is a rather disappointing outcome of events. Smiling, she says that all this time she was wondering who had invaded her territory. Allison abruptly interrupts her ominous monologue and asks if it was really she who destroyed all those dwarves. The siren doesn't quite understand what all this means and asks the man if he is talking to her. Allison abruptly throws her bag to the ground and demands that she answer his questions immediately. Siren angrily prepares to destroy him because he shows no respect to the dragon. Having prepared herself properly, she decides to unleash a powerful attack with her fire breath to burn everything in front of her. Lurin says that this is a very serious spell, so it is necessary to set up a magical barrier. Allison almost instantly activates a special seal that suits the requirements of this situation. He decides to resort to 9th class magic, which is the highest possible at his current state of power. Almost instantly, streams of fiery force begin to form in one point, causing no damage. After some time, they turn into a small sphere that freezes near Ellison's body. Siren can't believe her eyes and tries to understand why her breath was so easily neutralized. Allison extends her hand and uses the plasma rift skill to negate her attack. There is a bright flash, followed by a shockwave heading straight for the siren. Afterwards, she discovers serious wounds on her body and asks how he could do this. Allison watches her closely, ready to continue this brutal battle at any moment. Serena takes a few steps back and says that she finally remembered who he is. She turns back into a human and says that it was he who got rid of their entire race in this war. She asks how dare they do this with that pathetic dragon, and Allison lets out a tense breath. He creates another magic seal to continue the fight, and Siren immediately becomes afraid. She immediately falls on her back and says that it was not her, since these dwarves died before her arrival. She immediately apologizes for trying to get into this fight, explaining that it was her habit. She says that she came here some time ago, but the dwarves were no longer here, and there were no offerings. She also says that she saw the gates closed, but did not check why they were closed. Allison asks where the gate is, and Siren's eyes gleam, knowing this is her chance. Taking a few cheerful steps forward, she says that they probably want to know how to get there. Placing her hands on her chest, she says that she can show the way, because it will be more fun with her than with Lurin. Lurin delivers a sharp, powerful blow straight to Siren's knees to let her know her place. Siren falls to the ground from the impact, and Lurin asks where they need to go. The siren points her finger and says that on the very top floor underground, there is this very gate. Meanwhile, Diran informs his mother that the prince and Duke Tamaran have returned to the capital. She coldly replies that she has taken this information into account and says nothing more. Diran tries to somehow keep up the conversation and, without looking at her, asks her about her health. The baroness of this city, named Berna, continues to look at the out-of-focus space without showing any emotions. Looking at the dessert, she says that everything is absolutely fine with her. However, she didn't even touch the food. Diran is sad that she didn't eat again. If she doesn't like the dish, she can change it. Berna quickly gets up from the table and says that there is no need to worry about it, after which she turns around. Diran grits his teeth, feeling incredible pride, and says that he understands everything perfectly. Meanwhile, Berna almost immediately goes into another room and opens the door, going inside. This room belongs to her husband, who has been feeling very ill lately due to illness. Berna says in a calm voice that she still can't get rid of the spirit of you in this place. She adds that the walls are pressing on her too much, and this dessert tasted like sand. After this, she tries to wake up her husband and ask him if he will hear her at all. The father does not regain consciousness. However, she sadly says that every day with her son is like torture for her. We return to the underground fortress that was supposed to be located in the Russian Federation. However, the only thing we can find is destruction, and a large number of decayed skeletons. Lurin irritably says that the upstart who needed to be taught a lesson is to blame for everything. Allison asks her to be calm and notes that these battle marks definitely don't look like the battle with the dragon. After this, he stops in front of the giant gates and says that they fit the description. On closer inspection, he realizes that there are quite a lot of scratches here and the gate looks quite strong. Allison tries to figure out how to open them, and Lurin says the best choice is to simply break them. After some time, the bright emerald in this gate lights up and a loud voice orders to stop. After the light falls on our heroes, the voice says that they need to leave because they are not welcome here. Allison asks him what happened here, and the voice falls silent for a while. You understand that these are not enemies. He states that this place was destroyed by a red dragon, and Lurin realizes that she knew it was Siren. Allison immediately crushes her, saying that she needs to figure it out completely before going. Lurin says that we just need to finish off this dragon and then the dwarves will open the door. But Allison says that it's not that simple. Allison states that judging by the scratches, there were several dragons here, and Lurin states that they only need the red one. Allison carefully whispers that she has a plan, and Loreen Audi asks in surprise. Allison says that she knows very well that she likes to resolve everything peacefully without resorting to violence. He asks how long this door has been closed and is told that it has been closed for about a year. Allison reflects that it's no wonder now that so much has happened here. Allison reflects that he's much more concerned with what these dwarfs have been trying to do all this time. He asks if they will open the doors and adds that he came here to help, but they also trust him. He notes that he needs to obtain evidence that he is a minion of the Red Dragon. Allison shuts up the rebellious Lurin and says that they respect their decisions and thank them for their understanding. After this, he demands that she bring here a backpack containing a large amount of provisions. After this, he sits down on a small stone and makes a fire by taking out a special frying pan. The voice asks him what they are doing, and Allison says that she has quite a long way to go. The voice is very surprised by this and asks why they suddenly decided that there is a yes here. Allison says that they won't take anything from here because they already brought food with them. At his request, Lurin takes out a short bundle of high-quality sausages. The voice asks what it is, and Allison states that it is sausages made from minced meat. After that, he quickly throws them into the frying pan with a little oil to fry them. Lurin happily sits next to the frying pan and says that it smells simply incredibly delicious. Allison also says that they too will have to enjoy the aroma of their appetite for a long time. Several more voices appear, saying that it might be worth asking for some provisions. Allison says that, frankly, they brought this food as a gift, but they won't be able to give it. After a short pause, he says that he wants to know what happened, because it's just a small request. The guards are silent for a while, but still do not dare to tell them about what has already happened here. Allison lets out a sad sigh before tightening her backpack and saying that there's nothing she can do about it. A few moments later, the deafening sound of a beer can being opened is heard in the cave. He says with feigned sadness that he specially salted these delicious sausages and took out a couple of cans. Clinking cans of beer together, they say that beer is the perfect drink for these sausages. The doors open slowly as they are very heavy and the dwarves have no strength left. Allison smiles and realizes that his plan worked exactly as he intended, and this cannot but please. From the darkness, they wonder if they can get at least a small piece of food. Allison agrees almost immediately and adds a few more sausages to the pan to fry. The dwarves look upon this food with joy and realize that for them, an era of grave deprivation may have ended. Allison looks at them closely and reflects on how they look like they haven't eaten in a while. Allison takes out special plates and says that they don't have to worry and that everything will be calmer now. The dwarves thank him, then spear the sausage with a fork and taste it. They also wash it down with beer and say that it is an amazing dish and an amazing beer. They add that they couldn't even imagine that they would ever be able to enjoy such delicious food again. Allison also asks them what the food tastes like, noting that they were afraid it was poisoned. The dwarves talk about how they are in great debt, and Allison asks if Gultajar is among them. The dwarf asks in surprise how he knows this name, noting that they met a long time ago. Meanwhile, Lurin gets out even more sausages to fry for his comrades. After some time, Allison and Lurin enlist the support of this dwarf and go deeper into the village. Allison realizes there are about 20 or 30 dwarves here, and wonders how they got here in the first place. After some time, they come to a large building in which there is probably someone in charge. Their companion turns to Mr. Gultajar and says that one man has come here to see him. From the darkness comes a calm and tired voice, ordering them to enter. Allison slowly opens the curtain and walks inside, saying that they haven't seen each other for a long time. Gultajar looks at his comrade and says that he is sorry that they have to see each other under such circumstances. He also notes that there is a noble being next to him, and Lurin smiles, looking at him. Smiling, he realizes that he feels the presence of a very familiar aura. Meanwhile, the guard mentally wonders who these two people are that they are being spoken to so respectfully. Meanwhile, Gultajar asks them what exactly they wanted to talk about. Allison states that their visit is obvious and he is very interested to know what happened here. He expresses a keen interest in the question of why this town is now in terrible ruins. Gultajar looks down sadly and realizes that he will have to share some rather unpleasant information. He talks about how they were attacked by the Red Dragon and they fought desperately, but nothing came of it. Allison asks if the dragon had red hair and red horns to find out who it was. Gultajar sadly says that in fact this dragon was not alone, which made the situation even worse. He talks about how they were attacked by a whole squad of red dragons, and Allison realizes that there was a massacre here. Allison tries to understand why narcissistic dragons would team up, as it's not typical for them. He assumes that they must have had a very important goal in common, and suspects that something is wrong here. The security guard continues to monitor this meeting and realizes that the situation is becoming increasingly serious. Meanwhile, Gultajar spends some time thinking about whether he should take the next step. After that, he presses a button and says that he can most likely tell them the real state of affairs. After this, a secret door opens and he says that he asks them to follow him. Once inside, he says that, frankly speaking, this is not the first dragon attack. However, before they had always managed to protect the town, even though these dragons demanded a lot of tribute from them and often threatened them. He adds that they were previously protected by the ancient dragon Colored, who was the protector of the dwarves. Allison realizes that, judging by the size of the grave, this dragon lived for at least 5,000 years. He asks them if they made sacrifices to him, but Gultajar says that he does not accept any sacrifices. He notes that the dragon simply helped them and protected them from attacks, and also shared wisdom and spiritual strength. After this, he sadly says that apparently this dragon, unfortunately, could not cope with time. Gultajar turns around and says that this is indeed very curious and gives rise to some thoughts. He asks why they are being attacked by red dragons and why they decided to stay in the destroyed mine. Lurin watches what is happening in amazement and understands that something truly amazing is happening here. Gultajar says that there is an ancient orb here, and this magic can give birth to the Dragon Lord. The Lord is the head of all dragons, and if the dragons unite, absolutely no one can stop them. From his point of view, it is a truly powerful being that is capable of destroying entire worlds. The will of this being can destroy anything it wishes, or recreate anything it wishes. Gultajar realizes that this ancient orb is the key to giving birth to the Dragon Lord. He adds that this dragon was the only one who could be capable of guarding this ball. He also says that several entities are needed to give birth to a Dragon Lord. Lurin, in turn, feels very bad, as she knew this creature when she was little. These memories make her very nervous, because it means that her old comrade is now dead. She also recalls that black dragons came to her, surrounded by other accomplices. Medidon looked at her with a stern gaze and ordered that she and her mother be locked up for a long time. Her mother told her not to wander around in dangerous places, and Lurin said that her grandfather was stupid and didn't know anything. After this, she falls to her knees, feeling incredible bitterness at the loss of such a good friend. She also recalls a brutal scene she witnessed as a little girl, which is even more disturbing. It reminds her of how her mother was brutally murdered, and she begins to genuinely cry. Allison hugs her and tells her that it takes about 3 entities to do this. He repeats these words, saying that only 3 entities can give birth to the Lord of all dragons. Gultajar apologizes for forcing them to delve into painful memories. After this, he says that this ball is full of sad moments of the past, and Coulard wanted to destroy it. Allison says that they are going to build a lair in another city, and invites them to come with him. He also states that they can build a new village for his people where they can live in peace. Allison also says that Lorene's reaction makes it clear that they don't want to create a new ruler. Gultajar turns around in surprise and wonders how they can let him leave this place. Allison says he's not trying to persuade them because he knows the place is very precious to the dwarves. After this, he turns around and says that the final decision, of course, will be solely theirs. After a while, he asks Lorene if she feels better, and she says that she feels a little better. She asks him if they can just leave without taking the orb, and Allison states that he casts some protective spells. He also says that it will not be so easy for these people to leave a place that holds many valuable memories. Gultajar continues to sit in his office and think about what he needs to choose now. He realizes that he doesn't really have many options, as the settlement is in a very sad state. After a while, a security guard comes to him, holding a plate with amazing delicacies and offering to try them. Gultajar looks at it in surprise and asks what it is, and is told that it was left by a person. The guard says that the others are already eating, despite the fact that they had to wait a little. Gultajar comes out to his settlement and sees that all the dwarves are incredibly delighted about it. Gultajar notes that this is truly an incredible sight, because he hasn't seen them so happy for a long time. But in the heart, meanwhile, he starts passing cans of beer around and saying it's amazing. His heart begins to warm with a feeling he hasn't experienced in a very long time. He plunges for a while into the distant past, when his old comrade Okan was still alive. The dragon asks him if it is hard for him to live in such a small and dark place. Gultajar says that this place is small only for the Dragon Lord, but for them, it is very big. The dragon laughed and said that now he understood why they had been living here all this time. After that, he said that his energy would be enough to protect the entity, but one day he would be gone and dragons would flock here. He recommended that all the dwarves be gathered and left as soon as his spirit dissipated. Gultajar said that this was their home, and the dragon said that only bones would remain of him, and there was no need to worry. After that, he smiles and looks at him, saying that there is one very important thing that he would like to tell him. He adds that if everyone here dies, they will forget about him too. So it is better for him to continue living. He adds that the living should not suffer for the dead, and he would like them all to be happy. He also gave his word of honor that he had been here all this time and was ready to lead them all to death. Gultajar still cannot accept this difficult reality, saying that he helped them a lot. The dragon began to laugh loudly and said that he still had no intention of removing the ball's protection from them. Meanwhile, Gultajar feels his hands begin to shake and wonders how long it has been since he saw his comrades laugh. As he watches what is happening, he realizes that this is truly a very important milestone in his story that needs to be continued. In his mind, he again turns to Mr. Dragon and says that he is very sorry that everything turned out this way. After this, he falls to his knees, and his comrade asks him if everything is okay with him and how he feels. While Gultajar is coming to understand the true meaning of that dragon's words, Allison and Luren head towards the exit. However, before they leave the settlement, he hears a familiar voice that addresses the protagonist. The voice asks him to wait, adding that they have changed their minds and now want to go with them. Allison looks at this with a sincere smile, realizing that he still managed to save these people. Gultajar and his companions say that they will go with them to help build the lair. Thus, the dwarves migrated to another city and were able to find a new home that would be safer. Almost immediately, they began planning how best to build this lair and make it safe. Allison watched what was happening and realized that he had excellent craftsmen in front of him who could build whatever was needed. Allison is also amazed by the speed of these dwarves and says that he trusts their incredible professionalism. He also asks if they are overworked, and Gultajar says that they were hungry, but they are in great shape. Allison smiles and says that they don't have to worry about food either, since he provides them with everything they need. Allison asks Lorene if she likes the lair, and she says she's really looking forward to the results. Allison, meanwhile, takes out a small sphere and says that there is only one problem left. Gultajar handed him the ball, saying that he believed that he would use it exclusively for good purposes. Luren asks him what he has in mind, emphasizing that it is dangerous to joke about such things. Allison says that for now, he will simply put it in a secluded place so as not to attract attention. Luren says that the birth of another dragon is simply unacceptable, and Allison agrees with her. Meanwhile, Siren sits in her lair and talks about how she almost died because of some child. She is thinking about how she won't be able to show her face for many years, when suddenly she hears a strange noise. She irritably wonders if it is Guard, and then demands that he leave the place immediately. Allison and Lorene, ignoring the question of who Guard is, continue to move closer. Having discovered her, They say that they now understand where she had been hiding all this time. Allison says that she was talking about how she was suffering without offerings, even though she was sitting on a mountain of gold. Siren says in fear that she has told them everything she knows, so they need to get out of here. Allison says that, apparently, Guard and her friend, which means they attack the dwarves together. The siren sadly says that this creature is her former lover. Allison asks what he means, and Serena states that he visited her all the time, so she assumed he would come now. Allison feels awkward about the situation and apologizes, realizing it is an inconvenience. Serena says she's only been living here for 6 months, but she's never seen these dragons before. Luren asks her about the gold, and Serena snaps her fingers bitterly, dispelling the illusion. It becomes obvious that this is a treasure trove containing practically nothing but dust and empty space. Serena says that it is just an illusion that she created so that it would not be so painful for her to realize it. She asks if they are happy now, calls them scoundrels, and offers to take everything she has. Allison and Lorene return home, realizing that they were wrong and that the situation is more complicated than it seemed. Luren says they never learned anything about the dragons that attacked the dwarves. Allison says that now that they have the orb, they will still be able to learn more information over time. Meanwhile, the door gradually opens and the bell rings, attracting the attention of the heroes. Mant and Elena come inside and greet them, saying it's been a while. Allison looks at them happily and wishes them a good day, noting that he missed them too. He asks Mant about the injury, and he replies that he can't move freely yet, but he's getting better. Elena says that his own desire to get better cured him, and she only helped with the necessary treatment. Allison notes that this person has already trusted her, and that could mean a lot. Allison asks if everything is okay at the asylum, and Elena replies that the situation has improved significantly. She also reports that Mr. Nalin recently visited her with his mother, who is also recovering. A large number of miners also came here, who were able to drive away the intrusive suitors. Allison muses that Reina probably had a hand in making sure Elena was treated better. Elena is about to say something else, but suddenly Gultajar appears and scares her a little. Elena looks at the dwarf in surprise and asks how he ended up here, and a conversation begins between them. After some time, Creston shows up at the restaurant to order his favorite food. He also asks why it was closed yesterday, and Allison realizes it's getting busier. Luren prepares to cook, and notes that this is exactly the peaceful life away from worries that she wanted. After some time, they finish preparing all the dishes ordered by the new customers. Mant enjoys the pizza and says he would like to learn how to cook it. Miltane is also enjoying her food, and Luren notes that her cheeks are slightly flushed. Allison asks the diners if they want seconds, and they respond that the dish is absolutely delicious. Gultajar enjoys fried sausages and beer in the company of dwarves. The whole company is making noise and having fun, showing that this place has truly become special for them. Diren watches the noisy company from afar, trying not to attract attention. He also notices that Allison and Lorene have decided to take a break and get a snack. Diren sits sadly and hopes that his teacher will answer his quiet call. After a while, he says his name, hoping that it will help somehow. Allison abruptly comes out of the restaurant to him and asks why he didn't go inside himself. Diren gets scared and falls on his back, and Allison asks why he still doesn't come in. Diren pauses and suddenly asks if they are making desserts. Allison is surprised by the question and replies that he doesn't know how to make desserts. Diren begs him to make desserts for his mother so that she can smile. Allison is surprised by the request and heads to the estate where Diren lives. The cooks in the kitchen are working very hard, making sure nothing burns. Diren shows the kitchen and says that you can find any ingredients here if you need them. Allison continues to watch the scene and realizes that the kitchen is truly impressive. Watching the chefs, he also notes that their skills are quite high and can be relied upon. Diren says that the atmosphere here is usually less tense, and Allison says that it is because he is here. Allison says that it's best for high-ranking people not to wander around here so as not to upset others. Allison takes a close look at the surroundings and decides that she can make a good dessert. After a while, Berna finishes her dinner, thanks her for the food, and puts aside the offered dessert. Judging by the state of the food, she didn't even touch it, despite the fact that the dish was cooked very well. Allison looks at this reaction and realizes that this is probably the first time someone has refused his dish. Diren sadly says that he didn't expect his mother to even touch the dish. Allison says it would have been much worse if she had tried it and given up on the rest. Allison asks him if his mom really tries to keep her distance all the time. He asks how long it has been since she has eaten desserts, and Diren states that she used to love them very much. He also states that thanks to these desserts, she has become much softer, because she used to be very strict. After arriving in this city, he hardly saw her smile, and he had to constantly apologize to her. Father was very sorry that everything was happening this way, because he hoped that they could become friends. Diren's father's name is Ridden, and despite his serious illness, he was a loving husband and a good father. At some point, he turned to her and said that Duran was behaving very obediently and diligently. He asked her if she was being too strict with the boy, and Berna replied that she was trying to teach him manners. Diren continued to try to finish his breakfast so as not to incur his mother's wrath. Raiden listened carefully to his wife and looked at her with a sad smile. Suddenly he asked her if this was the reason why she had never smiled before. He said she had taken on too much and hadn't shared what made her happy in 4 years. After that, he paused for a moment and asked if she couldn't relax around them. He also said that it was still a house and pointed out that her plate was already empty. He suddenly asked if the dessert was so delicious that she had already eaten it all. He was delighted and said that she seemed to really like desserts, but she was a little shy. Raiden said sugar was hard to come by during the war, but now he does his best to give her desserts. So they found out that Mom loved sweets, and after that they started bringing her all kinds of desserts. This went on for a long time, as it was important for them to please their wife. Raiden stated that there will always be dessert after dessert to make his wife happy. However, after some time, it became clear that this could not continue for long due to the excess sugar. Seeing how her loved ones got into an awkward situation because they wanted to please her, she laughed quietly. She covered her mouth with her hand, smiled, and told him that he could stop because she was already full. He remembered this moment forever, because his mother's joy was a rarity for him. Berna actually laughed, as she was very touched by the efforts of the men close to her. At the same time, Duran came across a very disturbing scene that he still remembers. He heard a menacing question from the next room, which concerned the fact that they still did not have an heir. This voice addressed Bern and accused her of not having heard from her for 5 years. Then the unknown man left the room and didn't even notice that he had hit Duran with the door. Immediately after this, he retreated into the dark corridor, not paying attention to those around him. Berna carefully walked out of the office, saw Duran, and asked what happened to him. Diren realized that this man was the Count of the city of Dedren, and Berna tried to change the subject. Smiling, she said that there was no need to worry, as her heart was always with this city. Finally, she invited him to go and eat, and Diren returned to his story. He noted that after dessert, Mom remained almost the same, although she had not changed that much. She remained just as stern, but began to smile more often and show more gentleness. Her movements and actions always showed a desire to please her loved ones. Diren and Raiden were glad that their wife and mother had become more lively and supported her in everything. Thus, their connection became stronger every day, and this could not but please them. However, unfortunately, the happiness did not last long, and this is the main tragedy. This happens when Berna and Diren decide to try their hand at cooking and make a dessert themselves. The chef notices that she is not doing very well and gives gentle advice as much as possible. He also says that she doesn't have to do it on her own, but Berna insists. Meanwhile, Duran happily says that he finally managed to make an eclair. Berna asks him how he did it, and he tries to explain the mechanics of the process. Hearing a strange noise, Berna abruptly turns to the servants and asks why they are running around the palace. The butler immediately stops and says that he is glad to find the young master and lady after a long search. They inform them that there are very serious problems, and Berna immediately asks for details. The butler looks down sadly and says that my lord has sad news. He reports that something strange happened. My lord lost consciousness, and joy immediately left the house. The cause of his illness is unknown, as no poison was detected, making it impossible to determine what happened. The doctor says that for some reason the patient lost his appetite and his health worsened significantly. Diren turns to his mother in fear, seeking support. However, the expression on her face still sometimes pops into his memory when he thinks about something. The thing is, there wasn't a single emotion on her face, as if she was dead inside. She stopped touching desserts and began to distance herself, and he could only communicate with her through the servants. Diren also says that it was at this moment that his every move began to be watched with incredible closeness. Summing up the story, he says that this is how he ended up in this restaurant. He also says he really misses family meals when things were still good. Diren sincerely says that he was happy when they sat together and laughed at the table. Allison leaves the castle, wondering what it all means. He notes that much of the Countess's behavior is inexplicable, since even illness does not explain her withdrawal. He understands that the Countess probably loved her husband, even though it was a marriage of convenience, and this continued for some time. Allison quickly analyzes the details, realizing that she has distanced herself from Diren despite her love for him. After some time, the thought dawns on him that all this is not so simple, and he needs to act. Returning to the restaurant, he visits Lorene, who immediately hides the beer behind her back. Allison reassures her, saying that he is not going to scold her, and asks her to help with an important matter. Lorene asks what happened, and Allison suggests that she would be upset if he passed out. He also describes the situation with Berna, adding that she always loved desserts. He then briefly sums up and returns to Bern and Raiden, who briefly regains consciousness. Berna tries to feed her lover, hoping that he will feel better. Raiden begins to feel worse and seems to have no idea where he is. Berna tries to wipe his mouth with a napkin to make him look neater. Her face still looks indifferent, although this is just a defensive reaction to stress. After a while, she hears someone knocking on the room and trying to enter. The man comes in and says that time is running out and there is no more time to waste. He also reports that Count Dedran has come here, and hostility and horror are clearly visible on her face. However, she quickly pulls herself together, puts the dish on the table, and says that she understands everything. With these words, she gets up and leaves the room, trying not to attract attention. A few minutes after the door is closed, a small portal forms in the room. Allison walks inside and wonders why she was here for so long. Luren looks closely at the Count and asks if he is their target, and Allison asks for help. Luren is very clear that in this situation, unfortunately, she can do nothing. Allison asks if she can at least find out what happened, and Lorene states that a lot of time has passed. In response to the question of what they are doing here, Allison says that he wants to find at least some clues here. From his point of view, they still have to figure out the Countess's true intentions. Looking at the Count, he discovers that he is behaving a little unnaturally and does not at all look like a sick person. Allison and Lorene try to figure out what exactly he's looking at and turn around. Before them appears the very musical instrument that the Countess played some time ago. Allison tries to figure out why he's looking there, and Lorene discovers a document inside him. She states that this document looks quite important and decides to get it out of there right away. Allison says to open it as quickly as possible to find out what's inside. Immediately after this, he reads the scroll to find out what information the Count had hidden. Luren also decides to read what is there and says that it is now clear what the matter is. Allison learns that this document proves that Countess Berna has been embezzling the city's taxes. Allison also finds out what exactly the taxes were spent on, and tries to figure out who wrote it. Immediately after this, he asks if she would like to go to the capital right now. He recommends that she go there to find someone who can help in this situation. Meanwhile, Berna enters another, better-lit office and asks why she was called. The man she came to see is her father, who has been looking out the window all this time. The Count of the city of Dedran, named Baltor, breaks into an unpleasant and frightening smile when he looks at his daughter. Meanwhile, Duran is trying to figure out who is walking around his castle at such a late hour and what it all means. Allison opens the door to his quarters and says that there was a burger delivery, and Diren is very surprised. Instead of a proper explanation, Allison hands him a package to look at. Diren asks him what it is, and Allison urges him to read what's in there. Diren realizes that his mother was wasting the city's taxes to send them to Count Baltor. Allison asks him to be a little quieter since this Count is currently in this house. Diren says that it is now clear why his mother has been avoiding him all this time, and is trying to find out where this information comes from. Allison says sadly that this information is written at the very end, and his voice trembles a little. Diren quickly looks down at the document and realizes that it is truly terrible. Rereading the document, he says that he has a hard time believing that it is true, although everything seems plausible. Allison says that this document was not signed by some random person, and that it is not a forgery. According to him, the Countess confessed to all her crimes and signed them. Diren wonders why his mother suddenly decided to confess to such things. Allison decides to resort to magic, which she uses only in extreme cases to find out the truth. At this time, Berna asks her father why he came here, and he states that she should not ask about it. Berna asks him why he thinks they were once close and that she doesn't need to ask permission. Baltor says that his daughter sounds quite cold-blooded and that he has heard some interesting rumors. He also says that Crown Prince Tamarin was recently here and they were given a warm welcome. He also says that he was told something completely different. But Berna claims that he was told something completely different. Berna says she has nothing to do with it, and Baltor says he was told she herself is not capable of anything. He also asks if he has already achieved this, or if this boy is expecting the same thing as Count Reden. Berna asks him in surprise what all this means, and he says that he completely forgot to tell her. After that, he smiles and says that it's easy to guess, because he is behind the poisoning of Reden. He also says that he is going to do the same thing to Duran, and she demands that he back off. The very next second, she is attacked by the Duke's servant, who says that no one asked her. At that very moment, our hero makes an attempt to use magic to find out what happened. Allison realizes that Baltor poisoned the gentleman, and the Countess wrote a letter of confession. Baltor orders all the reports to be erased so that no one will find her. And Diren, meanwhile, begins to get even more angry. He says that the entire army needs to be summoned to the castle to deal with them. Allison suddenly decides to use a spell on her protege to disable him. Diren asks him what this all means, and Allison advises him to be very careful now. Meanwhile, the guards say that the Countess has ordered that everyone who is here be locked in their rooms. He says that he doesn't want Diren to get into trouble because they currently have a weak evidence base. After this, he takes out a scroll and asks whether this document should be used as evidence. He adds that if they do this, even the Countess may be punished, since she is a direct participant in the crime. Allison says that in order for everything to go smoothly, it is necessary to set up the situation to collect evidence. He adds that it is necessary to find a high-ranking official who can testify. Duran looks at the trophy they got from this case and asks how this is possible. Allison gives him some advice and tells him that he has a great idea and asks him to play along. After some time, the story moves to a completely different place, which apparently is the barony of Baltor. Berna feels the black bag being removed from her face so that she cannot see where she is being taken. Baltor tells her that he needs to go somewhere, and so she should go with him. Berna asks him what he is doing and why he suddenly decided to ask her for help. He adds that she stole the city's money and deliberately turned her son against him because he asked her to do so. Baltor smiles and says that her actions pose too great a threat, so there is no choice. He also adds that at first he wanted to poison Duran or take over his city in a more radical way. After this, he notes that, apparently, Raiden is sterile, since they still have not produced an heir. After this, he says that he quickly saw through her and realized that she immediately guessed who poisoned her husband. He asks her if she has learned to play the fool since her emotions are still readable. Berna understands that things are bad and asks him for a favor, saying that she only asks him not to touch her son. Baltor smiles and says that if she begs for it, he might think about it, but it's too late. Opening the door to Diren's room, he says that, unfortunately, his breakfast has already been poisoned. Diren pretends that he is already in a vegetable state, and Baltor declares that he wants to look at him. He also advises her not to worry, as the same thing awaits this man as his father. Berna looks at him in shock and asks how he can act so cruelly. Tears begin to flow from her eyes, and she says that he is a monster that the world has never seen before. She also falls to her knees and says that she is disgusted that the same blood flows in both of them. Baltor, with a sociopathic smile, says that this is a heartbreaking sight, when suddenly a scroll is handed to him. He asks what it is and is told that it was found in the Count's room. He also hears that the Countess admitted that she had been siphoning off the city's income on his orders. Berna looks at this with horror and realizes that her only escape plan has gone down the drain. Baltor, in turn, begins to laugh sincerely, realizing that now nothing can tarnish his good name. Smiling, he says that she has hidden her trump cards, and this is very expected from his daughter. However, immediately after this, he brings the scroll to the candles to destroy it, and says that everything is over. Smiling, he says that after her husband's illness, she lived only for her son. But now it has affected him too. He takes out a dagger and says that he sees how desperate she is, and that, having gotten rid of her husband and son, she will kill herself. Coming closer and closer to Diren, He says that this is an amazing story that he saw in his dreams. Suddenly, one of the guards leans over to Berna and asks her if everything is okay. Meanwhile, Baltor praises Diren, saying that he played his role perfectly. Allison smiles and says that in reality, this story will have a completely different ending. Balthor's dagger, about to plunge straight into Diren's body, at the last moment encounters a magical seal. Immediately after this, the blade catches fire, and Balthor throws it aside to avoid getting burned. Before he can figure out what it all means, Medrin bursts in and accuses him of trying to kill the Count. Baltor turns around at her in fear and asks what she is doing here. Diren stops pretending and says that it's all over for the Count, since his plan has been exposed. Berna looks calmly at her son and asks him if he is really okay. After this, genuine tears appear in her eyes again, because she cannot believe that he is alive. She lowers her head and begins to sob, after which she thanks the gods for having mercy on her. She also says that she is incredibly grateful that her son is still alive and well. Baltor, meanwhile, does not quite understand how everything turned out this way and is trying to figure out what it means. Looking at him, he tries to figure out why this man is even able to speak. Medrin immediately warns him, saying that resistance will be futile. She advises him to listen to the decrees of the palace, and Baltor briefly grits his teeth, but tries not to give himself away. He asks what she means, since he carries this dagger for self-defense and it just fell out. He also says that he had no intention of attacking anyone, since the Count was already ill, and Medrin was smiling. She says that she took the food from Baltor in advance to prevent any accidents. She offers him to eat this food to prove his innocence completely. Baltor understands that this is where he was caught, and now he will have to either refuse or try the food. Taking the bread, he squeezes it, realizing that in this situation he must not remain a loser under any circumstances. Throwing away the food, he asks if they really think he is the only one to blame, since Berna stole the money. He says that if they are talking about crimes, then she needs to be put in jail first. Meanwhile, Diren picks up the charred part of the scroll and says that he doesn't understand what it means. Shaking these charred fragments in the air, he says that he sees no evidence. Baltor is irritated to realize that he has been passed over, and now he has only one last option left. He turns to his guards and tells them not to stand still and to destroy all witnesses. Lacking any sense of self-preservation, the guards rush at the 7th level Archmage. The metal helmets of these knights instantly compress, crushing the heads of those inside. Medrin states that there are some matters in which it is better simply not to interfere, even if you are the Emperor yourself. She also notes that in this situation, a mere mortal who does not know his place has crossed the line. Dariant, meanwhile, says that it is necessary to get rid of the people who have infiltrated this city. He declares that anyone who disobeys the knight's orders will face the most severe consequences. Medrin quickly apprehends Baltor with a magic spell, leaving him to await his punishment. Balthor hysterically asks how they dare behave so cruelly towards a member of the royal nobility. The Imperial Knights complete their task quite quickly and detain all the rebels. The same applies to the servants who sided with Baltor and will now pay dearly for it. Allison watches the scene unfold and reflects on how they are almost done with this problem. Using a spell, he releases the ropes on Berna's hands, and she asks him who he is. Diren decides to approach his mother to talk to her about what happened. Berna looks at him worriedly, and he asks her if she is okay. Berna says that there is no need to worry about her, and thanks the gods that he was not injured. Diren, meanwhile, asks her why she doesn't look him in the eyes, even though everything is already over. Berna, in turn, declares that she is a criminal, and therefore cannot bear this shame. She also says that she stole the city's money and knew that the Count was a criminal, but continued to pretend that everything was fine. She also says that because of her, he was in danger, and asks him not to forgive her. Diren sadly says that she has been suppressing her feelings of guilt all this time, and continues to apologize. He begins to shake from strong emotions, and he says that only the Count of the city of Dedrin is to blame for everything. After this, his anger flares up and he asks her why she didn't tell him about this paper. He also states that she should have told them about it because they are family. Diren emphasizes that he would be very sad if she went to prison, even if she had atoned for her guilt in this way. After this, he throws away everything that remains of the package, realizing that this story has already come to an end. Diren also starts to cry and says that they are family, so they will always be there for each other. After this, He desperately asks her to look up at him so that they can feel a little better. Berna is the first to raise her trembling hand and extend it to her dear son. Hugging him, she says that she was very stupid and that she is incredibly sorry that it happened, but she will not do it again. Meanwhile, they are approaching Baltor's castle, where the main instigator of this situation is already being brought. Balthor orders the ropes to be removed from him immediately and asks if they will know who he is. Baltor says that they are making a big mistake because he has many connections in the capital. Allison, meanwhile, says that all the servants have been taken out of the castle and asks who he thinks he is. He asks him how he dares to talk such nonsense, which has nothing to do with reality. Baltor looks at him in surprise and asks what another Empire mage is doing here. Allison, meanwhile, turns her gaze to the territories that belong to Baltor and shakes her head. He says that he had very large territories, but he decided to encroach on another city. After this, he decides to use a powerful spell and invites him to see how fragile the castle really is. With these words, the earth begins to shake, and the giant castle begins to rise up along with pieces of earth. Baltor looks at what is happening in horror and asks what all this means because this cannot be. After a while, Berna looks at her son in surprise and asks what all this means. Diren, meanwhile, says that he thought it would be great to eat together. The townspeople also come to them, and Diren declares that he has prepared desserts for them. Reyna and Creston say that it looks very beautiful, but if you eat it at night, it can ruin your sleep. Lurin and Elena ask if they can try all this, and are worried that no one will scold them for it. Berna also looks at the desserts and realizes that she really wants a snack. Madrine, meanwhile, turns to them and tells them to look the other way. She announces that the tea party will be accompanied by a special performance, and Berna tries to understand what is going on. Before her eyes truly appears an amazing sight, the likes of which she has never seen before. She watches as the giant castle that belonged to her father flies into the air. After some time, he is surrounded by other magical seals that begin to put pressure on him. Gradually, this pressure becomes so powerful that it begins to compress into a small singularity. Balthor says it is terrible and hopes his castle will not be destroyed. Allison, meanwhile, says that there is no turning back, so he should enjoy the show. Moments later, the castle explodes with fireworks, meaning it can no longer be returned. Diren looks at this performance with joy and says that it is really very beautiful. He also turns to his mother and asks what she thinks of this performance. Berna says nothing at first, then carefully takes the small eclair that lies in front of her. After biting him, she begins to cry, as she can finally breathe freely. In a trembling voice, she says that this is the best tea party of her life. Elena and Lurin decide not to limit themselves in their choice of desserts and continue to enjoy the taste. The same thing happens with other participants, since such a tea party has not happened for a long time. When evening comes, Berna returns to her castle and says that she doesn't remember the last time she enjoyed desserts. She happily talks about how she was finally able to escape from this prison. She also feeds her husband and says that she has already realized how stupid she was. Raiden shows some signs of life and smiles as she wipes his mouth. She also says that she should have told him about this much earlier, although she did not do so for a long time. She says she should have done it earlier, but she's glad she can say it at least now. She emphasizes that this is very difficult for her, so he must listen to her very carefully. With these words, she states her name and says that she loves her husband very much. She also declares that she will always love him, and Duran, who is overhearing their conversation, also smiles. Meanwhile, Baltor, who is traveling around the capital as a prisoner, gets what he deserves. He still can't believe that his castle was destroyed and is trying to cope with this loss. Darien says that they have caught many spies, but they must not let their guard down yet and must remain on guard. Allison also says that he is sorry that he had to wake Madrine in the middle of the night, but the matter was urgent. Darien also says that Tamarin was initially very surprised by what happened, but remained silent. He also adds that this person would probably like to see everything with his own eyes. Darien also mentally understands that this man has become much stronger than he was at the time of their last meeting. Allison smiles and says that he put on a really amazing performance. Looking at the sky, he says that happy times await this town, and all it can do is prosper. The next day, the happy times manifest themselves in the form of an incredibly powerful thunderstorm with lightning and rain. Allison says this is not how he imagined happy times to be, and Lorene agrees. Miltane and Mant try to hold up a fence that is about to fall under the strong wind. Miltane fails to complete this impossible task, causing one of the wooden beams to fall directly on her. After some time, they come back feeling the unpleasant taste of defeat because they were unable to cope. Allison says they shouldn't have gone out to the ranch in this weather and adds that the work is done for the day. Miltane says that, unfortunately, the fence was destroyed, and Lurin is worried that the laundry will not dry. Allison says that it would be better for them to help and serve the guests now, of which there are quite a lot here. Allison also wipes Lurin's head with a towel, telling her that she needs to warm up or she will catch a cold. Mant, in turn, tells his partner that she can dry herself. Meanwhile, Allison is wiping Lurin down, and she says that she's quite ticklish. After this, he hears a familiar voice, which says that the spectacle that is happening here is beautiful. Allison looks up to see a friend named Benin, who says he would like something warm. He asks them what they are serving today, and they bring him a wonderful soup that helps warm him up. Allison states that it is chicken noodle soup, noting that it is back on the menu. Allison asks him how the orchard is doing, and Benin assumes he wants to buy it. Allison says he offered a much better price than everyone else, but he's sorry the plants will die because of the weather. Benin says that he still won't be able to protect the fruits from such bad weather, because he doesn't have magic. Afterwards, he declares that this amazing taste in the rain was definitely worth it. Meanwhile, Lorene asks him why he stopped wiping her, and Allison states that he has a guest. Benin suddenly looks down and becomes a little sadder after watching this scene. Pouring a small amount of alcohol into a glass, he suddenly turns to the main character. He asks him if he has ever been in a state where he regretted something. Benin asks him if he ever has moments when he wants to go back in time and change something. Afterwards, he notes that things aren't that bad with his wife, and Allison states that they had that kind of relationship. Benin states that he is now completely alone, but he once loved with all his heart, although it was a long time ago. He adds that he loved her for 30 years. She was his childhood friend, and no woman ever made him feel that way. He sadly says that he will never forget her name, and Allison asks if he really loved her for 30 years. Afterwards, he asks him why he didn't confess to her, and Benin states that he regrets it. Smiling, he says that he was very young and immature then, and thought that they would still be together. In any case, he really wanted to believe it, so he thought there was no point in rushing into something like this. He understood everything only with age, when this girl had already begun to think about marriage and planned to move to another village. Then he became very scared and wanted to make an appointment with her to talk about very important things. Benin thought that he would confess then, and perhaps he would be able to change her mind. He bought a special bouquet to give to her, because she really loved these kinds of flowers. After this, he sadly says that, unfortunately, they never met due to serious circumstances. After this, he recalls the dragon's attack on the village, which was almost immediately destroyed. It was then that Allison appeared in this world, but he had no idea that Benin was in the same village. Allison asks him if he means that all this happened on that fateful day. Benin says that it was 15 years ago, and that was when the war with the dragons began. It's clear from his voice that it's hard for him to talk about this, but he decides to continue the story. He says that because of this noise, he ran away like a coward, because he was very afraid for his life. After a short pause, he says that he found out that she was okay, but he didn't have enough strength to find her. He adds that he has not heard from her for 15 years, and now she has returned to this city. Benin, smiling, says that he remembers this every day, but he is afraid to go outside so as not to meet her. Looking at Lorene, he wishes that Allison would treat his wife with love, because it could end at any moment. Having hoped, he says that this is very important, because later the moment may come when he will have to regret something. Night falls and Lurin goes to bed to recuperate before another round of adventures. Allison reflects that Benin missed a human for 15 years, and for a dragon, that's 150 years of life. Shaking his head, he wonders why he even thought about such things. He also reflects on the fact that Benin said that she returned to this city, which means he needs to talk to her tomorrow. To make some inquiries, he decides to contact Reina, a local source of information in the village. Reina says that she knows this woman named Mill because she recently opened a shop and they became friends. Reina asks him why he's asking about her, since she's been kind of agitated lately. Allison asks her what it means, and Reina notes that she was sad the last time they met. Reina decides to talk about what happened then, and remembers that Mill asked her one very specific question. She suddenly asked her if there was a moment in her life that she deeply regretted. Allison can't believe his ears, as he just recently heard exactly the same thing from Benin. Reina asks him if he is talking about Mr. Benin, who runs the orchard. Allison asks if she can tell him a little more about this woman, because he is very interested. Mill once asked her if she had always lived in this village or if she had arrived some time ago. Reina said that because of the war, she and her husband had to constantly move, and in the end, they stayed here. Mill talks about how she left town and only recently returned, and Reina asks her why she left. Mill said that she still loves someone, but she didn't have the opportunity to stay with him. She adds that 15 years ago, he asked for a final meeting, but she did not come and ran away. Later, she learned that this young man bought a bouquet of flowers and went to the gate. Mill blamed herself for a long time because she thinks she ran away from the meeting like a coward. Even now, these thoughts weigh heavily on her heart. Although then it was a matter of life and death. Allison realizes that they are in completely mirrored situations, and it is a very bitter irony. Allison says that these words are guaranteed to apply to Benin, and Reina can't believe it. After this, she guesses that Mill regrets that she couldn't meet him. Allison reflects on how they both went to the meeting place, but both ran away because of the dragon and blamed themselves for it. Allison sadly realizes that, unfortunately, this still torments these people even after 15 long years of separation. Reina says that it is so unfair because Mill has suffered for too long because of a stupid misunderstanding. Allison advises her not to worry about it, as she just needs to tell these people about it. After a while, he heads towards the orchard, holding a small case in his hands. Allison approaches Benin, who looks at him in surprise and asks what he is doing here. Allison says that these glasses are a great gift for Mill, as she has said that she has problems with her eyesight. Benin asks what this all means, and Allison tells him that the meeting is today. He adds that Mill will be waiting for him at the gate, and it is at that moment that he should give her the gift. Benin starts to get nervous, and Allison reminds him that he's already talked about his serious regrets. He adds that everyone has the right to make mistakes, since no one can predict the future. He advises him to stop worrying about the same thing, as it will not help matters in any way. After some time, night falls, and Benin finally decides to pluck up the courage and go to the meeting. However, every step is difficult for him, as his legs refuse to obey in this situation. Benin wonders if she will be angry with him and call him a coward since he ended up running away. However, the thought that he missed her very much prevents him from running away cowardly, since there is no danger now. Coming closer to the designated place, he finally sees a practically motionless female silhouette. This silhouette, without a doubt, belongs to Mill, who has been waiting for his arrival all this time. Benin takes a few more uncertain steps, his face beginning to twitch with intense stress. Meanwhile, Mill turns around, hearing his steps, and looks questioningly in his direction, not fully seeing him. Benin stops and reflects on how he almost gave in, but still managed to stop. For a while, he scolds himself for acting like a weakling and still being afraid of meeting her. He continues to tensely clutch the case with his glasses in his hands, as if it could help him cope with his anxiety. Mill looks at him with serious sadness in his eyes and takes a few steps towards him. Feeling it hard to speak, she says she wants to talk about the day they were supposed to meet. Allison feels it's time to take decisive action and stops shaking. She says that he would also like to talk about it, understanding that if she is angry, he is ready to endure it. He reflects on what he regrets most about what happened that day, and that now there is nowhere to retreat. Suddenly, almost simultaneously, they apologize for not having met 15 years ago. After this serious and emotional apology, an awkward silence ensues between the two lovers. Benin looks at her in surprise and tries to figure out if he misheard it. Mill is also extremely surprised that Benin also apologizes for not coming to the meeting. Benin is also very surprised and cannot believe that they both suffered all these 15 years. Mill begins to smile, feeling the bitter irony of fate that played a cruel joke on them. Realizing that tears won't help the grief, they begin to laugh sincerely in order to experience this feeling. Reina continues to observe the situation from afar and happily reports that the misunderstanding has been resolved. Afterwards, she asks Allison why he didn't tell her about this beforehand, and he replies that they should figure it out themselves. He also says that he is glad that it all turned out to be a misunderstanding and not something more serious. He says with melancholy that a similar mistake haunted these people for 15 years. Reina expresses genuine joy that they were finally able to meet, so they return to the city together, feeling that they can now make up for lost time. A couple of days later, they come to his restaurant holding hands. They come to him to sell the orchard that was located nearby. Of course, he pays the full cost of the garden so as not to offend the future married couple. Allison muses that they probably want to build a house to live together. Allison also notes that, despite the fact that all the lands around the restaurant belong to him, there is still room for the dwarves. Allison also says that he finally found a place, and Lorene is glad that they won't be living with her. She also says that this lair will become their shared corner. Even though he always sleeps in the restaurant, she sheepishly adds that the lair is a complete place. And Allison remembers Benen's words. He realizes that he doesn't want to regret anything in the future either, and decides to talk to her. Allison asks Lorene if she would like him to move into the lair once construction is completed. Lorene immediately becomes very happy when she looks at him, and it is clear from her face that she fully supports this decision. She immediately jumps on his neck and asks if he is sure about this, and Allison confirms her agreement with a smile. Lorene also says that the first word spoken is more precious than the second, and now she is even more eager for the construction to be completed. Gradually, summer ends, and a melancholic but inevitable autumn comes into their lives. Allison grills another piece of meat for the guests and learns that the lair is almost ready. Gultajar says that they will be able to complete all the necessary work by the new year. Allison notes that this is a great job, and Gultajar is happy that he was even given land for the village. Miltane, meanwhile, reports that the cattle population has increased because the males have been actively reproducing. Residents also discuss what happened to Benen and other important events in their daily lives. The restaurant continues to live the calm and joyful life that Allison always dreamed of. After some time, an unknown figure resembling a tramp begins to approach him. This figure turns out to be a woman, probably a poor woman who was thrown out of her home. A girl named Maggie is accompanied by her brother Clint, who smells an enticing aroma. Arriving at the restaurant, they carelessly push the door and apologize for disturbing. They introduce themselves and say they would like to get a job on the ranch. In their hands, they are holding a leaflet that looks very tattered. Allison looks at the flyers in surprise and reports that they are long out of date and have been thrown away. He also asks where they got them, and Clint feels uneasy. Maggie and Clint realize that they've probably made their way in vain, and now they need to find a place to stay for the night. Allison reassures them and tells them that they were just about to make new recruitment announcements. Allison understands that travelers, very tired from the road, need to cook something tasty. First, he fries onions, garlic, and mushrooms in a pan, then adds tomato sauce, seasonings, and a little beer. Joyfully watching the cooking, he reflects on the fact that there is no need to use flavor enhancers. He thinks he could add some, but the taste is already great, so there's no point in wasting any extra. He then decides to let the stew simmer for a while to let it simmer properly. Clint looks at the contents of the spoon and asks if it is really meat. Allison reports that there is enough food, so they can eat in peace and not worry. Clint and Maggie clearly haven't eaten for a long time, so this is a real treat for them. Maggie reveals that the dish seems so special to her that she can't contain her emotions. She notes that the meat is tender, the broth is rich, and the flavor literally melts in your mouth. Clint and Maggie feel a strong internal warmth after a hearty meal. Clint says this might be the most delicious meal he's ever had. Allison asks them if there are any reasons why they want to work on the ranch. Clint states that he and his sister love animals, are hard workers, and never give up. Allison turns to Elena to assess their intentions and give her verdict. Elena reports that they are telling the truth, but still keeping something quiet. She points out that they are hiding some information, and Clint and Maggie understand that they could be exposed. One of them rubs his hands nervously, showing signs of hard physical work despite the strong bandages. Allison notices this and asks if she can examine their hands. Clint realizes there is no point in hiding it anymore, and decides to show his hands. They can only hope for the best, as they have not yet been offered asylum. Unfortunately, their hands become clear evidence that they were prisoners in an unknown prison. Ment guesses that these are marks from shackles, and Miltane sighs in surprise when he sees this. Allison asks them if they are criminals, or if these marks appeared for another reason. Maggie tries to justify herself by saying that they were in the dungeon, but they were put there because of an injustice. Clint abruptly interrupts her, then apologizes and says that they had no ill intentions. Immediately after this, he stands up and says that he understands that they have no right to ask for employment. Maggie sadly asks him if they are leaving, and Clint immediately says that they are leaving. Maggie tries to stop him and clear up the misunderstanding, emphasizing that these people seem quite good. Clint responds by saying that a criminal is a criminal, and there can be no other point of view. He also states that he would not like to come up with any stupid excuses for what happened. Stroking her head, he says that in any case, he regrets practically nothing. Maggie asks him if he regrets not finishing it, and Clint just smirks, deciding not to admit it. Rushing forward, he reflects on the fact that in such an atmosphere, it would still be impossible to eat properly. After a while, Creston and Raina leave the house, saying that they are very grateful for tonight. Lorene asks Ellison if these vagrants were interviewed, and that's why they weren't stopped. Allison replies that they seem to want to tell their story, but he won't force them to talk. He also suggests that Miltane and Mant would have been unlikely to work comfortably alongside criminals. Luren complains that finding workers these days is really not that easy. Allison notes that they've had a lot of guests lately, so they're out of seasonings again and need to replenish their supplies. To replenish them, he creates a special alchemical circle and places a gold coin on it. Immediately after this, he begins to use a spell to summon the necessary products here. After the smoke clears, it becomes clear that the spell was successful, albeit costly. Luren asks him if he's taking it that hard, noting that it's only spells like these that wear him out. Allison says it's nonsense, but after a while, he feels his head start to spin. It even becomes almost impossible for him to maintain his balance, so he falls down before Luren's eyes. Allison tries to hold on, realizing that the feeling is strange and that he can't muster the mana. Luren asks him what's wrong, unable to understand that Allison has become severely exhausted. Allison, meanwhile, falls to his knees, trying to stay upright, but all his attempts end in nothing. Luren looks at his comrade in fear as he falls completely to the floor and loses consciousness. Hearing a few words in an unknown voice, he gradually opens his eyes and sees Luren in front of him. Luren tries to wake him up and asks if everything is okay, recommending that he wake up. Allison shakes his head heavily from side to side, realizing that he ended up on a bed on the second floor. He asks her not to worry, saying that he simply ran out of mana. But Luren can't believe it. Allison tells her that he just needs some rest and asks her not to worry. She asks him if there is anything she can do to help him in this situation, and he thinks seriously. Luren can't stand a second of his silence and declares that she will do whatever he says. Allison smiles and says that he does have one thing he would like to ask her for. After a while, Luren finds herself in the kitchen and feels that it is becoming more and more difficult for her. She says that she did promise him to do whatever was required of her, but she didn't expect this. After all, she didn't think he would make her cook, since she had too little experience in this matter. Meanwhile, Clint and Maggie find themselves outside and discover that even in the city it is quite chilly. Clint turns to his sister and says that he can no longer continue to live in this state. He adds that they have been through too much, and now he no longer cares about other people. After a while, they come across a frightened cat, and Maggie declares that now, nothing can stop them anymore. She adds that since they are criminals, they will have to steal food that people throw in trash bins. Clint reflects on the fact that it was in one of these dumps that they found the job postings. Meanwhile, the cat next to them starts crying because she also wants to eat. Clint prepares to share his food with her, knowing that they might find something new to eat in the trash. Maggie, meanwhile, points him to two dubious people who are looking for them. Maggie and Clint realize that one of these people is Mr. Rotunda. Clint, gritting his teeth, says that this scoundrel still doesn't realize his mistake. After this, he gets up to teach this scoundrel a lesson, but his sister stops him. He adds that this time it could end not just with 2 years in prison, but with something more serious. To find out what happened, the story moves back 2 years before their imprisonment. At that time, the city was still in the phase of active construction, and aristocrats who specialized in construction arrived here. Mr. Rotunda felt his privileged position and committed various kinds of lawlessness. One of these actions was an attempt to harass other girls, taking advantage of his position. Maggie and Clint worked on this construction site to earn a little money to live on. They informed him that the structure had collapsed, and some workers had been seriously injured. The frightened woman rushed to the side, hoping that her husband had survived the collapse. Rotunda says that the workers are unable to install a single support beam and asks what this all means. Clint says they were doing everything according to the building's plan, but a beam suddenly broke and caused the collapse. He suggests that the whole problem might be due to poor quality materials, and Rotunda immediately loses her temper. He asks them if they are ready to repeat their words, while he is grabbed by the thugs. After this, he begins to beat them violently, saying that they are trying to accuse him of embezzling money. He also states that he gave them jobs and now they are fired and the damages will be collected from their wages. Maggie and Clint beg him for forgiveness and say that they are very sorry that everything turned out this way. Rotunda immediately noticed her young sister, who looked quite attractive for her age. Grabbing her chin, he says he has an idea of how she can repay him. Clint understands that this cannot be allowed to happen because no man would allow his sister to be hurt. He immediately throws aside the scoundrel who had been trying to hold him back all this time. The next target is this greedy scoundrel who is too drunk with his power. Clint almost immediately strikes him, which becomes a collision with reality for him. Mr. Rotunda is not stable enough to withstand this explanation and falls to the ground. The thugs try to stop him, not understanding why this man turned out to be so strong. It took a few more people to calm him down, but after that, their fate was sealed. Maggie says he got hurt many times in prison trying to protect her, and she wouldn't want that. Clint pauses for a moment and realizes that continuing the conflict will be pointless. Maggie looks at him happily when he says that his action was indeed thoughtless. After this, he decides that it is better to just stay out of his sight for now to avoid problems. Rotunda, meanwhile, says that if these scoundrels think that this is all, then they are terribly mistaken. He adds that they must be brought in as quickly as possible at any cost, even if they have to fight. He is informed that Duke Diren has been sent to the capital, so it is better not to make any unnecessary noise. Rotunda slaps him and asks if they think he can't handle this quietly. The brute says nothing, but keeps the blow as a bitter memory. Rotunda calls them useless idiots, claiming that they are absolutely incapable of anything without his help. After some time, he notices a strange figure walking through the streets. Elena is thinking about going to a restaurant tomorrow after she finishes her business. Mr. Rotunda smiles, reflecting that he has apparently found himself a suitable victim for today. He heads towards her, telling his men to keep a close eye on her to make sure no one is around. Allison, meanwhile, opens the box containing the ancient balls, realizing that this is not surprising. He notes that all of this is a normal effect of him absorbing the ancient orb. Allison deduces that he didn't plan to absorb it, and a massive mana pool appears to be awakening. He decides that he needs to break the connection, because once he starts absorbing mana, he won't be able to stop. He decides that for now, he needs to wait for the evening shift that he had asked for earlier. Allison is confident that Luren will definitely succeed, as she has watched his success for years. After a few more hours, he realizes that this is the end, as he will most likely die of hunger. Meanwhile, Luren is trying to cook in the kitchen, but she can't come up with anything decent. All she managed to cook was some kind of horrific mass in which you could see a couple of tomatoes. Luren says that this is some kind of mistake, since this dish should look completely different. She understands that something like this simply cannot be offered to him, because he might not be able to withstand it. Luren decides that it is necessary to immediately go in search of the elves, since they can definitely cure him. Luren reflects that she doesn't like the idea of being around them all the time, but that's the sacrifice she has to make for him. She tries to track them by scent, but discovers that this elf has no scent. After this, she irritably says that she will have to get food from another place. Suddenly, she stops and thinks that she needs to buy something for him. Suddenly, she asks herself why she is constantly looking for someone else. She remembers telling him that the dragon's body itself was healing, and that she didn't need magic. She also recalls that she told him to always cook because he enjoyed it so much. Luren reflects on the fact that she can't cook and doesn't know how to use healing magic. She also remembers his words about how she is different from other races, but she shouldn't push them all away. He said that even though she was a dragon, she still couldn't survive alone. Lorene is angry and wonders why she can't do anything and can't help Allison in any way. After some time, Mr. Rotunda attacks the unfortunate Elena, who suspects nothing. He tells her at first glance that he has already been in these surroundings a couple of times and that she should remember him. After that, he says that if she answers a couple of questions, he might even be able to let her go. Smiling, he declares that if she doesn't tell him this, she will see for herself what will happen to her. After a short pause, he asks her if she knows where Clint and Maggie are at the moment. The brute reflects that the elf from the outskirts is unlikely to know the two former prisoners, and that he has nothing to say. Elena pauses briefly, then says that she knows where these people are. Mr. Rotunda is very surprised and asks where they are, and the thug realizes that he was mistaken. After this, she decides to use a special spell and says that she will not tell them about it. This spell creates a brilliant flash that blinds everyone near it. Mr. Rotunda tries to grab her, but she lunges to the side to get some distance. Mr. Rotunda says with irritation that all these filthy dogs know how to do is run away. He asks her how dare she behave like this and states that she will regret it when she gets caught. Rushing after her, he extends his hand, saying that she would be better off begging for mercy. Clint suddenly appears, says that he can't stand it anymore, and delivers a powerful blow right to the villain's face. Rage begins to burn within him, and he sincerely apologizes to his sister, as he could not act otherwise. Mr. Rotunda falls to the ground, unable to stand upright after such a blow and unexpected turn of events. Clint says that he couldn't stand by, and Maggie takes a stick and says that it's even better this way. They add that now they will have a place to spend the winter, and Elena asks them in surprise what they are doing here. Maggie advises her to leave here, saying that they need to deal with these people. Clint, meanwhile, cracks his knuckles and says that these scumbags dared to drag innocent people into this. He also states that he will remind this scoundrel of the events of 2 years ago, but he only laughs. His voice carries so far that half the village hears it, and some even wake up. Mr. Rotunda asks them what happened 2 years ago, since they are so confident in their abilities. He adds that they should not rely too much on themselves, since he did not come here without preparation. He also says that today will be the end for them, and Clint and Maggie realize that he has brought reinforcements. A gang leader named Roman comes here and declares that this site looks pathetic. Meanwhile, Lurin quickly makes his way to the butcher shop where Raina and Creston work. Raina wakes up with difficulty and tells her husband that someone is knocking on the door, not understanding who it could be. After this, she carefully opens the door and asks who is there, trying to understand the urgency of the visit. Lurin sadly says that this was the only nearby place where the smell seemed familiar to her. While Lurin asks where the clinic is, Clint gets into an unequal fight with the bandits. Roman turns out to be a much more serious opponent than he thought, and almost immediately begins to gain the upper hand. All of Clint's attempts to resist this man prove futile and lead to even more suffering. Clint grits his teeth, trying to somehow cope with the incredible pain that pierces his body. Maggie also tries to stand up for her brother and swings a small stick. Roman intercepts her blow with a slight movement of his hand and says that this is childish babble. Immediately after this, he grabs her by the neck to incapacitate her and throw her aside. Turning to one of his henchmen, he orders that the girl be held down so that she cannot move. Mr. Rotunda happily says that Roman is, as always, at his best and delivers the best results. He adds that this retired fighter spent many years on the battlefield and knows what he has to do. Mr. Rotunda orders him not to touch the girl, and also not to take the trophies, because he will still need her. Clint grabs Roman by the leg and asks him to let the girls go, since they have nothing to do with it. Roman only gets even more angry, because he is disgusted that such a bastard is grabbing his leg. He immediately delivers a powerful knee strike right to his stomach to show him where he belongs. Maggie looks at her brother in horror and hopes that he will be able to recover from these injuries. Elena asks permission to come and help him, but the bandit tells her to stay put. Clint continues to be hit multiple times and wonders why things are happening this way. He tries to figure out if things would have been so much better if he had just stayed out of it. He wonders what would have happened if he had simply run away to another village and pretended nothing had happened. After a while, he realizes that this would be a mistake, because if he retreated like that, things would only get worse. Naturally, clenching his teeth and fists, he understands that in this situation it was impossible to act cowardly. Suddenly, in this horrific scene of beating, Lorene's voice is heard, saying that she has finally found them. Lurin states that she knew that using teleportation was pointless since the clinic was in the forest. He immediately turns to Elena and tells her that she needs help, but she states that there are some problems with this. She notes that she feels a little uncomfortable because they simply won't let her out of here. Roman feels Lurin's surprised gaze on him, and for some reason he feels uneasy. He reflects on the fact that his intuition tells him that this girl is incredibly dangerous. Meanwhile, Lurin asks Elena if they should get rid of these people if they are causing problems. Roman, with a trembling voice, immediately orders these guys to be released and raises his hands. Mr. Rotunda cannot believe that these notorious thugs were afraid of some girl. Meanwhile, Elena immediately runs to Clint in order to help him heal quickly. Mr. Rotunda orders the girl to be captured, but discovers that his henchmen have already disappeared. After this, He rushes at Luren and says that in this case, he will catch her himself and sell her somewhere. Luren makes a swift and imperceptible movement and says that this is a very interesting layout, and he wonders how long ago the trash barrel learned to talk. And Mr. Rotunda discovers a wound on his hand. The wound is so severe that he begins to scream hysterically, unable to cope with it. Clint soon looks away, realizing he has no desire to fight this monster. Meanwhile, Luren asks Elena if everything is okay, stating that she has urgent business. After some time, Elena gets to Ellison and uses her inner strength to help him. Elena finds herself in a state of severe exhaustion, while Luren is glad that her lover is okay. Allison hugs her and thanks Elena, saying that she helped him a lot again. Elena says in a tired voice that she is very glad to hear this and is trying to understand how long it will take her to recover. Luren, meanwhile, looks at her sternly and understands that she stands before them with an unpaid debt. She asks if her name is really Elena, because she hasn't really bothered to remember it before. After Elena confirms that this is true, Luren begins to shyly curl her hair. Afterwards, she thanks her for helping Allison, as she couldn't have done it on her own. Allison and Elena are incredibly surprised that Lorene is capable of this. Lorene also says it wasn't easy for her to say it out loud, and they immediately say they are shocked. Allison pauses briefly, then says that he has one more question that interests him. He asks when those two will come into the room, hinting at Maggie and Clint, who are nearby. Clint peers inside cautiously and says that he didn't expect to feel their presence here. Clint states that he came here to thank them for saving him, and Allison replies that they were the ones who helped him. Maggie also says that Mr. Rotunda was looking for them, and because of this, he got an innocent bystander involved. Allison says that it is not their fault, so there is no point in saying that. And this gentleman is already known for his antics. He also asks them why they didn't immediately tell him why they ended up in prison. Clint clenches his fists as he struggles to accept the situation emotionally. However, having gathered his strength, he says that he would act now exactly the same way as he did then. He states that he would not like to lie and say that he regrets at least to some extent what he did. Allison says that if they have nowhere to stay overnight, they should take this coin and stay overnight at a hotel. Clint asks him why he is being so kind to them, and Allison smiles. After this, he states that he is being kind to them because from the next day they will be working on his ranch. Clint and Maggie talk about being criminals, and Allison claims that they have already atoned for their crimes. Clint and Maggie fall to their knees, feeling like an incredibly heavy weight has just been lifted from their shoulders. They also promise him that they will work hard and consider him as their elder brother. After some time, they come to the ranch and decide to introduce themselves to their senior employees. Clint expresses his sincere hope that they can get along with them. Miltane smiles and says that he is indeed the elder here and welcomes them to this ranch. Clint and Maggie have removed their blindfolds, revealing that they were once incarcerated. Mant notices this almost immediately, and his gaze becomes a little colder. He states that he won't trust them, but at least he respects Ellison's decision. After this, he takes a few steps to the side, stops and says that there is one important detail. He adds that if he were in their place, he would also try to beat up Mr. Rotunda for what he did. After this, he calls them to him and says that he will show them how to care for hay. Allison, meanwhile, decides to interact with the magical sphere from her room. He reflects that he has restored most of the magic, and now there will definitely be no problems. Allison reflects on the fact that there are only a couple of days left and decides to approach Lorene about it. However, when he turns his head in her direction, he finds that she is staring at him for some reason. Allison asks her what she's doing, and she proudly declares that she's been watching him the whole time. Allison asks her about what she's studying, and Lorene admits that there's a lot she doesn't know. Allison notes that something is clearly wrong with her, as she had no interest in other creatures before. Luren almost immediately notices two girls talking to each other about something. On the ears of one of them, she discovers strange gemstones sticking out right from the earlobe. Lorene asks what the shiny things are for, and Allison says they are jewelry that women wear. He also reminds that the dragon's lair is also full of jewels, and Luren states that her mother's lair was not like that. Allison asks her if she would like to have a similar decoration for herself to put in the lair. Meanwhile, Luren watches Mill and Benin, who gave her a stunning necklace. Luren watches them stubbornly and says that she really doesn't understand what the meaning of these gifts is. After some time, the door opens and another short visitor enters. Luren says with a slight smile that now someone else is wearing shiny jewelry on their body. Diren has arrived here with an important message, and says that he has good news for his teacher. Diren states that Mr. Rotunda was arrested this morning on serious criminal charges. He is accused of a huge number of different crimes and is likely to face life imprisonment. Allison also says that information about him was provided by someone close to him who was tired of working with him. He also adds that Baltor was behind this man. And despite his resignation, Mr. Rotunda continued his atrocities. Diren notes that he finds it amazing that this man's minions are everywhere, and he learns something new every day. Allison says he's done everything he can and asks if he'll have time in the evening in 3 days. Diren states that he will, of course, find a minute, and Allison emphasizes that he must come to the restaurant. After this, he recounts his plan to him, and Diren happily declares that he will definitely come. 3 days later, the moment of meeting with Gultajar arrives, and this meeting turns out to be very important and incredibly dramatic. Allison sits down, and he tells him that he arrived just in time. Allison interrupts his attempt to start a conversation and tells him that he needs to convey what he asked for. Gultajar says that he has fulfilled his request, after which he hands him a small bag. Allison unfolds the bag, looks inside, and says it's perfect. After this, small bags and boxes containing provisions begin to fall from the sky. The bag turns out to be overflowing with sausages, and Allison declares it a reward for their amazing work. Gultajar asks if it was necessary to drop food from the sky, and Allison replies that he always dreamed of doing so. He notes that it would be great if they could all take part in the opening ceremony. After some time, a bright full moon rises over the city, illuminating everything that is happening. Creston and Reina head to an unknown location, saying that this is the first time they have been invited to such an event. Miltane also tells his comrades that all ranch workers are welcome to attend the ceremony. Meanwhile, Lorene approaches Allison and tries to figure out what all these plates of food mean. Allison turns to her and asks if she doesn't know what day it is. After some time, he says that he is very grateful to everyone who has gathered here today. He adds that he has prepared a small event for all fans of his restaurant. After this, he happily announces that he is announcing the start of a quiz where you need to guess the dishes by taste. He also says that the rules are simple. You need to put on a blindfold and guess the dish. After a short pause, he says that the first participant in this competition will be Miltane. Miltane starts to get a little nervous and asks if it will only be food and if this is a prank. Allison states that this is exactly how things will be, emphasizing that things can turn out in unpredictable ways. Miltane tries to figure out what it all means, but after a while, she is offered to try food. After trying it, she reflects that this is something she has never tried before. However, after some time, it seems to her that what she bitten begins to move in her mouth. Miltane jumps back in fear, and Allison says that Miltane lost and that it happens. Afterwards, he happily declares that she was eating marshmallows all this time. Miltane looks at the dish, trying to figure out what it is, and Allison says it's a sugar candy. He throws up his hands and says that such a dish does not exist in this world. And Miltane is indignant. She says that she couldn't guess it because she had never tried it before. After this, it is Creston's turn, and he declares that he can handle absolutely any challenge. However, after some time, he is offered to eat hot peppers, which cause serious suffering. Reina continues eating the pepper and says that it is not that hot, and she does not understand why he lost. Allison laughs and says that things are unfolding in a very interesting way. He tries to see if anyone can guess the correct dishes and declares that it is now Lorene's turn. She asks him if she should participate, and Allison forbids her to use magic. Immediately after this, he offers her a small piece on a spoon and makes her try it. Lorene tries to understand who he takes her for and ponders what her dragon nature will definitely tell her. She becomes lost in thought, realizing that the dish has a soft texture and is similar to bread. After some time, she realizes that the combination of all the factors does not allow her to doubt what it is. She happily removes the bandage and says that it is a cake, and asks if they are surprised. All those gathered begin to clap their hands and shoot special firecrackers. Allison smiles and says that it is a birthday cake that was made for a special occasion. After a while, he congratulates her on her birthday, and Lorene looks at him in surprise, not believing her eyes. Absolutely everyone present starts clapping to congratulate the birthday girl. Lorene feels incredibly awkward because so many eyes are on her, and all of them are friendly. Lorene says she never imagined that they would be celebrating her birthday today. Allison says he thought she would figure it out right away, But he was sorely mistaken. Luren starts to get very shy and says that she didn't expect them to gather here for her. Allison is delighted that she will now be able to say words of gratitude again, which is an incredibly rare thing for her. Luren starts screaming and laughing loudly and says that she will not thank such scoundrels. Allison says that since she guessed the dish correctly, he will give her the gift they have been working on for a long time. Immediately after this, he opens a small case, which contains an earring of incredible beauty. Luren asks when they had time to think of all this, not believing that such a decoration could be created so quickly. Allison, in turn, says that he would never forget her birthday, because it is too important. After this, he states that it will hurt a little since her ear has not been pierced before. When all the procedures are finished, he shows her the decoration and asks what she thinks about it. Luren is very impressed by the incredible beauty of this decoration, which shimmers in the light. The other girls are also watching what is happening and understand that she should like it too. Luren turns away shyly and says that it looks quite beautiful. Remembering what she saw some time ago, she finally understands what the meaning of the gifts was. After this, she starts laughing sincerely and says that this is really a very beautiful decoration. Allison, meanwhile, turns to Reina and says that it is time to continue their competition. Reina says she can feel a distinct crunching sound, and Creston suggests it might be fried bugs. Allison smiles and talks about eating fried shrimp, and Reina snaps at him. Clint is next on their list and is given a very peculiar dish that he can't stand. Luren turns out to be very angry because she cooked this meat with the corresponding result. After the competition is over, they continue celebrating the birthday. After some time, the holiday comes to an end, and all that remains is to clear away the empty plates. Allison and Lorene are left in the empty restaurant, having a few moments to talk. Luren looks dreamily at the ceiling and talks about how it's the first time she's had so many people at her birthday party. Allison also mentions that this is her last birthday before the ceremony, and that's something to remember. Luren lightly twirls the earring in her hands and says that this is indeed the case. Allison, meanwhile, looks out the window and wonders if he imagined the weather had changed. Taking a closer look, he calls her outside, saying that it looks like it's snowing and that they can't miss it. He takes a small box with cocoa in it and makes hot chocolate. Allison and Lorene are enjoying the moment and talking about how winter has come so quickly and time is flying by. Lorene points out that he's only been here a year, and Allison asks why she says that. After this, he says that 1 year is quite a long time for people, because during this time, everything can change. Luren says that he absorbed the heart, so now he lives by the same rules. And Allison says that he doesn't know that. He notes that the effect on lifespan has not been studied, and that he did not completely absorb the piece of heart. Lorene looks at a shooting star, and Allison encourages her to make a birthday wish. Luren looks closely at the sky and says that she has already made this wish. Luren reflects on the fact that she is wishing for the opportunity to be with him longer, because the human life is short. Allison asks her what she wished for, adding that they shouldn't wish for the same thing, but she refuses to say. After some time, the story moves to an unknown place that looks like it is not from this world. This place is the Palace of the Black Dragon, which soars deep in the sky. One of the dragons goes further and further, thinking that he doesn't want to be here right now. After this, he forcefully opens the gate, which has been right in front of him all this time. He turns to his uncle, who asks him and a dragon named Nis what they are doing here. Nis asks how much longer they will allow this arrogant man to continue to live. The black dragon Diegma looks closely at his nephew and tries to understand what he is planning. He asks him if his actions are solely due to the fact that this man has Luren. He states that if he needed her so much, he might not have mocked her, but now it's too late to grab her. Nis says that it is not a matter of his interest in survival, since most of the women who are capable of giving birth die. Nis states that promises cannot be relied upon, and Diegma asks him if he really wants to return her powers. Nis says that if it is possible, he is ready to go to such lengths. Diegma states that he can't handle this man alone, and that he'll be lucky if he gets out alive. He notes that Nis himself has not seen the man, and does not understand how serious the threat level is. Diegma also says that breaking the promise will tarnish the reputation of their race, and this cannot be allowed to happen. Nis says that apparently the main thing is to maintain nobility, and everything else can be ignored. Diegma is very surprised to hear these words and freezes in anticipation for a while. He adds that it seems to him that Nis is up to something, and formally gives his consent, but states that he has nothing to do with it. He asks him if he understood him carefully, and Nis says that he will never let his uncle down. Meanwhile, the narrative moves far away to Mount Meteoric, to the region of the very north pole of these peaks. Lurin is traveling with his friend and feels that the weather here is not the most pleasant. She asks him what exactly they are looking for here, and Allison says that they came here for mushrooms. Lurin asks him why they need to come all this way now, and Allison says that these are very important mushrooms. He says he heard talk about a liquid mushroom being found at the North Pole. According to the story, one shepherd was in the mountains with a pig, and she suddenly began to dig a hole. The pig found a mushroom that had only been seen once before. The shepherd brought it to the palace and received a generous reward. Allison understands that there can be no mistake, and that we are talking about the very same mushroom that he has not yet cooked. Of course, we are talking about truffles or some similar ones, since pigs are very good at finding these mushrooms. Lurin asks how to find him, and Allison says that they will have to look for him deep underground. However, he claims that she has an excellent sense of smell, so she will definitely be able to find him even here. Lurin asks him what he smells like, and Allison says that the mushroom smells like a truffle. After this, he realizes that he has a paradox, because he will not be able to explain the smell of the truffle until he finds it. After this, he wonders if the smell of truffles in this world is different from the smell of this mushroom. After a while, their thoughts are interrupted by a loud cry, which they immediately pay attention to. This cry belongs to an unknown creature that was surrounded by strange, eel-like enemies. The creature desperately calling for help is a giant that looks very aggressive and dangerous. The monster senses danger and tries to look more threatening to scare off the enemy. However, the ogres feel confident because they have superior numbers. One of them comes closer to this creature and immediately receives a serious blow to the stomach. This blow turns out to be quite sensitive, as it leads to serious blood loss. The other ogres charge at the creature, striking it several times directly in the hind legs to throw it off balance. Unable to hold on, the creature falls down and finds itself in a very vulnerable position in front of enemies. Allison immediately uses magic to push the ogres aside and orders them to stop. Allison says that they probably have special reasons for attacking this creature. After this, he pauses briefly and says that they cannot shed the blood of other creatures here. The ogres turn towards him and begin to growl threateningly, hoping to scare the man away. Lurin comes to the rescue and uses her overwhelming presence to hint who's in charge. The ogres almost instantly realize that there is someone stronger in front of them and drop their weapons. After this, they quickly run away, leaving this creature in complete safety. Allison is indignant about the fact that they didn't run away when he appeared, and Lurin recommends that he behave with dignity. Immediately after this, a giant cat-like creature rises in front of them and stands on its hind legs. However, the very next second, it falls down to demonstrate its submission. Allison looks closely at this behavior and reflects on the fact that it reminds him of someone. Allison asks what the creature is saying, and Lurin states that it is gratitude for saving her. Allison looks closely at the creature, and Lurin says that it wants to repay for its help. After some time, they reach the winter cat's den and discover several kittens there. Allison says that it is now clear why this creature tried to stop them. Allison asks what this cat can offer them, and Lurin states that she can find treasure. After a while, the cat approaches them, holding several strange things in its hands. Lurin sniffs, then says doubtfully that these are definitely not treasures. Allison gets closer to it and says that she is wrong and these are indeed treasures. After some time, they reach the ruins, where several shadowy figures are gathering. All these figures are black dragons who are asking why they were asked to gather here. Nis arrives at this meeting filled with negative emotions and a gloomy aura. After this, he decisively says that he is going to return Lurin to the Holy Lands no matter what the cost. They say that he is probably looking for a partner, but Lurin is now connected to a wizard named Allison. Nis cannot stand this injustice and says that he does not like this state of affairs at all. They remind us of the need to keep promises made to a pathetic person, and also that Lurin believed in herself too much. He also states that he has already received permission from Mr. Diegma, and that the main thing for them is not to leave any evidence. They ask him what he is going to do and what his plans are in this situation. They also say that under the agreement, direct attacks on people are prohibited, except in the event of an assassination attempt. Some dragons express clear doubts about this man's abilities, but Nis advises not to underestimate him. They look at him in surprise and ask if the rumors about the war were true. After some time, another voice is heard, which says that he can help them. Nis turns towards the cage and asks the prisoner what he means. A red dragon named Garrett says that he knows of a red dragon that can be used. Allison, meanwhile, says that this is the very mushroom called the truffle that they have been looking for all this time. Lurin says that these creatures feed only on these mushrooms, which are buried here in abundance. Lorene says that these mushrooms stink and should be thrown out, but Allison stops her. After this, he thinks that this creature will surely be able to find enough of these mushrooms. After this, he immediately turns to Lurin and asks her to convey a few words to this creature. Allison thanks the cat for the incredible gift, saying he can't stay away after that. Allison immediately appoints him as the guardian of the dragon's lair and invites him to leave this dangerous place. Lurin asks if he's really going to take the creature, and Allison states that every lair must have a guardian. The cat immediately falls to her knees in front of him, and Allison guesses that he is very grateful to him. After some time, they are transported to the lair where Siren is, and she is still bored to death. Absolutely no one comes to her yet, so she doesn't even know what to do. Despite the incredible boredom, she still continues to be haunted by unpleasant memories of recent times. She reflects on how she was forced to remove all the treasures and admit that it was actually empty. Allison apologizes and says that he didn't know it was all an illusion spell. Lurin comments that this abandoned lair looks even worse, and Siren asks her what her lair is like. Lurin answers her by saying that she doesn't have a lair yet, but it's still being built. Serena is surprised that this little girl allows herself so much, and Lorene responds by mentioning Allison's joint restaurant. She also states that it is not as spacious as the lair, but this does not upset her at all. After this, she wonders whether it is worth meeting them again, at least to somehow pass the time. She is bored, realizing that she has absolutely nothing to do here because no one comes to her. However, after some time, she feels the presence of another entity approaching her. She assumes that these are the guys again who have come to ask her about something. Serena haughtily asks them why they didn't come sooner, noting that she would have accepted them without a problem. However, after some time, she hears a terribly unpleasant voice that addresses her by name. Gerd carefully approaches her closer and closer and says that they haven't seen each other for a very long time. Serena immediately flares up with indignation and asks him what he is doing here. Siren says that he apparently took the threat as a joke, but he states that he needs to say something. He says that he came here to say that he wants to start all over again. He also adds that after some time, he finally realized that she was the only one who truly loved him. Serena isn't particularly taken with such touching stories, so she asks him when he thought of it. She asks him if this thought occurred to him when she begged him not to leave. She also suggests that he came up with this idea when they attacked the human village and kidnapped the women. Having transformed into a dragon, she says that this bastard has not changed at all and still behaves the same way. She adds that he didn't even come here himself, and Gerd notes that she's still as smart as before. After this, the vaults of her lair begin to collapse from the most powerful and strong attacks. Black dragons invade here and immediately rush to attack her in the hopes of quickly incapacitating her. Siren finds herself in a real trap, since it will not be possible to kill all the enemies at once. They almost instantly try to inflict serious injuries on her with their deadly breath. Siren feels incredible pain spreading throughout her body, but decides that she must continue to fight. Jumping aside, she calls them pathetic bastards and asks them if they have forgotten about the agreement. She also asks them if they will be able to answer for the consequences of this brutal violation. Gerd asks her to calm down and says that in fact everything will definitely be fine. He states that no one will know if she continues to keep her mouth shut and places a seal on her. Serena angrily tries to destroy the seal and asks how dare he use such nonsense against her. Meanwhile, Nis takes on human form in order to gain more mobility. Once on the ground, he decides to use a powerful spell to attack directly at one point. After some time, a powerful explosion is heard, and its consequences remain shrouded in mystery. Meanwhile, Gultajar welcomes the new guest, who will now be the new guardian of their lair. Allison is pleased to introduce the new lair protector and says that they are called Ruruns. He also says that they used to live in the north, so it will be necessary to maintain a low temperature. Lorene asks what they're going to do with the truffles, and Allison says that's the most interesting part. He notes that this mushroom has a very distinct aroma, and it even changes the taste of the dish, adding a twist. After some time, He prepares special variations of the dishes and adds a little truffle to them. Almost everyone who tries these dishes says that they have never tasted anything like it. Clint, Maggie, and Raina say that this mushroom tastes very unusual. However, Lurin, Miltane, and Creston clearly don't feel the same enthusiasm for this mushroom. Allison understands that they have mixed emotions, so it is unlikely that they will be able to introduce him to the main menu. After this, he comes to the conclusion that it would be better to serve this truffle only to special guests. After some time, we are transported to the Siren's lair, where a serious battle has just ended. The irritated dragons say that they didn't think that she would escape at the last moment using the teleporter. They realized that the spell's speed was too high, and that she had prepared everything in advance. Gerd speaks of how things were different before, and his companions claim he was monitoring the flow of magic. After this, they add that this stream is heading straight to the city of Grick, where they need to go. One of them turns to Nis and asks him what they plan to do next. Nis smiles and says that he won't have to go there on his own. They immediately turn to Gerd and ask him about the fact that she does not have any minions. Gerd states that she has always been a loner among the Red Dragons, so no one will come to her aid. Meanwhile, Nis says that he just needs to force Ellison to surrender. After this, he says that in this case he will turn a blind eye to the mess that he has been making all this time. Nis adds that even though she escaped death, she lost too much, so the Red Dragon will definitely die. From his point of view, the fact that Allison killed the Red Dragon would be perfect evidence of his guilt. Meanwhile, Allison and Lorene are discussing the possibility of selling the remaining mushrooms that are here. Lurin suddenly turns around and brings this to the attention of Allison, who has not heard anything. Siren cautiously enters the restaurant and says that this lair doesn't look much better than the one where she lives. Lurin asks her what she is doing there, and Serena states that she came to eat. After this, she sits down at the table and says that she demands food immediately because she is very busy. Allison says he's already got some cooking done so he can serve the truffled meat quickly. Serena sits down proudly at the table and says that it looks quite good and appetizing. Lurin slams her fist on the table and demands that she immediately tell her why she came here. Serena says that their service is terrible and points out the earrings she is wearing. She asks her if they were really given to her as a gift, and Lorene happily says that Allison gave them to her. Serena pretends to smile and then says that it is quite interesting. Looking at this food, she says that it is quite tasty, and she has never tried anything like it before. She finally says that these earrings are too good for Lorene, and the same can be said about Allison. Lurin says that she is just jealous and that she will never be in her place, but Serena says that this is not true. Smiling sadly, she says that he doesn't have much time left. But the food was very tasty. She suddenly declares that this was perfect for the last dinner she will ever have. She also admits that she doesn't know what it's like to have genuine feelings for someone, because she didn't believe in love. She claims to have met various dragons, elves, and even humans in her life. After this, she says that if you think about it, it was all just a waste of time, because she was with them because she was lonely. Snapping her fingers, she says that she simply didn't want to be alone, but ended up being betrayed by her own race. Allison looks at her in surprise and realizes that there is a serious wound on her body that she has been hiding. Meanwhile, Serena says that she should have taken up cooking instead of trying to find love. Allison and Lorene look in shock at the fallen siren, who loses consciousness almost immediately. Lurin says that her wounds are too deep, and even a dragon cannot recover from this. Allison tries to figure out who did such a cruel thing to her as a portal opens nearby. A menacing creature emerges from this portal, demanding an audience with Ellison. They approach and say that he has completely crossed the line and dared to destroy the sacred life of the Red Dragon. Lurin says that there are people around the restaurant, and Allison says that he feels it too. He also states that all these people are actually dragons, so one must be on guard. Lorene says that they are definitely involved in this situation, and Allison notes that it's a really good read. Allison adds that she has clearly been betrayed, and that she probably knows important information, so she needs to be saved. Lurin says that she remembered Elena's address, so she teleports straight to her. After that, she asks him what he will do, and Allison states that she is going to greet the guests. After a while, the restaurant doors begin to slowly open, foreshadowing serious drama. After this, he looks out as if nothing had happened and says that he did not expect to see such guests. One of those who came says that his name is Vaint, and he is a red dragon. Immediately after this, He uses a small spell to open the doors and look inside. Behind the open doors, you can see a huge amount of blood and a fallen table. Allison also looks over her shoulder and suggests that they should talk over a cup of tea. Feint rushes forward and says that he will simply finish him off for what he did. Allison puts on his hood and says that he respects their choice, even though he doesn't agree with it. Meanwhile, Nis and the other black dragons are watching closely what is happening. Nis smiles and says that he senses magic, and that this man is holding up even better than they thought. One of them says that he didn't even suspect that the red dragons would use such magic against him. Nis states that Feint is the leader of a younger generation of red dragons who are fixated on reputation. He adds that if they are angered and attacked, they will undoubtedly rush to fight back immediately. Allison, meanwhile, realizes that it is necessary to create protective seals to repel attacks. This seal turns out to be powerful enough to concentrate fire within itself and neutralize it. However, after this, he decides to redirect the energy to another place and creates a powerful explosion that almost destroys the restaurant. Allison says it's time to change locations because this town is very important to him. Turning to his opponent, he says that it would be bad if others interfered in their business. Meanwhile, Elena continues to undergo treatment in her hospital when she suddenly discovers a portal next to her. Luren suddenly jumps out of the spatial wormhole and holds the dying siren in her arms. Elena carefully examines the patient, and Luren asks her if she can save her. Elena starts to get a little nervous, saying that she'll have to stop the bleeding before she can think about anything further. She uses a large amount of power to infuse life-giving energy into the dragon's body. Allison, meanwhile, is transported to a distant plane where no one will definitely appear. Wayne angrily says that this place would be perfect for his burial, because they would definitely finish him off. Allison ignores this and thinks hard about how it all came to this end. Allison notes that these people think he killed the red dragon, meaning he was framed, but he doesn't know who. He tries to figure out whether these dragons are involved in this dirty scheme or whether they themselves have fallen into a trap. Allison decides that they should try to resolve the conflict verbally first and asks them to wait a bit. Wayne says the blood in Ellison's restaurant clearly belonged to a red dragon. Allison says that a red dragon actually came to his restaurant, but she was already wounded. He also states that he is trying to save her right now, which only makes Wayne even more angry. They say that they need to rush to her immediately, but Allison doesn't trust them and says that this cannot be done. Allison also says that she is unconscious and managed to tell that she was betrayed by her own comrades. After a few moments, he creates a protective barrier to push back one of them. This man turns out to be Gerd, who says that this spineless man killed Siren. Gerd also says that Siren herself told him that he tried to drive her out of the lair, but she refused. Allison realizes he's been set up and states that he's only just now learning the dragon's name. Meanwhile, Wayne realizes that there is no point in continuing negotiations and is already making a final decision. He takes on his full form and says that trying to get out of these lies and insults is pointless. He says he has heard enough evidence and does not want to know anything more. Allison, meanwhile, turns to Gerd and says that if his race mattered to him, he wouldn't have done this. He further accuses him of leaving her in such a state. After this, he asks them if they have ever told Siren where their lair is. Feint calls him an idiot and orders him to shut up immediately, declaring that they will destroy him now. They also ask him how he can refer to their dragon laws since he is only a human. Allison says that if he's using that as an excuse, then he shouldn't be lying to himself. Immediately after, he delivers a powerful blow to counter the spell with incredible ease. Feint continues to threaten him, but quickly realizes that his attack has no effect. Allison hits it like he's holding a baseball bat and a baseball is slowly flying towards him. Gerd falls to the ground and wonders why a man has such strong magic. After a while, the smoke begins to clear, and reinforcements from the black dragons arrive. Nis smiles and calls the protagonist an idiot, and asks how a human dares to attack a dragon. Feint asks them what they are doing here, and Nis states that they decide to join given their agreement. Allison looks at him and says that the name seems very familiar to him. Nis is briefly surprised, saying that this man, it turns out, knows him. After this, he begins to transform into his dragon form and says that he has also heard about it. Allison thinks for a moment and realizes that he will have to radically change his plans going forward. Nis, in turn, continues to put on a brave face and says that he is only a man and must pay for what he did. Meanwhile, Elena continues her grueling attempts to save Serena, who is bleeding to death. However, After a while, she quietly says that she is very sorry that everything turned out this way. She admits that she is doing everything in her power. However, after some time, she comes to the disappointing conclusion that it is too late to save her. Luren looks at her with irritation and realizes that there is still one more risky measure that needs to be taken. After this, she takes Elena's hand and immediately explains what she plans to do to save her. The only thing she limits herself to is affirmative words about how it is never too late. Elena understands that her internal state has changed, and Luren says that she needs to continue to treat her. The Black Dragons complete their transformation, preparing to unleash their full power on Allison. Allison, meanwhile, decides to resort to earth magic to create an obstacle in their path. Allison realizes she can't kill them because it would be bad even if Siren survived. He decides that in this situation, it is necessary to use his trump cards only at critical moments. After this, he uses earth magic again to send the fragments straight towards them. The dragons take serious damage because they underestimated their opponent. Nice, meanwhile, says that Diegma was right in claiming that this is a serious opponent. Immediately after this, he turns to his comrades to cover his powerful attack, and together they use all their powers to create a giant sphere of emptiness. Allison understands that this is a more serious challenge that she will have to somehow cope with. Other red dragons are ordered to detain him and prevent him from escaping. Allison continues to dodge the fire attacks and realizes he needs to change tactics quickly. Nice smiles happily and says that this is the real ending of his existence. After some time, they are immediately stopped by loud voices that belong to none other than dragons. After some time, portals appear and open to allow the elders to arrive. The elder dragons ask them if they have decided to start a bloody war again. The elders of the red dragons, Dedank and Metadan, arrive here to find out what happened here. Metadan looks at his charges with irritation and states that they, as always, are getting into fights. After this, he turns to Allison and asks him to tell him what is going on here. Miltane looks away in irritation and realizes that this will seriously complicate the situation. Immediately after this, he decides that this issue can be resolved through diplomacy. Transforming into a human, he greets both elders. He reflects on how this man thinks Metadan will protect him. But Luren is the elder's granddaughter. Smiling, he states that the red dragon will definitely not survive, so his plan will be difficult to refute. It is also said that if the third squad announces that they have killed the red dragon, then there will be no need to check anything. Allison immediately anticipates Nice's plan and understands that it is not destined to come true. Meanwhile, Elena continues to use infinite mana, and Luren tries to heal Siren. She reflects on the fact that this creature has lost a lot of blood, but it cannot give in to it yet. Luren suddenly turns to her to get her attention. Luren notes that she has depleted her mana, but her magic has not become stronger. Lorene also says that she doesn't want to save her, but Allison is trapped and needs a witness. She adds that she will now be giving the command to a dragon of her level, so she will have to concentrate to avoid dying. Luren warns her, but still leaves her a choice, because otherwise she will be torn apart. Elena squeezes her hand with all her might and realizes that this is indeed a very dangerous undertaking. After a short pause, she says she agrees, and Luren praises her determination. Immediately after this, she recommends that she gather her strength and transfers mana of the highest level. Elena falls to her knees and feels like she has never experienced such pressure in her life. She notes that this magical power is so heavy that her own magic seems like dust in comparison. Elena asks to transfer mana more slowly, as it is too difficult for her. Luren realizes that the situation could become critical and demands that she get up immediately. She reminds her that she is a healer, and her job is to save people no matter what. She asks to increase the flow of magic so that the flow of mana is less painful. She also states that the bottleneck in the mana flow needs to be removed to make things go smoother. Elena understands that she needs to use all her available mana and relieve the tension. This healing magic is so powerful that even serious wounds from battles with dragons begin to heal. Luren and Elena hope that this red dragon will also gather his strength and rise from the world of the dead. Luren recommends that she show the full power of the dragon, as it is in great need right now. Meanwhile, Metadan listens to the report of his comrades and realizes that Allison has killed the red dragon Siren. Nis says that they decided to intervene and help the red dragons who were trying to punish him. Wayne says there was blood all over the restaurant, and otherwise they wouldn't have touched it. Afterwards, they add that the man is a real dragon slayer, but Allison says that he invited her for tea. Gerd says that he saw everything himself, and if they don't believe him, They can come to his restaurant. Diegma muses that this plan is actually not bad since they won't get into trouble anyway. Dedank states that Siren's lair is located near the city of Grick, and they cannot rule out her involvement. Metadon emphasizes that these dragons are acting too assertively, as if they want everything to end as quickly as possible. He asks Ellison if he has nothing to say, and Ellison says he doesn't even know what to say. Allison reminds him that they claim he only killed the dragon because its lair is near the city. After this, he reminds that everyone who took part in the war knows that he would never have killed a dragon for such a reason. He asks Elder Dedank about this, and he confirms that it is indeed true. Ellison says the principle he followed in the war was to refuse to kill innocents. He adds that red dragons, of course, participated in the war in large numbers, but this does not mean anything. He adds that the claim that he killed Serena because she lived nearby is simply stupid. He also says that the black dragons joined right after the red dragons attacked, although this is not typical. Allison adds that it was as if they were waiting, as if they knew something was going to happen here. Metadon says that all this adds up to a picture of the dragons preparing a trap. Allison nods approvingly and says that the Elder Dragon understood everything absolutely accurately and correctly. Dedank states that he cannot ignore what was said and asks if he has proof. Allison smiles and says that he can indeed provide evidence if necessary. After this, he says that it would be much better if it was heard from a direct witness of what happened. The other black dragons look at the portals in surprise and try to understand how this is even possible. Gerd himself cannot believe what is happening and hopes that it is just an illusion. Siren emerges from the portal and says that she didn't expect so many people to be happy to see her. Allison happily addresses Elena and praises her, while she is terrified of the presence of these creatures. Lurin says it was used for synchronization because her wound couldn't be healed with normal magic. Lurin also says that Elena has a great sense of magic, so it was easier than she thought. Nis watches what is happening in horror and cannot believe that his plan is falling apart. Lurin hopes that Nis isn't involved in all of this, and Allison says he has a brilliant idea. Immediately after this, he turns to Serena and asks how she feels. Serena says she feels great, although the service at the restaurant was not the best. Allison quickly brings her back to the present moment and tells her that she passed out in the restaurant and needs to explain herself. Serena rubs her head and says that she will tell everything as it really was. After this, she points to the 4 dragons and says that they are clearly the culprits. Immediately after this, she wants to point the finger at Gerd, but it turns out that he has already managed to escape. After that, she angrily says that these 5 villains destroyed their lair and injured her. After this, she claims that the elves and black dragons cured her, so they are saviors and not killers. Serena asks them if that's enough story for them, and Allison says it's convincing. Wayne suddenly shouts out Ellison's name loudly to get his attention. Immediately after this, he quickly approaches him, and Allison tries to understand what he is planning. Immediately after this, he falls to his knees and says that he made a terrible and hasty decision. Allison says the changes were too hasty and accepts the apology. Meanwhile, the Elder Dragons realize that the Black Dragons are involved in this scandal and have set up an ambush. Metadon immediately cuts off their attempts to explain, saying that he is not in the mood to listen to excuses. Immediately after this, he turns to Nis and asks why he decided to break the agreement. Meanwhile, Nis freezes in place and tries to understand why this man is so influential. He reflects on the fact that a human cannot withstand such an amount of force and rushes forward. Almost instantly, he finds himself behind Ellison, using his human speed. Immediately after this, he addresses him, declaring that he is talking to him and demands an answer. A few moments later, a giant ball of dark energy flies towards him, destroying everything in its path. Allison quickly pushes Lorene aside to prevent her from getting seriously injured. A few moments later, the clot immediately crashes straight into his body and knocks him off his feet. Nis watches this with joy, realizing that he has just managed to demonstrate an incredible triumph of strength. Lurin, jumping back from the impact of the jolt, looks at Ellison and asks if he's okay. Allison looks like he was seriously injured and passed out from the blow. Elena watches what is happening and understands that she will not be able to heal such wounds, no matter what. Allison, meanwhile, shows all the signs of complete loss of consciousness, and perhaps even death. Lurin crawls carefully towards him and asks what this all means, hoping that he is pretending. Looking at his body, she says that he is bleeding heavily and needs to be stopped. She also states that this simply can't be true and asks why he pushed her aside. Wayne asks what this sudden blow from behind is and accuses him of lack of piety. He and the others claim that this will not atone for his sins, and Nis claims that he is trying to save the dragon race. Wayne cannot understand what his true motives are and asks to explain what all this means. Nis recommends that everyone open their eyes and stop following stupid agreements that only harm them. He states that the new LOR did not appear so that they could spread power. He also states that one must look at this man, because he takes all the blows of the dragons and is not a hindrance to them. Elena prepares for a new treatment and asks if Lurin wishes to transfer mana again. Lurin doesn't answer her questions and starts crying, trying to understand how fate turned out this way. Nis is glad that Lurin is crying and says that any actions will be useless and it can no longer be cured. He adds that his mana level is the same as that of dragons, but he is only a human and he won't be able to withstand it. Serena remains one of the few who continues to remain calm. She claims that Nis is simply a master of backstabbing, but here he has seriously miscalculated. After this, she asks Lurin why she doesn't feel anything, because her power level isn't decreasing, but rather increasing. Allison begins to stir slightly as more mana gathers around his body. Immediately after this, he turns around and wipes away Lurin's tears, saying that there is no need to worry now. After some time, the amount of excess energy becomes so great that a bright flash occurs. Nis takes a few steps back and tries to figure out what all this means. Medidan also decides not to interfere and carefully watches what is happening. They realize that Allison has charged the Lord's ancient orb, which has been with him all this time. Allison calmly says that he made a bet on how quickly it would happen. Immediately after this, he absorbs this ball to saturate himself with a colossal amount of energy. Because of this oversaturation, he even develops energy wings like real dragons. Lorene looks at him fearfully, and Allison puts her hand on her head to calm her down. He smiles and tells her to watch what's happening carefully, and his eyes turn like a dragon's. Nis watches what is happening in fear and cannot believe what he sees with his own eyes. Allison answers the silent question and says that his magic was enough to awaken the ancient orb. To find out what exactly happened, we go back a few minutes. The energy that hit Allison's back actually immediately transferred into the ball he carries with him. In this way, Allison protected himself from serious damage and provided himself with a huge amount of strength. Allison also states that the force was not enough to kill him, and that his attackers should have tried harder. Nis cannot withstand such a serious insult and creates a powerful void anomaly. He decides to attack the protagonist and declares that he will finish him off no matter what. Allison dispels the attack without much trouble and says that her power is too low. After this, he asks if he knows the terms of the agreement that he just broke. He states that murder, kidnapping, and acts of aggression are prohibited, and that retaliatory attacks are only possible when life is threatened. Allison decides to go on the offensive and says she gives him permission to try to respond. Immediately after this, he creates numerous portals from which giant meteorites fly. Nis realizes that the level of power he is facing is too high and beyond his comprehension. Nis declares that a pathetic human should not have such power. But it is too late. Giant chunks of hot, flaming space rock fall straight towards him. After a while, the battlefield becomes quiet, and the meteorites gradually cool, leaving behind thick smoke. Nis, as expected, could not survive such a serious attack, as Allison decided to teach them a harsh lesson. The other dragons can't believe what they just saw, because this person shouldn't have such magic. Allison destroys a dragon with the ease of a gnat, and he has always had all the resources necessary to do so. After this, he turns towards his beloved in the hope that she has calmed down. He also recommends that they head home as he is already tired of these senseless battles. Lorene immediately runs into his arms, and Allison takes her in to calm her down. No one could utter a word after this, as the elders took control of the matter. The criminals were punished and imprisoned in the deepest dungeon for 3,000 years to reflect on their behavior. The victims were rewarded, and the siren's lair was almost completely restored. Waint brought a huge amount of treasure for his comrades, assuming that these scoundrels had robbed them. Serena says that she is interested in one very important question that she would like to clarify. She asks them if they have found Gerd, but Waint states that they are assembling a search party. He also gives her a promise that they will repay him double for what he did, and will definitely punish him. Serena smiles and says that she is more than satisfied with this state of affairs. She also says that she would like to take a look at it. But for now, it is necessary to make a small lyrical digression. The horrors that broke into the restaurant finally end. But Luren still holds a grudge against the main character. Allison asks her why she's acting so distant, and Lorene groans in displeasure. After this, she accuses him of having acted very stupidly, because if Nis had been a little stronger, he would not have withstood the awakening of the sphere. She states that such an act was extremely reckless, and that she does not approve of such behavior. Allison moves closer to her to hug her and reassure her, realizing that she was worried. Luren asks him what he is doing as he gradually pulls her closer to him. He also apologizes to her and says that he didn't think about her feelings, and promises to explain everything in more detail next time. He also states that he decided to take the risk because he didn't want anything bad to happen to her. Medidan suddenly appears right behind them and tells them to stop doing this. Luren immediately explains to him that interrupting them at this moment was not the best idea. After that, she asks what he is doing here, and Medidan cannot believe that a child is scolding him. Allison asks her to calm down, saying that he called him himself but did not expect him to come at such a moment. Medidan rubs his bruised nose and wonders why he was called. Allison says he already saw the awakening he went through a few hours ago. Since the conversation requires serious discussion, they go down to the first floor of the restaurant. Allison decides to pour him some whiskey, adding that she saves this drink for special occasions. Medidan decides not to resist the offer and takes a sip from the glass, hoping that the drink will be good. The drink makes a strong impression on him almost immediately, since dragons are very fond of good, strong alcohol. He admits that the drink surprised him, as he did not expect that people could create such an alcohol. Medidan also almost immediately guesses that this alcohol has been infused for about 70 years. Reina looks closely at the bottle and guesses that the drink must be very tasty. Allison immediately forbids her from trying alcohol, claiming that it is too strong for her. Medidan smirks and says that Allison sometimes forgets that she's communicating with dragons. Allison asks if this is really a problem, since it's much easier to communicate normally. Medidan suggests that he adopted this principle after the war, and claims that he has done a great job today. He reminds Allison that he killed Nis in front of everyone, but Luren begins to dispute this. Allison says that he actually almost died, and the situation was very dangerous. Medidan says he is wrong to pretend he is innocent, as he himself asked for no intervention after the attack. Medidan also claims that someone is absorbing ancient orbs of power that surpass the power of other dragons. He says that if a dragon can absorb 3 such spheres, then he gains power over all living beings. Medidan reminds him that during the last war he absorbed 2 of the Lord's ancient orbs, and now he has absorbed a 3rd. Allison says that his guess is correct, and he is now the man who has absorbed the 3 ancient orbs. He also says that if he were a dragon, he would become the strongest of all. Allison says he wanted to ask the elder what would happen if more ancient spheres appeared. Medidan says that this happens rarely, because after the Dragon Lord appears, other spheres do not appear. However, he is quick to point out that he has never encountered a situation where a person absorbs 3 spheres. After that, he asks why he decided to ask such a sudden question. Allison says that it seems that some people still want to bring Lord back to life. Luren asks him if he got water because of the dwarf situation, and he confirms that it was. Allison says that some dragons have been constantly attacking the place where he found the ancient ball, and everything needs to be checked. Medidan asks if that is why he absorbed the energy of the ancient sphere in front of everyone. Allison admits that this is true, and says that if there are those who want the Lord to be reborn, they will follow him. Medidan guesses that by such actions he deliberately made himself a bait for others. He claims that this is quite arrogant, but Lorene immediately explains to him that it is not right to scold Allison. Medidan says he is an elder dragon, but Luren states that he still has to maintain decorum. Meanwhile, we move on to Elena, who lives her easy life while in the hospital. She brings vegetables and thinks that this should be enough for a few days. However, Siren suddenly appears behind her, asking why she was gone for so long. After this, she says that she does not understand the reasons for her fear, and adds that she decided to stay here for a short time. After this, she looks closely at Elena and says that there is too much space in her lair. With these words, she falls onto the couch, saying that she is a patient and cannot be thrown out. Elena says that she didn't want to kick her out, but she suddenly takes her hand and pulls her towards her. Immediately after this, she says that if she is told about the movement of mana, she will help with the treatment of people. The siren assures her that she reciprocates both evil and good deeds. Elena agrees and says that she has nothing to treat her with, but she declares that this is not a problem. Meanwhile, we are transported to an unknown place where someone is rapidly trying to escape from pursuit. This unknown person turns out to be Gerd, who constantly hears a female voice claiming that he is quickly running away. Feeling like he's trapped himself, he turns around and sees another dragon standing in front of him. This dragon's name is Sydney, and she wonders what to do with such a traitor. She adds that he was supposed to rob the Orph mine, but was unable to break the lock and was captured by the black dragons. Sydney asks him if he has any reason to stay alive today. Gerd realizes this is his chance and says that Ellison has absorbed 3 ancient spheres. He says that if they can catch this man, their plan will definitely work. Sydney looks at him in surprise and says that he is right and his logic is correct. However, immediately after this, she makes a sharp movement with her hand and says that this is not enough. Gerd looks at his opponent and realizes that he won't be able to dodge the attack. After some time, his eyes begin to twitch rapidly, as if something was wrong with his nerves. After his head falls off, Sydney says that's no reason to let him live. Returning to the restaurant, satisfied customers thank the staff for the excellent food. Allison tells Lorene that he left the entire investigation to his superior, so he has no choice but to live his life as usual. After a while, he hears a very familiar voice and immediately turns around to greet the guest. This guest turns out to be Naline, who says that he did not come here empty-handed. He holds up a huge stone and says that he found it while working in the mine, and that his elders asked him to bring it here. Allison looks closely at the mineral and realizes that it is nothing more than a large salt rock. Lauren decides to taste it and realizes that it is mineral salt. Allison says it reminds him of his distant past, when he was a soldier. He says that he manages to get through the training camp, although it is very difficult for him. He is persistently asked about his name, while he does not even understand what to say. The recruiter also notes that Ellison has no hometown listed, and that his clothing looks strange. After a while, he says that his name will now be Allison, and states that the supplies are in the next building. Then, everything seems strange to him, because there are so many unfamiliar faces around, and the atmosphere is tense. Soldiers are prohibited from doing many things and are not even allowed to make noise at night, although this is logical. Allison lies on her bed, sincerely hoping that tomorrow never comes. He decides that he needs to sit quietly so as not to attract unnecessary attention. He just wants to go home so that his parents can finally take him away from this nightmare. However, in addition to the general picture of what is happening, something else worries him. Of course, since Allison always dreamed of becoming a chef, he couldn't help but be drawn into the food scene. And yes, the food in the army was just disgusting, because no one used seasonings back then. Allison can't believe they've been served the same menu for 2 weeks, and everyone else continues to enjoy the food. He is already beginning to think that he is some kind of strange. And to some extent, he is right, because he is not from this world. After making another attempt to taste the dish, he realizes that his intuition was right, and it is still just as terrible. He understands that he can put up with everything, but the bland taste of this dish does not give him peace. Looking at the others, he realizes that he is not the only one who thinks this way, so he is not so strange, and he needs to look for a solution. Within 2 weeks, he gets used to the hard training and understands that he will have to endure it if he wants to open a restaurant. No matter how much time passes, he understands that he is unlikely to get used to such terrible dishes, and he urgently needs to find salt. Every day, he faces another test and decision. But one day, he gets a chance to change everything. This chance comes to him on the training ground when it comes time to learn magical attacks. A 5th-class Imperial Mage named Bane appears before them and declares that he will train them. He states that if they successfully master everything, they will receive the title of Imperial Mage. He states that they need to close their eyes and focus on their inner sensations to feel the mana. He adds that the meaning of the magic circle is quite simple, because it collects mana in one place. He also says that this strength is determined by the level of mastery, and this fundamental skill is both simple and complex. Bane, meanwhile, says that if you apply fire to your mind, it will inevitably charge the seal. Immediately after, he shoots a fireball directly at the target to deal basic damage. Bane states that fireball is a normal basic magic attack. After this, a long stream of volunteers begins, trying to master these difficult fundamental skills. At first, they don't succeed in anything new, because these skills don't come that quickly. Some of them cannot accumulate enough fire, and some cannot control the flow of fire. Some beginners can't even generate enough mana to form even a small fireball. Bane begins to reason that this useless magic should only belong to the chosen few like him. Suddenly, Allison steps in and immediately creates a giant fireball, the likes of which have never been seen before. This attack is so powerful that there is hardly anything left of the dummy except ashes. After passing through all the dummies, this fireball hits the rock and causes an additional explosion. Allison is very surprised by the incredible talents he turns out to have. After a few more seconds, a small landslide descends from the cliff where the fireball landed. Bane is incredibly surprised that the student was able to create such a powerful attack. Bane asks him how he did it, and Allison states that he simply gathered mana and channeled fire. Allison doesn't quite understand the question he's being asked, as it all seems obvious to him. He turns around and says that the very same mana is floating in the air around him. Bane is very surprised by this and asks him if he can really see mana in the air. Allison says that this is indeed the case, and Bane heads to the garrison to complete the paperwork. They tell him that Ellison has always had a special sensitivity and has already demonstrated it several times. The instructor says it's similar to how people who live in the mountains develop pulmonary endurance. Bane says that having high sensitivity doesn't mean he can use a lot of mana. The instructor says that sensitivity does not make him a genius, but he was born in conditions of its deficiency. The instructor also says that it is necessary to postpone sending them to the front lines and send them for training. Allison overhears and realizes that they are delaying their advance on the front lines, and that is a good thing. However, after some time, the door he had been watching closely slams shut. Bane tells him that he shouldn't get cocky just because he learned how to create fireballs. After this, he leaves and says that he destroyed everything and now has to restore it all. Allison returns to the area where the training dummies were and discovers that a cave-in has occurred. He continues to sweep the parade ground and realizes that Bane is a fairly experienced magician, but too mischievous. Allison also wonders why he can't just get praised since he did well. Such things do not fit into his head, because he believes that in this world everything should be the same as in the previous one. He remembers how happy his mother was when she heard that he had decided to go to culinary school. She immediately praised him, saying that she was very pleased with the results he had shown. Allison said he was probably just lucky, but she said he had a lot of talent. He remembers her words about how her son cooks absolutely divinely and is the best in the world. Allison sits down sadly, wondering why he can't just get praised. After this, he takes a closer look at the mineral fragments that are lying around here and notices something. He realizes that these pieces have fallen from above and decides to taste them since they look edible. His intuition tells him that these are not simple minerals, but at the same time, they are useless. After tasting a small piece, he realizes that in front of him is nothing other than mineral salt. He decides that it is necessary to preserve these minerals, as they will be incredibly valuable. After some time, a brilliant idea comes to his mind about how to use this salt. He quietly goes into the kitchen since there is no one there anymore, and looks at the broth, which will only be boiled tomorrow. After a while, it's time for breakfast, and the cooks say it's time to eat with pleasure. All the new recruits look at the stew and realize that they will have to enjoy something tasteless again. But this time, after they decide to try the local food, the situation changes dramatically. He says that it tastes completely different and is now edible. Allison happily waits for his drink to cool a bit and knows he's in for a good day. He understands that now they will definitely feel the taste, since salt changes a lot of things. Meanwhile, the mentor asks if anything has changed with the cooks, and they answer that there have been no changes. He looks closely at his food and realizes that it has become a little better compared to his previous breakfasts. Allison began to quietly improve the food and began carefully peeling the potatoes so they could be added without the skins. The dish tastes much better next time because it doesn't have that nasty skin. Allison decided that if the vegetables were cut into large pieces, then that too needed to be changed to make the dish better. Needless to say, the quality of each subsequent dish gets better and better. Allison also decides that she can make some broth at night to make the whole thing even more delicious. Finally, another day of amazing breakfast arrives, which he has almost completely improved. Allison finally feels real pleasure in life, even though it is taking place in such terrible conditions. He happily reflects on the fact that this dish can now be called a real soup and not a miserable stew. He's thinking about adding more seasoning and some mushrooms, but it's not easy yet. As he prepares for his meal, he suddenly hears the instructor's voice. He returns to him, and he demands that he come over after the meal for an important conversation. The instructor also says that he himself probably understands what the subject of the conversation will be. Allison realizes he has no other choice, so she agrees to this conversation and comes to his office. The instructor looks at him very sternly and does not say a single word at first. After this, he begins to study him thoughtfully with his eyes and says that he has already heard about his successes. He also says that he heard that he outperformed everyone in training, and Allison replies that this is true. He also states that it is admirable because his fighting abilities give them an advantage in the war. After this, he states that disturbing rumors began to circulate that someone was constantly sneaking into the kitchen. The instructor emphasizes that this person chooses the perfect time when the chefs leave for the hall to avoid being caught. After this, he states that if this man is caught, he will be very severely punished for violating discipline. After this, he says that he didn't invite him here for this, but simply wanted to congratulate him on his success in training. After that, he asks him to take these papers and says that he can use them if he wants. Allison reaches out to take them, but the instructor holds them for a moment for emphasis. He asks him if he understood what he told him and repeats that if the offender leaves before 5, it is impossible to catch him. Allison listens carefully to the instructor, after which she realizes that it is better to heed his advice. After a while, he goes outside to light a fire and look at the papers he was given. Gradually uncovering them, he realizes that the instructor very clearly hinted that he knows who is behind the improvement of the food. Allison scratches her head and realizes that the instructor knew who was really behind the improvements to the dishes. He gave him a list of mushrooms and spices that could be obtained in order to further improve the dishes. Allison says that with the teacher's help, things only got better, and he quickly developed a couple more recipes. Allison emphasizes that the training camp eventually became known for its superior cuisine. He also says that when he left, they continued to cook according to his recipes that he left behind. Nellen wonders if he is really eating that very soup he has been talking about all this time right now. Allison smiles and says it will be the same taste and the same recipe from the past. Lorene asks him if he made all this up during his school years, and Allison states that he is still studying. Nellen is getting ready for lunch and says that he suspected that things would turn out this way. After this, inspired by the stories, they decide to try the very dish that he prepared. Luren and Nellen take a few sips, then stand frozen in surprise for a moment, and they come to the conclusion that this dish is extremely ordinary and is only good for filling the stomach. Allison also tastes her dish and realizes that it doesn't taste all that good. He suggests that taste varies from case to case, and under those conditions, it was incredibly tasty. After some time, we are transported to the hospital where Miss Elena continues her medical practice. Serena continues to live with her and says that she should have eaten by now, but the cook still hasn't shown up. She declares that she is incredibly hungry, when suddenly 2 children burst into the hospital, one of whom is crying loudly. Serena says that Elena is not there, and the children respond that they are in dire need of help. Serena looks at the wound and says that it will heal on its own, so you need to go home. The sister says that her brother needs help from his parents at work, so they won't be able to help. She also states that there is no one at home, so she does not know what to do in this situation. After some time, Elena returns to the hospital and finds visitors leaving satisfied. Elena asks these children how they feel, and they answer that the kind girl helped them. They also say that she is very sweet and kind, which greatly surprises the healer. Serena immediately shows her kindness and nags Elena about arriving too late. Elena asks her if she really helped the children, and Serena replies that she has some healing magic. She also says that this is the first and last time she does this, and Elena replies that she is very kind. Serena turns away sharply and says that this is all nonsense and has no relation to reality. Elena says that he went to the estate, and Serena guesses that they are talking about the Lord. Elena says that poison was used, but no one still understands what exactly needs to be treated. Serena says it's about brain poisoning, and that she knows a guy who knows about it. After this, she scratches her head and says that it was so long ago that she has already forgotten his name. She notes that she is not sure if he is alive and says that later, if she remembers it all, she will tell him what his name was. Meanwhile, Elena receives correspondence from a distant elven village with the help of a brave bird. Siren looks at this bird and wonders where it came from and what it is doing here. Elena declares that such birds live only in their forest, and that she brought a letter from one house. She also says that she hasn't heard anything from her relatives for a long time, and she is interested in what they want to tell her. After she reads the information that is passed on to her, her eyes begin to widen in surprise. Serena looks at her with undisguised interest and asks what they are writing about there. Elena speaks fearfully about how their forest is in the greatest danger it has ever seen. She says fearfully that the forest is in danger because of dragons who threaten to destroy it. After this, she drops this report and says that she can save him, but to do so, she will have to make a sacrifice. She sadly talks about how she must now become the dragon's bride to save her people. Elena emphasizes that if this does not happen, the forest will be destroyed. But Serena does not look scared. She asks if this is true, and Elena doesn't know what to do, believing that her explanation should be based on love. She also states that for this to happen, they need to at least be friends. But Serena replies that she needs to calm down. Siren explains that the dragons simply want to get what they need this way, and the forest is still completely safe. Immediately after this, she sits down on a bench and says that there is absolutely nothing to worry about. She immediately expresses a desire to go into this forest to explain to this dragon that he was mistaken. After some time, the bird, which acts as a postman, lands in the elven forest. The archer turns to her leader, Nerea, and says that, apparently, the letter has arrived. Nerea says that she is very glad to hear this, because she was afraid that the letter would not reach Helen. The warrior says she feels like she exaggerated a bit in that letter. Nerea states that Helen will rush here almost immediately, since she is very selfless. Meanwhile, Serena begins to make claims to Elena and states that she has done a lot for her. She asks her why she took them, and Lurin asks why she is upset about it. Elena says that she doesn't doubt her, but called them just in case to be on the safe side. Allison and Lorene say it will be more fun to go together because the situation may change. Allison also says it's time to look at Elena's house, and she hopes they don't laugh. After some time, they move to an unknown place where a terrible dragon lives, which breathes menacingly. Taking a threatening pose, he says that they must give him the bride, otherwise they will all die. Meanwhile, Allison continues her journey through the forest and wonders how far she still has to go. He admits that without teleportation, the distance seems quite large and their journey is delayed. Elena apologizes to him and says that the mechanism of this forest interferes with teleportation. After a while, Lurin stops and gives the command for all aliens to freeze immediately. Arrowheads emerge from the leaves, and a command is given not to move unless they want to die. The elven warrior and her patrol ask them why they are in this forest without an invitation. Elena recognizes this girl named Lily and asks her to put down her weapon. Lily immediately says that she does not doubt her, but she must be sure of the intentions of the others. Immediately after this, she turns her attention to Ellison and demands that he state his race and the purpose of his visit. Allison says he is the man who came to Elena's aid and understands that there is no point in trying to lie here. Lily says that he is recognized, after which she turns the gun on the red-haired girl. Siren says that she is obviously a dragon, and Allison suddenly starts praising her restaurant. Lily says she didn't ask him and demands that the woman continue talking. After some time, her ally approaches her and delivers a message from Nerea. Having heard the required message, she immediately turns to her battle sisters and orders them to lower their weapons. Lorene says that their behavior irritates her, and Allison notes that everything is going well. Lily apologizes to them for not acknowledging the guests and states that it was disrespectful. After some time, she takes them to the village and informs them that the lady is already waiting for them at her place. Nerea welcomes the guests warmly, saying that she apologizes for what happened in the village. She also says that she can't believe that Elena knew Allison. She also says that they must have had a long journey and were very tired after such a long journey. Allison thanks her for her hospitality and states that she will never forget her kindness. Elena watches them in surprise and realizes that, apparently, Allison is already familiar with the lady. After this, she remembers his incredible power and understands that such things should no longer surprise her. After all, There are things that are far more astonishing, like how he swatted the dragon with one blow. Nerea says that it must have been difficult for Elena to make such a decision, but she still came. Serena immediately decides to intervene and asks what's wrong with that guy they've been talking about all this time. They ask what kind of idiot they need, and Nerea asks them to calm down and says that he can hear them. Nerea and Lurin say that they are also dragons, and their task is to protect this union. Nerea pauses for a moment, trying to comprehend the fact that has just been told to her. She closes her eyes again for a moment to analyze the information she has received. This doesn't help her much, so she asks if they really weren't joking. Allison says he was just about to tell you about it, but the story is quite long. She also states that these two girls are indeed noble creatures, dragons. Nerea asks them emotionally what it all means, attracting the attention of the entire village. Meanwhile, the very dragon who demands a bride begins to rush around his cave. He says irritably that if they are so eager for death, then he himself will come for them. Nerea, meanwhile, says that this dragon is called Iramantum, and that this creature is very old. She also states that this is the golden dragon, to whom the elves have been paying tribute for generations. Lurin says he is some kind of beggar, and Nerea claims he has refused tribute for over 100 years. After this, he says that he has recently started demanding a bride and insists on it. Lurin asks why he needs Elena in particular, since there are other elves in the village. Nerea says that at first she tried to resolve this issue on her own and even wanted to become his bride. After this, she remembers how everyone tried to dissuade her from sacrificing herself, and she told them that they should not be upset because it was an honor for her to sacrifice herself for the sake of the race. However, as soon as she came to him, Iramantum said that he did not like her hairstyle. Nerea looks at him for a while, and he declares that she is not suitable for him and demands the next one. After some time, another beautiful elf came down to him and was rejected almost immediately. At this rate, the entire village had already gone there several times, and everyone had been refused. Nerea says that she had to turn to Helen simply because they ran out of candidates. Elena says that he will probably reject her too, and Serena continues to repeat her name over and over again. After some time of analyzing the past and repeating herself, she says that this is the same dragon she was talking about. She claims that he studies the brains of other races and could even cure the lord of the city of Grick. They look at her in surprise and ask if she is talking about Reedon, who still hasn't come to his senses. Lurin states that they now need to be more polite as they cannot miss this opportunity. After some time, the archer opens the doors and announces that Sir Iramantum is on his way. She suggests that perhaps he was angry that they didn't send another candidate. Nerea states that this dragon avoids other dragons and allows almost no one to approach it. Allison, Lorene, and Serena come to the conclusion that they need bait, and they themselves will have to lie low. Elena looks at them in surprise and tries to understand what their insidious plan is. After some time, Iramantum reaches the elven village and breaks several branches to intimidate them. The archers say that it is urgently necessary to create an army to stop this creature. Iramantum says that these creatures dare to insult him and declares that he cannot forgive them for such rudeness. After this, he opens his mouth to create golden breath but is stopped by Nerea. She apologizes for being late and says that they have prepared the most beautiful girl. Immediately after this, she carefully lifts Elena's veil to reveal his new bride. Elena looks absolutely stunning, and she was wearing the right clothes to attract his attention. Elena maintains her characteristic awkwardness and shyness and introduces herself carefully. Iramantum is immediately struck by her appearance and says that he has never seen anything more wonderful. Laughing, he declares that she is right for him and that he should have brought her here right away. All this time, hidden elves are watching him so that he cannot notice them. Siren watches what is happening closely and assumes that this dragon has already fallen in love with her. Iramantum takes Elena to his cave, which contains a huge number of different exhibits. Elena slowly follows him and hopes that the guys will soon rescue her from there. After a while, Iramantum loudly asks her if he remembers correctly that her name is Elena. Almost the next second, he hands her a special suit and tells her that she needs to put it on. He grins and says that she must now call him her master. He adds that it will be a rather kind communication, since he is not a cruel creature. Elena hopes that she will be rescued soon, after which she decides to play along with him and puts on this costume. Iramantum asks her why she came here, adding that he warned her that it was quite dangerous here. Elena replies that she thought she needed to help him and asks for some of his attention. Iramantum starts to get angry and says that she shouldn't act so scared. Elena immediately asks for forgiveness, but he tells her that she shouldn't even think about apologizing. He looks at her and tells her that they are inseparable, and that with time, she will trust him and become kinder to him. Elena looks at him with a look that combines incomprehension and disgust at the same time. Iramantum is very happy with her reaction, while she does not understand what kind of strange creature this is. Allison, Lorene, and Serena, meanwhile, watch what is happening and continue to smirk. Elena turns around and discovers that all this time they were just watching her and laughing. She asks loudly if they really decided to just watch her get humiliated. Iramantum looks at them with irritation and asks who they are and why they know Elena. After reading their auras, he almost instantly understands that these creatures are incredibly powerful. Iramantum turns around, realizing that these creatures are not human and that they are too dangerous to compete with. However, after a while, when he uses the teleportation spell, it simply doesn't work. He decides that he must go ahead to avoid being captured. However, before he can break the distance, he is immediately landed and ordered not to move. Elena takes a few steps towards them and asks how long they have been watching her suffer. Allison says he could have set a couple more traps, so he needed to wait a couple of minutes. Elena reminds him that she can read his intentions, and Allison states that the dragons have decided to watch her. Serena accuses him of cowardice and says that he himself wanted to look at Elena's new outfit. Elena falls silent for a long time and asks if he really liked this suit. Allison says it's all a lie, and Siren keeps a close eye on the prisoner, who is acting strangely. Luren also begins to hear strange mutterings and wonders what this scoundrel is saying. Iramantum creates a magical seal and says that it is now too late for these idiots. Meanwhile, Nereal discusses Elena's fate with Lily, hoping that everything will be okay with her. She remains optimistic and says that she has brought reliable people with her, after which she notices something strange. A small magical sphere appears in front of them, which gradually increases in size. Once it reaches a certain size, this sphere bursts, releasing gas. None of the elves manage to react in time and retreat to a safe distance. They are trying to figure out what this gas is and what effects it has on those who inhale it. However, before they can figure this out, their consciousness begins to noticeably cloud over. They almost instantly lose control over what they do and what they say. Each elf takes out a small dagger, holding it forward a few centimeters. After this, they point these daggers at themselves so that, if necessary, they can cut their own necks. Iramantum says that if they wanted to break the magic circles, then it was worth checking the elven forest. He orders that he and Elena be released immediately, adding that otherwise the entire elven forest will perish. Luren watches what is happening and understands that something is happening in the forest and realizes what it is leading to. Luren, using his powers of observation, conveys to everyone that the elves have turned their weapons on themselves. Iramantum says that he has been studying the minds of higher beings for 100 years, and that everything that happens is nonsense. He also boasts that he perfected the spell while choosing his bride. He turns to Elena and demands that she finally make one of the most important decisions. He asks her if she will leave the elves or still agree to become his bride. Allison immediately cuts off Elena's answer, saying that she doesn't need to make such self-sacrifices. He declares that blackmail will not work on him, and then uses his spell. He creates a large magical seal over the elven village to cleanse it of the haze. The spell hits all the elves at once, cleansing them of mind control. Gradually, their hands begin to shake and their grip weakens as the spell quickly wears off. Allison turns to Elena and tells her that she doesn't need to worry because everything is fine. Elena thanks him, while Iramantum realizes that he is at a disadvantage. Luren and Serena say that this dragon is quite harmful and needs to be taught a lesson. Elena also says that this is the worst dragon she has ever met and that she hates him. Iramantum looks at her lovingly and understands that these words were spoken with incredible sincerity. They start beating him brutally, but he reflects on how much he even likes it. After some time, a celebration begins in the village because they are finally free. The elves perform traditional chants using their instruments and show off incredible dances. Elena returns to her mistress, happy that she will no longer be anyone's bride. Meanwhile, Iramantum is happy that he was defeated by a beautiful and strong woman. Serena wonders if they only serve vegetables here, while Lurin happily devours them with the sauce. She decides to try the food after adding the sauce and declares it to be incredibly delicious. Serena looks at it in surprise and asks what it is, and Lurin replies that it makes the greens taste better. Serena demands to share with her, and Lorene replies that she should take the sauce herself. Nerea, in turn, says that she cannot find words of gratitude to these people. She also says that they helped and saved them from the curse, and Lurin replies that they simply beat the crap out of Iramantum. After this, she emphasizes that in fact it was Allison who saved them all, since it was he who broke the curse. Siren says that everyone already knows that he did it, since only he is capable of such spells. Allison, meanwhile, is surrounded by elven girls and offers them some sauce. He reflects that he took it in case the elves wanted a snack, and it turned out to be a good decision. After this, the elves wonder how to prepare this sauce, as they liked it very much. Then he comes to the memorial, sits down and says that he is glad to greet an old friend. We are talking about a statue of an elven hero who, apparently, gave his life many years ago. The statue remains silent and does not respond to Allison's greeting. Allison smiles and says that the statue looks even better than it did in life. After a while, he is plunged into memories of someone hitting him right on the back of the head. Allison takes a swing and says that whoever did this was a real idiot. He was in a squad with several people who were carrying out a task that was important to him. An elf named Venan told him that he doesn't eat greens, despite what all sorts of idiots think. The court declared that this situation should be resolved by a fight between the magician and the elf. After this, he recommends that they stop arguing and pay attention to what is really important. It shows trolls attacking civilians trying to pass through the area. Allison realizes that the fugitives are under attack and decides to intervene immediately. One of the trolls is already bringing the captured man to himself to bite off his head. However, this is not destined to come true, as the heroes come to the rescue in time and deliver powerful blows. Allison also uses magical skills to punch through multiple opponents and disarm them. They also create a magical barrier to prevent the trolls from reaching other survivors. Frightened townspeople look around, trying to understand who has come to their aid. They don't understand that real heroes have come to their aid and will now take care of them. They tell the trolls that from now on, they are forbidden to commit crimes against other races. They also remember that they should have said this in advance, but now there is no longer much point in it. Allison says he has always followed this rule and has never regretted it. By placing the meat in front of the hero's statue, he suggests that perhaps the hero would not want him to do this. After a while, Nerea stops next to him, and Allison asks if she holds a grudge against him. Nerea looks at the statue of Venonus and says that she would not hold a grudge against him. Allison asks her if she really believes this, and his voice starts to shake a little. Allison asks her if she was upset with him 2 years ago when he brought her Venon's body. This was a real tragedy for her, since she truly loved this great warrior and hero of the elves. Nerea, barely holding back her tears, says that Sir Venon gave her a promise to return. Afterwards, she says that Allison made sure he kept his word, so she is not offended. She also says that today he saved all the elves, and Venon probably had a small contribution to this. Allison pours alcohol into a glass and says that he would not call this contribution small, since he owes it his life. Handing her a small glass, he says that it can be considered that he was not the one who saved the elves. Afterwards, they clink glasses to raise a toast to the great hero who still lives in their hearts. After some time, morning comes, and it is time to leave the lands of the elves. The elves thank them and say that without their help, they would hardly have survived this night. Allison and his comrades say that there is no need to worry about the dragon, since they are taking it with them. Iramantum asks them where they are taking him, and Serena demands that he speak more quietly, adding that she will tell him everything later. Lurin notes that Ellison had a long conversation with the chief yesterday, and is trying to understand what they talked about. Allison remarks that she has good hearing, and Elena is only now realizing that this conversation even took place. Lorene notes that she apparently didn't know about absorbing the Lord's heart, and Allison says it's a secret. Iramantum looks at them in surprise and wonders if all this is true. Lurin reminds that several people witnessed him absorb the Lord's heart. Allison also wonders if Nerea realized this, and Lurin reminds him that he demonstrated very strong magic. After this, Allison comes to the conclusion that there is no point in thinking about it now, since they came here to help Elena. They come to the conclusion that they have received much more than they expected. And this is where the journey can end. Immediately after returning to the city, he goes on a private visit to Duran. Diran is happy to see the teacher, and says that the restaurant was closed for a while. He also says that he is surprised that they visited him in person, and Allison states that this is new to him. Elena and Serena settle into the guest room and hope that the session will be successful. Berna continues to lie in bed next to her husband and suddenly hears other people entering his chambers. Diren introduces Ellison and says that this man did a lot to make sure that everything was good for them. Berna looks at this face and realizes that this man was the warrior who saved her. This makes her very excited and she can't believe her eyes. She asks where he's been all this time, and Allison notes that she remembers him. Allison asks if they know he destroyed Balthor's castle, and Diren replies that he was as mute as a fish. Berna says that all this time she wanted to find him and thank him personally for saving her. Allison says that no thanks are required as he came here for a different purpose. He adds that all this time, he did not have the opportunity to save another person. But now, this has changed. Meanwhile, Lurin drives Iramantum into the room and tells him that he should come in and not do anything stupid. Iramantum looks around sadly and wonders who needs to be cured here. Lurin kicks him towards the Lord's bed and tells him not to mess things up. Iramantum places his hand on Raiden and begins to analyze his condition using magic. Diren says he doesn't know the man, and Allison asks him to just observe. Iramantum indicates that this person has severe brain damage, and that someone has used a very strong poison. After this, he says that he will try to use one of the spells to neutralize the poison. After a while, he exhales a gas that creates a powerful explosion and a magical seal above Raiden's head. Only a few seconds pass before he begins to slowly open his eyes. Berna and Diren look at him worriedly and ask if he can hear them. Raiden looks at them for a few seconds, then begins to gather his strength. Finally, the first word escapes his lips, expressing the joy of meeting his loved ones. He slowly says their names, after which they begin to cry from strong emotional shock. They immediately rush to him to hug him, since they haven't heard a single word from him for a long time. Allison watches this with bittersweet joy, realizing that he once had loved ones. He immediately remembers his mother, whom he can no longer see. His lips begin to tremble slightly as he realizes that deep down he misses them very much. Lurin lifts the spell on Iramantum and says that if he hears anything strange, he needs to be stopped. Allison says that it's time for them to leave, and Lurin asks if he's not going to take the reward. Allison says that they have enough money, and they have nothing to worry about at this moment. Lurin happily says that they can finish all their work and go to bed. Allison places a coin on the magic paths and says that he feels like someone is constantly stealing beer. Allison reflects that this is his first summoning since absorbing the magic ball, and it feels much easier now. However, after a few moments, the ritual begins to go completely wrong and looks ominous. Allison wonders what this means, while Lorene also falls under the influence of the ritual. The whole room starts shaking, and this does not bode well. Allison wonders what this all means, when suddenly he is engulfed in dark matter. The next moment he finds himself in an unknown dimension and begins to feel very dizzy. Allison reflects on how he feels very sleepy because he is tired after working with the recipes. After a while, he sees a girl who looks very much like Lurin doing something to the side. He addresses her by name and asks what she is doing there, hoping that she has not beaten anyone. However, the girl turns around and asks what he is carrying. She looks at him carefully and asks who he is anyway. Allison takes a few steps to the side and realizes that all the objects around him are starting to float. The bully constantly asks him why he addressed her by a strange name and immediately left. Allison feels depressed and wonders what he's even doing here. After some time, he realizes that he was in this world before he ended up in another world. He remembers that he always missed it, but now he is in completely different circumstances. However, his heart begins to be eaten away by genuine melancholy, when suddenly, the truck appears in front of him again. However, after a few moments, he comes to his senses and finds that Lurin is next to him. She tries to bring him to his senses and asks him why he is acting so strangely. She also asks him where they are in general, and they realize that they have entered a metropolis. Allison looks around and can't believe that he sees modern high-rise buildings in front of him. An ordinary passerby asks them if everything is okay with them and if they need medical help. Allison quickly gets to her feet and says that everything is fine and they don't need to call the police. Immediately after this, he throws Lurin over his shoulder and runs away, saying that he apologizes for bothering her. The girl watches them, holding a phone in her hands, and says that they have very strange clothes. After a while, Lurin asks him if they really ended up in his hometown. She notes that it looks very strange because there are iron carts and high-rise buildings everywhere. Allison says that he himself hasn't been here for a long time and didn't even think that he would ever be able to return. After this, he pauses for a while to enjoy the stunning lights of the city at night. Lurin asks him about the fact that he probably knows this city very well and clarifies where they are. Allison remembers seeing the girl's phone and realizes it was probably a new model. He realizes that the cars and buildings look completely different, so quite a bit of time has passed. However, he decides not to give up, since he still has ways to navigate here. He doesn't understand that the buildings may have changed, but the roads are still the same, so a map can be made. However, after several futile attempts, he honestly admits that he does not know where they are. Lorene says that this is not the best situation, and Allison says that he knows perfectly well where they can go. Memories of his beloved mother, who instilled in him a love of cooking, immediately come to mind. After this, he reaches into his pockets, saying that the problem will not be that serious. By showing a gold coin, he says that they definitely don't have to worry about money. After a while, we are transported to a morning meeting near the ranch, where life is already beginning to boil. Clint and Maggie are early birds and get up for work at the crack of dawn almost at the same time. They say that the mornings are very cool, and if the dwarves had not repaired the stoves, things would have been difficult. Clint also says that the restaurant will open later today because the lights are out inside. They note that this is surprising since Allison has never been known for his love of sleep. Meanwhile, Allison and Lorene buy new clothes to avoid standing out so much. Allison notes that he didn't make much money selling gold coins at the pawn shop. The pawn shop appraised the pure gold coins and said they were indeed quite valuable. The seller said that he was willing to give them 4 million won on the condition that they provide their passports. Allison and Lorene realize they're unlikely to find anything worthwhile that doesn't require a passport. Allison realizes he had to cut the price in half because they didn't have passports. Lorene asks if he is hungry, and Allison asks what she would like to eat. Lurin says she doesn't know yet, and wonders if there are any good restaurants around here. Allison realizes there is Chinese food there and suggests she go get it. After a while, they go inside, and Allison orders a special, amazing dish for her. She happily says that it is a very good dish, and she really enjoyed trying it. She recommends that he also order something, but he reads the menu with horror, where everything is quite expensive. He says sadly that it all used to cost half as much, and Lurin notes that he sounds like an old man. After this, he realizes that there is no point in saving and recommends collecting tteokbokki properly. They choose the spicy option and understand that this is quite a serious test. They then order extra ice cream, and Allison suggests they take it slow to avoid a headache. Their walk continues for some time, as Korea proves to be rich in street food culture. Lurin invites him to visit all the stores, but he states that not all of them sell food. Meanwhile, Serena and Elena reach his restaurant to break in but find it locked. Serena irritably wonders where they went and what to do now. They all feel very hungry, but they can't think of where to get food. Mant says they are very surprised that they left without warning for such a long time. Some customers leave irritated, saying that the food here doesn't seem to be all that tasty. Mant notes that they are in serious trouble because they could lose their regular guests. Milton says they hardly think anything has happened to them because these people always cope with any problems. Clint suddenly comes to the conclusion that they need to take serious action and help Allison. He states that the kitchen has everything they need, and they should try to take over the restaurant. Meanwhile, Allison and Lorene continue their tour of the modern world and have tried a lot of things during this time. Lurin says that they are back on some kind of iron strip, and Allison explains that it is a train. He states that it is better not to use magic so as not to attract attention, while Lurin looks out the window at the view. She suddenly asks him if they are going to visit his mother. Allison grins and asks how she knew, and Lorene replies that he made it too obvious. After some time, she sees something so amazing that she cannot keep silent about it. She notes that the view from the iron strip looks simply incredibly beautiful. He notes that he never thought about it before since he was constantly teleporting. She also states that she really likes this world, but for some reason, Allison doesn't seem happy. After a while, she turns to him, and Lurin asks what he wants to tell her. Allison says he's curious about what she'll say if he offers to stay. He notes that he's interested in what she thinks about them not having to go back. Allison adds that this thought has not left him since the first day of their arrival, and they are safe here. He reflects on the fact that there is always an opportunity to start all over again in this world and forget about all worries. He also states that she might want to think about it, as the question probably caught her off guard. Allison tries to explain, but Lorene interrupts him, saying that she wants to know something. She asks him if they will return home together if she refuses to stay in this world forever. Long ago, when he was still serving in the army, he took advantage of the moment when his comrades were sleeping. He started using the spell to create space and wormhole again. He looked at her happily and said that he had finally managed to create something more meaningful. He puts his finger into this wormhole, hoping that it will return him home to his family. Venom and another comrade immediately grab him and drag him aside, declaring that it is dangerous. They pull him closer and tell him that this thing closes instantly and he could lose a finger. Allison tells them that he understands everything, asks them to let him go, and then hands the letter into the wormhole. After a few moments, a small space appears and the flash destroys the scraps of paper. Venom and the other warrior exhale tensely, realizing that holding Ellison back was very difficult. After this, the elven heroes scold him, telling him that he should not use this spell. He states that he should not use magic for the next few weeks. Allison asks his comrade if he will return to the mines when this war is over, and he nods. After this, he turns to Venom and remembers that he has a fiancée, and he also nods. After this, his voice begins to tremble, and he says that this is all very wonderful, but one question torments him. He asks them and himself where he will go when this whole terrible war finally ends. Despair overwhelms him almost immediately, and he says that he doesn't know what to do when it's all over. His memories haunt him to this day, and all this time he was tormented by dreams of returning. He says that he never left her, and Luren points out that he would never do such a thing. Allison smiles and says that first they need to go home. Some of the restaurant's customers come closer to it and realize that it has finally opened. Meanwhile, our brave heroes continue their attempts to replace the real chef in the kitchen. They manage to cut the meat into thin, even pieces, and that's half the job. Clint, however, notes that, unfortunately, they don't have a proper fire source, as this stove doesn't have a compartment for firewood. Milton says that Ellison most likely used magic to avoid using firewood. Immediately after this, he turns his head towards Elena, who, in their opinion, has magical talents. After a while, she decides to help him and creates a small flash of flame. She says that she learned this skill in case of a hike, but it turns out to be too little. The siren creates a real flash of lightning and tells them to move away. Immediately after this, she creates a fiery surface on the iron pan. Smiling, she declares that they don't need to worry about the fire and that they need to focus on cooking. Clint reflects on the fact that he doesn't know who this woman is, but the fire problem is completely solved. Miltane puts on an apron and says that it is time to open a restaurant and cook food. Of course, their first course is an overcooked piece of coal that is inedible. The first customer who came in expecting a regular medium-rare steak was very surprised. Maggie immediately apologizes to him and says that they are currently redoing the dish. Meanwhile, Creston realizes that he needs to add salt to the salad to make it tastier. The customer who ordered this salad noted that it was too salty and edible. Mant realizes they need more salt and uses sugar syrup instead. After this, the customer who ordered the regular soup cannot stand the incredible sweetness of this dish. Complaints are pouring in against them by the dozens, and this is affecting the morale of our cooks. Clint tensely grills the meat and thinks about what to do, because the business could simply fail. He understands that the meat burns at such a heat, and it needs to be reduced at least a little. Looking at Siren, he realizes that she doesn't seem to be about to turn down the heat. He wonders if it is possible to pour water on a fire to reduce it. After a while, he looks at the pot in front of him and realizes that this may be the only option. Meanwhile, Allison finally reaches the place where his relatives are. Luren says they've never gotten lost here before, and Allison replies that it's out of the question. He notes that a lot has changed, but a lot has remained the same, and everything is in its place. In the sense that he missed it very much, he says that even after 30 years, he will not get lost in this city. After some time, they reach his native high-rise building, where he spent a lot of time. Allison looks at this house with a smile and understands that he will never see anything sweeter than his home. After some time, they reach his apartment and knock cautiously, waiting for the door to open. Allison feels very scared, and Lorene encourages him, telling him that everything will be okay. She jokingly talks about saying she's a dragon, but Allison asks her not to. Allison begins to encourage himself, saying that he will definitely be able to explain to his mother where he has been. After a while, it becomes obvious that no one is in a hurry to open the door. Lorene notes that it's pretty quiet here, and Allison suggests that she's just sleeping or needs to try again. A few moments later, the door opens, but it belongs to another apartment. The woman comes out cautiously and asks them who they are. Taking a closer look at him, she notes that she has never seen him, and Allison reports that he came to his mother in apartment 604. The woman freezes for a moment, then says she can't believe her eyes. He asks if he is Miss Junghwa's son, and Allison confirms that he is her son. He asks her if she knows where his mother is, and the girl states that she no longer lives here and asks him to follow her. She claims that she met his mother 5 years ago when she came here, and that she cooked for her. She also reports that she boasted about her son and said that they must be about the same age. Allison stops her briefly and asks a question in a very sad voice. He asks where they are going, although he probably already understands where this is all heading. The girl does not answer this question and says that his mother missed him very much. After walking a few more meters, she says that she would like to ask him a question since they are almost there. Finding herself next to a small grave, she asks why he decided to return only now. She asks why he didn't come at least 2 years ago, when he could still meet her. After this, she states that her sister suffered from stomach cancer even before they met. She adds that she had to undergo surgery so she could not eat properly. After this, she sadly reports that 3 years ago she had a relapse and required hospitalization. Allison feels his heart sink as this is not the reunion he dreamed of. He remembers his mother saying he must be hungry and offering him a seat. He remembers her warm smile and her words that it was time for a proper dinner. Allison watches what is happening and realizes that this is not at all the goodbye he thought it would be. The woman says she doesn't really care what he's been doing all this time because it's too late. She adds that even if he explains everything, it still won't bring her sister back. After this, she informs him that since he asked about it, she is ready to make one concession to him. She hands him a small package and tells him that it was left behind after her death. As she passes by, she says that this paper once flew into the house. After this, she rudely notes that it seems her sister had already given up on anything, but still finished writing her answer. Allison continues to hold the package in his hands and realizes that this is the very letter he wrote. He unfolds it and carefully reads what is written, hoping to find lines intended for his mother. Luren realizes that the paper belonged to the Empire, meaning the letter was indeed sent here. In the first lines, he writes that everything written is true, although it is difficult to believe because he ended up in another world. Allison falls to his knees and, in a trembling voice, says that the magic is unstable, but he wanted to at least send a letter. He also says that he had a way to send letters, but he stopped believing that he would be able to get a response. However, his mother still wrote back, wishing him luck and hoping that he would invite her to his restaurant. Allison feels despair wash over him from head to toe and can't believe he was so stupid. He adds that after receiving the dragon's heart, he could have used summoning magic, but did not think to return the letter. He insists that perhaps the regret would have been less painful then than it is now. Meanwhile, more and more visitors continue to arrive at the restaurant every day. They happily order new dishes prepared by the restaurant staff. Mant reports that the reviews are great and everyone is praising the food, and Allison admits he had to resort to trickery. He decides to simply boil the meat and serve it with vegetables as a dish. Serena and Elena continue to heat pots filled with water as much as possible. Ment happily announces that now there is no need to worry about the restaurant's customers. Meanwhile, the action shifts back to the modern world, where dawn is slowly rising over the city. Allison is in a very depressed state, and Lorene is trying to somehow cheer him up. She tells him that he needs to eat because he looks completely exhausted. Allison apologizes to her and tells her that he lied to her when he promised that he would never leave her. He claims that if she had said she didn't want to stay there, he would have sent her back alone. He says that 15 years had passed, and his mother was the only person he had left, and he was only going to help her. However, now he can't even move because of the realization that he has no one left. Luren puts her hand on his forearm and asks if he really thinks he's all alone. Allison doesn't answer, but Luren tries with all her might to hint to him that this is not so. She also reports that when they got on the cart with wheels, he asked if she wanted to stay there. She notes that she had no intention of refusing initially, as she would never have been able to leave him alone. Smiling, she says that if he wants, they can stay here together forever. After a while, she asks him if he thought about one very important thing. She asks what about the people they left behind in that world when they returned here. Meanwhile, Duran receives disturbing news that the Archmage is not in the restaurant, and that it is being run by other people. Berna wonders what happened, and Reeden decides to intervene in this investigation. He says that he will have to take a walk, because he cannot even express gratitude and restore justice. After some time, one of the dwarves descends into the mine, where work is in full swing to complete the construction of the lair. One of the guards approaches Gultajar and informs him that, apparently, Allison has suddenly disappeared. Gultajar calmly replies that he is worried too much, and now he needs to worry about the construction deadlines. The dwarf apologizes, expresses his regret, and promises to return to work immediately. Gultajar looks up at the ceiling and says that Allison would never have abandoned them in their time of need. Lurin says that everyone is waiting for him, and that perhaps even dragons are already knocking on the doors of the temple. She asks him if he really thinks he has nothing left, since he has done nothing in vain. She notes that 15 years spent in another world may definitely be worth returning to. Allison asks her, with a heavy heart, what she thinks about the veracity of the words he wrote in the letter. Lurin says that his mother probably believed him, because parents never doubt their children. After this, she takes his hand and invites him to get up and go to his native land. Meanwhile, Allison's mother's sister reflects on the fact that 2 days have passed without any news. She says that her sister suffered greatly, and that he wrote some nonsense about magicians that cannot be forgiven. Allison suddenly appears right in front of her and hands her a small bag, telling her that she should take it. She takes the bag and asks where it was and what these strange clothes are. Allison explains that he was restoring his mana, and the woman notes that he is still acting strange. After this, she opens the bag and finds that it is overflowing with gold coins. Allison says there's not much money in there, but he'd still like her to take it. After this, he creates a portal and announces that it is time for them to return to the restaurant, as they are already waiting. After this, he jumps into the portal and thanks her for looking after his mother's grave. The woman looks at them in surprise and cannot believe what she just saw. She immediately remembers the moment when she was caring for her sick sister and asking her how she was feeling. The woman said that she felt much better, but she still had a few wishes. She said she wants to visit a certain restaurant, and the girl asks what kind of restaurant it is. She smiled and said that the restaurant was far away and had probably already opened. She periodically said that this was the Archmage's restaurant, which would definitely welcome her as a dear guest. Now the sister understands that all this time Allison really was in another world, and it was all true. Before leaving this world, he leaves flowers and a photo with Lorene on his mother's grave. After some time, they return and realize that everything looks as if several years have passed. Allison realizes that they are quite far from the restaurant and that he still has a long way to go. Lurin states that it is time to use teleportation magic, but he asks her to stop. Immediately after this, he decides to test his new magical skills and creates a special rift. Lurin looks at this in surprise and asks how he learned to use this magic. Lurin, heading into this portal, hopes that it will be able to teach her to fly. Allison also reports that their customers are probably very angry, and the workers don't know what to do. Lurin states that it is quite possible that they should not expect any guests anytime soon. However, Allison stops short when he discovers that there is an actual monument to him in front of the restaurant. People walk around him and cannot stop admiring the incredible precision with which the sculptor has conveyed his facial features. Allison wonders if they've gotten something mixed up, and Lorene tries to figure out what it all means. Clint sincerely asks them if they know who saved the lord of this city, claiming that it was Allison. Telling a heartbreaking story, he reveals that the restaurant owner created a dish that cured him. After that, he shows them the plate and says that everyone should try this dish for their health. Regular customers begin to happily raise their wallets and declare that they are ready to pay for this. Allison slips inside cautiously and watches Clint with a dark gaze. After this, he goes inside and demands an explanation of what exactly is going on here and why this circus is being set up. After some time, he hears an unfamiliar voice that states that all of this was organized. Raiden says with a smile that he is incredibly happy that he can finally talk to him. The rest of the staff apologize to him and report that they are missing, causing panic. He notes that they also tried their best to keep the visitors, and Reedon praises their skills. Allison decides to try the dish they made because she thinks it's worth trying. He reflects on how delicious it really is, and tries to understand why he hasn't cooked pork before. He also notes that simply throwing meat into water won't produce the same flavor, and he realizes that the man has talent. Allison, smiling, says that he himself is to blame for what is happening, so he will not scold them because they kept the restaurant going. After this, he opens the gate and points to the statue, wondering why it is here. Reedon reveals that the statue was erected in honor of his achievements, and that he won't have to pay for it. Allison says he's not worried, but he doesn't understand what kind of achievements he's talking about. Reedon says that he is being too modest, because he knows very well the story of the soldier in the war with the dragons. He adds that this soldier ignored orders and tried to help people, was the worst soldier, but the best magician. Reedon adds that this soldier had the same name as Allison, making them complete namesakes. Reedon states that this story is known to few people, but the city was one of those that was saved by him. After this, he returns to the moment when Baltor came to the castle to implement his schemes. Reedon says that as soon as he teleported into his room, he immediately realized who was in front of him. Allison reports that he had no idea that the Lord had been conscious the whole time. Reedon says they saved his town and his family, and he couldn't thank them enough. He also states that he has decided to do everything possible to help him. Allison smiles, then turns around and says that he doesn't understand such things. One powerful beam of energy destroys the monument almost instantly, leaving nothing behind. Ellison says the last thing he wants is for his restaurant to be associated with outside entities. Reedon is, to put it mildly, surprised by the ease with which Allison destroyed such an expensive gift. Afterwards, he quietly says that it's too much and admits that perhaps he went overboard. Allison also asks him to stop spreading rumors that sick people are looking for him, as it is attracting unnecessary attention. After some time, the action moves to the academy, inside which life is in full swing among the students. Madrine is walking calmly down the hallway when she suddenly runs into several students. They immediately drop their textbooks on the floor and apologize to her for their awkward behavior. Madrine kindly picks up the books and tells them that they shouldn't worry about such trifles. She praises them for learning magic and recommends that they be more careful indoors. The students look at her with great admiration and cannot believe that such a figure could be kind to them. Afterwards, they remark that Madrine looks absolutely stunning and casts spells very quickly. They also note that the rumors that initially circulated within the academy turn out to be untrue. She notes that she would never have believed that someone could kidnap her and tie her up. Madrine reflects sadly that she too would like to believe that all of this is just rumors. After a while, she approaches her office and suddenly stops, feeling something strange. She notes that there is definitely someone inside, but she cannot determine who is there. She reflects on the fact that only Duke Tamaran can enter her room without permission, but he is currently out of town. After this, she suggests that Lurin, who was very rude to her last time, might be there. After this, she suddenly opens the door, and Leon, who is inside, greets her. Madrine doesn't have time to see him and loudly says that there is no need to tie her up, since rumors have spread throughout the city. Opening her eyes, she realizes that all this time she was telling Leon that someone was tying her up. Of course, the Crown Prince understands that he has clearly not chosen the best moment to talk to her. He asks her what she's talking about, and Madrine realizes she's gotten herself into a very awkward situation. Leon says that crime is growing almost every day, and this cannot help but affect nearby cities. Madrine says people have been sent to investigate, but there are several problems. Leon says that this is all important and serious, but he doesn't understand why she doesn't raise her head. Madrine asks him why he didn't warn them about his visit, and Leon states that he doesn't intend to spread rumors. He also talks about the city being in a serious situation, and asks how many people have already died. Madrine reports that they have already counted 3 deaths from the same cause. Leon replies that this is quite a large amount in such a short period of time. Madrine asks if she should investigate the matter herself, and Leon replies that if she did, everyone would be afraid. After this, he says that in this case they will not be able to find out who prepared this poison. Madrine replies that they have no one to send now except the city of Dedran, which is already famous for crime. Leon smiles and says that there is actually someone who can be sent to do this job. Leon adds that this man seems like an ordinary man, but in reality he is a real monster who is not afraid of death. After this, He says that it is time to prepare for the road, because they will need his support. He also states that they will finally be able to eat properly after a long time. Meanwhile, Allison is slicing meat in her restaurant to prepare it for serving. He also decides to finally use the grater he bought some time ago in the real world. This allows him to prepare another amazing dish with a unique taste. Immediately after this, he says that the fried rice is finally ready and can be served. Allison hands the dish to Lorene and says that it should be given to Kostya. After some time, Lorene serves this dish to one of the visitors, and there is no meat in it anymore. Serena watches this and says that there must definitely be meat here. Lorene eats quickly and says that a similar dish is served completely without meat. Serena says that she is considered a fool, while the others continue to eat. Berna notes that this is a very tasty dish, and she enjoys coming here. She asks Allison if Diren comes here often, and he replies that he is a regular. Berna also says that she was against the installation of the statue in the restaurant, and Allison replies that she is not offended. After some time, new customers enter the restaurant and ask if they serve desserts. The girl happily turns to Allison and asks if he can bring 2 portions. Allison smiles and says it won't take long before heading towards the kitchen. Smiling, he hands over the equipment and fried rice, accompanied by a delicious local cutlet. The man says he will be very interested to try what they cook in this amazing restaurant. After tasting the dish, they say that it is truly an amazing taste and a fantastic dish. Allison leans over and says he's very flattered, as Leon isn't usually that easily surprised. Leon and Madrine are surprised and note that he is terribly perceptive, and they were unable to see through his disguise. They also note that the people nearby were completely oblivious to who they were. Leon explains the purpose of his visit by saying that he really wants to try the local dishes and give him one little thing. After that, he shows him a bottle of liquid and asks if he knows what it is. Allison says he's never seen it before, and Leon says it's a deadly poison that destroys brain cells. He emphasizes that this is the same poison that confined Lord to bed for many years. Leon puts the poison back and says that it is slowly spreading throughout the empire. He claims that evidence is extremely difficult to find, and they have not found any traces when suddenly robbers burst into the restaurant. They try to scare everyone else by waving their weapons and ordering them to give them all the food and money. They ask them if they are frozen with fear and why they do not comply with their demands. Lorene and Serena did indeed notice them, but the bandits misinterpreted their silence. Leon continues to eat calmly, while Madrine angrily gets up from the table. After some time, these bandits suffer an unenviable fate, as they decide to teach them a lesson. Madrine forces them into extremely uncomfortable positions and blocks their movement with magic. They ask her for forgiveness, calling her a great archmage and admiring her incredible greatness. Leon says that she has been having a very difficult time lately, so she asks him to understand. Allison asks him why he came here with the mission to find out where the poison came from. Leon claims they interrogated Count Baltor, but he says nothing, and many generals are dead. He also claims that this robbery was organized by the same people, and that they are simply expanding their sphere of influence. Allison asks why entrust such an important mission to a restaurant owner. Leon says that not long ago an entire mansion was destroyed, and he became curious about who could use such magic. Allison asks who told him about this, and Leon says with an air of importance that it is top secret information. After this, he adds that only a single high-ranking magician in the Empire could tell about this. Allison turns around and says he'll only play along this once and asks Madrine to come see him later. After some time, they are transported to the outskirts of the city of Dedran, which looks simply terrible. Tents are pitched everywhere here because local residents can no longer afford housing. There are also burglars all around, breaking windows to get inside. Lorene asks what they are doing here, and Allison states that they need to catch whoever made the poison. Lorene tries to understand what is happening, and Allison reflects on what he heard, that all the generals died from poisoning. He also understands that if he catches them all at once, many will try to escape. But he can't ask anyone directly. After a while, he turns to Lorene, and she immediately responds, trying to understand what he wants. Allison declares that he has an amazing plan, and asks if she is ready to listen to it. He says she might be against the plan, and Lorene points out that he worries too much. She declares that she is ready to do anything for him, and Allison replies that he is very lucky to have her. After some time, she ends up in prison according to a brilliant plan that Allison came up with. Lorene still doesn't fully understand how things turned out, and the guard advises her to stay away. The cellmates look at the girl and ask who is so lucky today. They also say that they will now show her what happened to the first girl who came here. Luren notes that the place is quite disgusting, since people here are not even divided by gender. She prepares to attack and states that no one told her to sit quietly. After a while, the guard tells her to be quiet and press against the wall. He also states that the Lord Chamberlain is here, so respect must be shown. The prisoners say this is not surprising, since a girl was brought here. After some time, very quiet and monotonous steps of an approaching person are heard. This man turns out to be the Lord Chamberlain of this city, named Ricardo, who comes here in search of newcomers. The guard points to the girl and says that she was arrested for insulting passers-by. Ricardo immediately takes a few steps towards her and looks at her carefully. He smiles and says that she is a little cheeky, but that is her specialty. He adds that she needs to be placed separately from the others, since she is probably not treated very well here. After some time, a maid comes to him and demands his attention for a few seconds. Ricardo asks her what happened, and the girl whispers to him about a small emergency. Ricardo immediately returns to his residence, thinking that these bastards never learn anything. He reflects that they should have realized by now that it would be better never to get involved with him. After this, he enters his chambers, where the dear guest who requested a visit is already located. Ricardo smiles and apologizes for keeping him waiting, then introduces himself. He also states that he heard that his guest had arrived on a visit from the Imperial Palace. Allison smiles and says it's nice to meet you, and falsely introduces himself, claiming to be the new lord of the city. Ricardo also apologizes and says that he was delayed because he was busy with the prisoners. He states that something strange has happened in the palace recently, and that times are very difficult now. Ricardo looks at the decree and discovers that it does indeed have the imperial seal on it. Allison asks if it looks like a fake, and Ricardo states that everything turned out much sooner than he thought. He also smiles and says that, unfortunately, for unknown reasons, 3 officials have already died. Allison accepts this and asks if this is a coup attempt because he didn't become the 4th. Ricardo smiles, saying that it was a great joke, because he couldn't have said anything so inappropriate. Allison smiles and says that inappropriate things look completely different. Before our eyes, in an instant, he tears the decree into small pieces. After this, he states that it is precisely such things that should be called indecent, and not all sorts of nonsense. Ricardo looks at him in surprise and asks why he tore up the emperor's decree. Allison responds that the content there is too obvious. He also states that he can understand what is written there with his eyes closed, but he is interested in something else. Smiling, he says he wants to change something here so that officials stop dying one after another. By showing a characteristic sign, he says that there are probably areas in which they will have common interests. He also claims to have heard all sorts of gossip on his way here. After some time, the guard approaches the cell where Luren is sitting and tells her to come out. Luren asks why she was transferred to this cell, and now they are taking her to some unknown place. Lorene realizes that if it weren't for Allison, she would simply be dealing with anyone she doesn't like in this place. After she leaves the cell, she is met with ridicule from the prisoners. Smiling, they say that compared to where they are taking her, this cell will seem like a real paradise. Luren realizes that something is clearly wrong here, while the guard orders them to be silent. After this, she goes where the guard leads her, and soon catches the eye of Ricardo. He reflects on the fact that the Count behaves completely differently from other noble gentlemen who have been here. Someone points out that he can't continue to get rid of all the words, and now they've sent a whole count after him. He looks at the bottle of poison and thinks about checking this man out himself. Allison returns to his room, reflecting on the fact that he failed to obtain important information. He notes that people rarely make such poison, and he obviously has some connections. After this, he understands that if he suddenly remembers something, he will pretend to be innocent, and now he will have to rely on Luren. After a while, a maid knocks on his office door and asks if she can come in for a minute. She claims to have prepared his tea and adds that Ricardo sent it. Allison expresses his gratitude and then states that he can keep the tea. The girl says that, unfortunately, he was asked to leave only after she had done everything. Smiling, she says that this is an indicator of trust, which can only be built in such cases. Allison muses that Ricardo probably wants him to show his loyalty. He notes that if he uses his title as a reason for refusal, he will never reveal his true intentions. Smiling, he reflects that if there is poison there, he will threaten the Lord. But if not, he will continue to behave as if nothing had happened. Immediately after this, he takes a sip, since he would be satisfied with absolutely any outcome of this situation. After a few moments, he lingers for a while, noticing a very strange taste in this tea. The maid, meanwhile, smiles, looking at him, as if she knows that there is some secret hidden in this tea. Allison thanks her, saying it's a very tasty tea, and she states that she knew he would like it. Afterwards, he notes that there was no poison in the tea and suggests that he was most likely just lucky. The maid also says that Ricardo asked to give him a gift after he passed the test. He notes that this is a sign of the Lord's sincerity, which should be taken seriously. Allison smiles, thinking that everything is much more complicated than he thought. Looking at the girl, he reflects that he had no idea they had slaves. The maid leaves, wishing them a good time until the next morning. Allison speculates that the woman is frightened and suggests that she may have been hypnotized. He comes closer to her and asks if she is okay, when suddenly she jerks sharply. Immediately after this, she drops him to the ground, thereby catching him off guard. After some time, the action moves to a bandit camp, where a serious incident occurred. The camp leader says that they tried to break into an empty house, when suddenly the girl easily dealt with them. The criminals say that this girl turned out to be too strong and does not look human at all. The bandit says that we need to lie low until the fuss over the deaths of the officials dies down and not stick our heads out. After this, he turns to his comrade named Vernetto and says that this is simply no good. Immediately after this, he orders these people to be sent to the cultivation room. The frightened robbers say they will keep a low profile and hope to be given one last chance. These criminals turn out to be a human trafficker named Reedon, who says he doesn't care. One of the guards approaches him and informs him that Ricardo has requested another slave. Reedon notes that this will attract the attention of the imperial palace, and it would be better to get rid of it. Reedon reports that they had not planned to send another slave tonight, but learns that she carried out the attack. Reedon tries to figure out what all this means and guesses that the slave girl beat their people. He asks if she is really in the sorting chamber now. Meanwhile, Luren finds herself in an unknown room, in which, besides her, there are many other prisoners. The distributor indicates who should be sent to the cultivation chamber, who to the officials, and who to the black market. Luren reflects on her inability to understand human feelings, but knows that human trafficking is illegal. She is surprised that they managed to set up such a large-scale slave business in full view of everyone. She muses that she's not sure if they created the poison, but now would be a good time to tell Allison. After this, she creates a portal to look into her comrade's presence and reports that she has found information. One can only imagine her surprise when she discovers that Allison is now in the room with the woman. He immediately turns to her and says that what is happening does not look as it actually is. Luren looks at him in shock and asks what this all means. Meanwhile, the girl says that she is waiting for orders from the master, and Allison states that all this is more complicated than it seems. Luren asks how complicated it all is if he still can't say anything definite. Allison says that the woman is in a strange state and that he did not call her himself. He also tells her that she should disappear because she might get caught talking. Luren tells him to find out where the cultivation chamber is and promises that they will talk later. She advises him to prepare for this conversation, promising that it will not be easy. After some time, one of the guards is surprised to discover a strange glow coming from the cell. He immediately opens it and goes inside, asking what she decided to do here. Luren quickly closes the portal and says that he just imagined it and that everything is fine with her. She also states that the handcuffs are broken and that new ones need to be brought. The guard wonders how the handcuffs got broken, and she suggests it was a defect. The guard asks if an interrogation is necessary, and Reedon states that an order must be conveyed not to provoke her again. After this, he says that the person in front of them is not a human, and his henchmen cannot believe it. Reedon says that he doesn't know her motives or the origin of this creature, but if they don't figure it out, they're done for. Immediately after this, the action moves to the next morning, when Ricardo greets Allison. He asks him with a smile how he liked the gift he gave him in the evening. Allison says it was pretty good and that the distrust hurt him a little, but he's already forgotten about it. Ricardo apologizes for the tea, saying that he doesn't want to risk making a hasty deal. He also says that he would like to keep this woman for a couple more days since he really likes her. Allison notes that this isn't the first time he's seen slaves, but this girl acts like there's something wrong with her. He notes that she's behaving rather strangely, and Ricardo states that this is the special feature of their product. He adds that slaves are brainwashed to become true puppets and remain obedient. He states that this is simply wonderful, because they can be made to do absolutely anything. He wonders who could possibly refuse such a thing, and Allison decides not to answer. He notes that he cannot even imagine how disgusting it is and how much work lies ahead of him. He understands that if he doesn't get rid of it completely, the same thing will happen as happened with Castle Dedran. Allison says that if they join forces, they can create a distribution channel for influential people in the Empire. Allison notes that he will need to check a few things first. He asks Ricardo if this has anything to do with the cultivation chamber, which surprises him greatly. Ricardo asks if he knows about this, and Allison says he's heard a few rumors. He also states that the nobility is extremely cautious, so the entire process must be thoroughly checked first. He says he may not show him the camera, but Ricardo says there is no problem. He adds that since they are now partners, there is no reason to hide anything. Meanwhile, Raiden heads towards a very rich palace to knock on the door. His steps are quite measured, and he acts calmly, although deep down he is a little worried. Once inside, he asks for forgiveness, saying that problems have arisen that require intervention. Sydney says that this is not like him and asks what happened. Raiden reports that something strange is happening among the slaves, as one of them is accumulating energy too quickly. He suggests that there is a dragon there that looks something like her, and Sydney states that it is amazing. Sydney says she's been getting a lot of reports that they're being dug up, and asks who's already arrived. Raiden reports a young gentleman named Rivolk, and Sydney begins to suspect who it might be. Sydney takes a moment to reflect, putting all the facts together. She is told that the slave is a girl with black hair, and she realizes that it is most likely that couple. She states that everyone needs to be gathered in the cultivation and sorting chamber and prepared to leave at any moment. After some time, Allison enters a chamber containing a large number of seals. He states that their real pride is the cultivation chamber, which is staffed by numerous puppets. He notes that they grow various herbs and mushrooms to mix with drugs to prepare the upper slaves. Allison discovers magical lights and realizes that it is very difficult to do this in the mansion. Allison notes that the people are in poor condition, and Ricardo states that they are working with poisonous plants. Allison watches what is happening and notes that with such ingredients, a lot of different substances can be created. He even suggests that it might be possible to create a poison that will leave no trace. Ricardo asks him with a smile if he is really interested in products that are not manufactured. Putting his hand in his pocket, he says that he was just about to show him something amazing. After a while, Raiden comes up to him and roughly pulls Ricardo back. Ricardo apologizes and says that he came so late because the Count agreed to cooperate with him. He declares that they have reached the nobleman, at the very heart of the Empire, but his head is immediately cut off. Raiden says that this Count committed an incredibly rude act. He notes that he showed all this to some guest whom he practically doesn't know. Allison looks at Ricardo in surprise and realizes that it will no longer be possible to extract information from this man. After a few moments, the magical bulbs begin to emit fiery heat. Raiden sincerely apologizes to the esteemed guest and says that he was given the task of cleaning all this up. Allison smiles and believes that his suspicions were justified since the Count is finished. Meanwhile, the action moves back to the distribution center, where most of the slaves are located. Luren watches what is happening and notes that it is becoming too noisy in here, and this is unusual. She also shares with herself the thought that everything is closed here, and this is definitely not just like that. After some time, Sydney approaches the cage and says that Raiden's suspicions were correct. Once inside, she says that they actually managed to hit the full jackpot with the dragon. Luren calmly says that she doesn't know her and is trying to understand who is in front of her. Sydney suddenly says that she knows her and even names her mother's name, which greatly surprises her. Lorene asks her how she knows her mother's name, and Sydney smiles genuinely. Smiling, she says that she remembers the moments of her death very well and invites us to listen. Lorene bows her head and says that it's good that Allison is here too. After this, she begins the transformation and says that her comrade would definitely give such a creature another chance. A powerful burst of energy is created that blows the cell into pitiful pieces. Luren says that she will tear her rival to pieces and leave her in pitiful remnants. She states that it will be interesting to see if she can still talk when she is being roasted alive. Sydney smiles and says that such threats do not impress her much, since she has already seen a lot. After this, she makes another joke about Lorene's mother, which only fuels her anger further. She decides to use her breath to release powerful energy towards the enemy. The surviving guards look at the giant hole that was made in the thick stones. They understand that they won't be able to cope with this opponent, and that it's not even worth trying. The bandits quickly jump to their feet along with their comrades and try to run away from here as far as possible. Lurin quickly raises her hand up, realizing that her opponent survived the attack. Sydney laughs at her and says that for a slave, she behaves quite boldly and unpredictably. This is immediately followed by several powerful wave attacks that fly straight at her. Sydney asks her why she is resisting so senselessly when she could live peacefully with this guy in the city. He also states that cockroaches are fun to get rid of, so she should keep a low profile. Lurin says that this mouth stinks even more, so she will have to slam it right here. Meanwhile, one of the supervisors observes a serious fire and understands that it needs to be contained immediately. Raiden says that there is no need for this, and that they would be better off evacuating from here. Allison, meanwhile, creates an ice seal to make it easier for him to fight his opponent. With one easy movement of his hand, he instantly extinguishes the fire and makes the area safer. Smiling, he says that he will have to keep the evidence since it needs to be sent to the palace. Raiden, who somehow ends up here, says that Ellison was not some kind of official. He remarks that he's not surprised he seems so strange, and Allison states that he shouldn't say that. Having set up a protective barrier, he says that in front of him is just an ordinary swordsman who will not be able to break through it. Raiden says his barrier is serious, but that doesn't mean he can win. Allison notes that such sudden blows indicate that this person is also not simple. After carefully analyzing it, he says that this technique belongs to the sword of the First Knightly Order, which means it is from the palace. Raiden says that he is becoming more and more curious, but unfortunately, they will not be able to talk. He almost instantly takes out his sword and says that the enemy is too dangerous, which means he will have to be killed. Allison once again creates another protective barrier to make it impossible to break through. Immediately after this, he uses a special deft gesture to summon 3 seals. Raiden jumps forward and says that such strikes can be easily avoided if the flow's trajectory is determined in time. Allison steps aside and points out that even chickens use things like that. Raiden states that he will not be able to use magic to preserve the evidence located here. Raiden says things are different for him now because he doesn't have to limit himself to anything. After a while, he makes a sharp movement to confuse the enemy. The next second, numerous blows began to fall on the place where he had just been. Allison blocks them and realizes that he is facing a rather powerful representative of the Imperial Palace. Raiden says that defensive magic weakens as the area it covers expands. He understands that it will be useless against a force directed at one small specific point. A few moments later, he delivers a powerful blow that breaks through the protective barrier. Allison doesn't move, giving her opponent a second to believe she's winning. After this, he calmly says that, theoretically, this is indeed a very correct approach. Raiden looks at what is happening in surprise and cannot believe that the barrier is still holding. Allison claims that his opponent does know how to kill a mage, but that's where his knowledge ends. Raiden doesn't have time to react to Ellison's attack, which deals a powerful magical blow to his body. The magical blow is so powerful that after the explosion he is thrown back several meters. Allison notes that he got up fairly quickly, despite being hit with reduced force. As he continues to examine his opponent, he discovers that his body looks a little unnatural. He asks him who he is, since this body clearly does not belong to an ordinary person. Meanwhile, another visitor arrives at the restaurant, who comes with a very important guest. This visitor is Durient, who is holding a very important package in his hands. Leon and Madrine enjoy lunch in the company of Berna, who only now realizes that the crown prince is present. Leon says that he didn't come here to arrest her because he knows that she is not Baltor's accomplice. Durient asks why the restaurant is operating without Mr. Ellison, to which Leon states that he is being replaced. After this, he asks about the progress of Baltor's interrogation, and he states that he said nothing. He also suggests that he was too shocked by the fact that his castle was destroyed. Leon thinks for a moment, then asks his comrade if he can ask him a question. He sharply asks them who would win if they fought Ellison on equal terms. They immediately ask why he is asking such a question, and Leon says that the question is serious and requires an answer. Durient says that he doesn't understand why such a childish question is asked. After this, he states that even if they united against him, they still would not be able to defeat him. Leon asks them if things are really that bad, and they claim that the man is a real monster. Darient also says that he knew another man who was a real monster, similar to Ellison. He adds that it was a genius who redefined swordsmanship, and his name was Adrian Pierce. Darient notes that this is precisely why he still holds the title of vice commander. Leon listens to him in surprise and says that he only means those who are still alive. He notes that this man went missing during the war while defending the Imperial Palace. Adrian Pierce turns to the protagonist and asks him his name. Allison pauses briefly before stating her name, causing Adrian Pierce to chuckle. He adds that we are talking about that very deserter, showing that he knows much more about the main character than the others. Allison says he doesn't care, although he would like to ask more given his condition. Adrian Pierce states that such an interrogation is not yet destined to happen, but they will definitely meet again. Immediately after this, he delivers 2 powerful blows aimed at the ceiling to cause a collapse. Allison realizes that this attack was deliberate to force him to retreat. Adrian Pierce states that things are indeed bad, and that if he had someone like him, he would have taken a different path. Meanwhile, Luren finishes the fight with her opponent and achieves another confident victory. Luren approaches her fallen opponent, who continues to laugh as he looks at her. Sydney states that she has warned several times that she is a dangerous opponent. Luren demands that she tell him how she knows about her mother. Sydney states that some secrets cannot be hidden, such as the fact that her mother created the ancient orbs and was imprisoned. She also says that she died painfully in this prison, and this ball fell into the wrong hands. Luren almost instantly takes off her opponent's head to finally shut her up. Turning around, she says that if this secret is revealed, she will kill everyone who knows about it. Allison, meanwhile, uses the shield's spatial magic to stop the cave from collapsing. He tries to calm everyone who has been here all this time and says that they have nothing more to fear. They look at him and say that they are grateful to him, and he asks them to take care of the wounded. After some time, they discover a body nearby and are initially a little scared. After a few minutes, they realize that the body belongs to Ricardo, and they are overcome with rage. They start beating him severely, telling him that he did vile things and deserved what happened to him. Allison asks them to calm down and advises them not to commit such atrocities in front of the one who saved them. Immediately after this, he smiles and says that it would be great if he too got the opportunity to bring something down on him. Meanwhile, the maid feels that the house is starting to shake, and this frightens her greatly. She wonders what it all means and what is going on down there. Suddenly, a strange figure appears behind her, and she turns to him, trying to figure out who he is. The unknown figure says that he heard that someone here is very seriously ill. The woman says that she apologizes and that they are not expecting any guests today. She calls him a child and asks him to leave, but her consciousness quickly becomes clouded. The figure slowly approaches her and says that in fact he did not come to visit, but on business. After a while, he opens the door and enters the room where Allison had previously lived. He discovers the girl still sleeping and realizes that she is his next target for treatment. Luren realizes that the cells located in the distribution center must be destroyed. She calms the prisoners and says that the guards have escaped so they can leave. However, looking into their eyes, she realizes that they are all in a terrible state. After a while, she hears the familiar voice of Allison, who addresses her by name. He comes closer and closer and says that, apparently, she dealt with all the enemies herself. Luren says that she simply had no choice, since the dragon found out about her. Allison points out the destroyed dragon, and Lorene states that she had to shut her up. He also says that everything is fine, but there is one serious problem. She tells him that this dragon knows what happened to the ball and to her mother, and also that she absorbed the ball. Allison carefully checks her energy level and realizes that everything is exactly the same as before. He scratches his head and says that this is a very serious problem, because now they will definitely come for them. He states that he is finding out where the poison came from, so they will have to leave here. Luren asks him what they should do with these guys who are still here with their brains washed. Allison says he has called in an official ally who can help him deal with this affliction. Iramantum comes closer to him and says that he was promised freedom in exchange for him handling this. He asks them if they are exploiting him too much, hoping that this is the last time. After some time, he creates a special sphere that sprays a gas that affects the mind. The slaves who inhaled it gradually came to their senses with a speed that anyone could envy. They look around, trying to understand what is happening here, and are glad that their consciousness has finally returned. They hug each other and hope that very soon this nightmare will end completely. Allison says that they can stay here for now and recommends that they take their place in the appropriate queue. He claims to be offering them free food, while Lurin brings him some noodles. Looking at it, she asks what it is, and Allison states that he brought it with him from another world. Once boiling water is added to these noodles, it only takes a couple of minutes to cook. He states that they need to close the lid and wait 3 minutes, after which they can finally eat. After this, the slaves finally get the opportunity to have a proper meal after a long hunger strike. They claim that the broth here is very warm, and the taste of this dish is simply amazing. They quickly realize that they want another plate, and that it would be nice to have more. Lorene approaches Allison, and he states that he has prepared a small portion for her. Meanwhile, Iramantum is nearby and observes the mass healing and joy. However, his face is completely impassive, because in reality, everything in his life was not so good. His appearance was not the most pleasant. So many people refused to date him, considering him ugly. Iramantum looks at his human body and realizes that even like this, it looks like the body of an old man. At that very moment, memories of Diren and Byrne come to him, who promised to build a monument to him. He also remembers the girl he had just cured, who said she had always considered herself a slave. He understands that he can still receive gratitude in this world if he continues to treat people. Thinking about this strange paradox of events, he decides to leave this place to find some privacy. Allison finally returns to the restaurant after some time and says that he is very tired. He also says that Iramantum is very good at his job, since he managed to heal a wounded man. Lurin turns sharply in his direction and says that she has completely forgotten about that strange scene. She reminds him of that very moment when she accidentally caught him with some girl who was sitting on him. She asks him if he's willing to pay for it, and Allison knows he won't get off easy. Immediately after this, she rushes forward, and Allison states that he simply had no choice. Instead of beating him, Lurin simply throws herself into his arms to calm down a bit. Allison looks at her in surprise and asks what this all means. Lurin is embarrassed to raise his head and says that this is his punishment, which he deserves. Allison isn't quite sure what this all means, and Lorene says he should hug her tighter as punishment. She also says that he shouldn't do that again, and Allison apologizes and states that he really could have done differently. He also says that if this is punishment, then he is ready to accept it several more times. Allison asks her why she removed the dragon's corpse, and Lurin looks at him in complete surprise. After thinking for a moment, she says that she didn't do it, and Allison realizes that something is clearly wrong here. Lurin notes that she thought he did it and adds that she has a really bad feeling about this. Meanwhile, Sydney is gradually recovering, using the mana she spent in battle. She wonders if this is the limit for clones with half her strength. Turning to her ally, she asks him what he will say about the result of the first duel. Adrian Pierce asks her for forgiveness and says that the enemy turned out to be quite strong. Sydney says this is the first time she has heard such an epithet used about her. After this, she says that it is not so important now, since it was necessary to tell about it earlier. After a while, we are transported to a restaurant that Leon visited, and he is happy about the success of the operation. Dariant says it's a mess because they were creating poison and brainwashing people, and it turned out to be worse than he thought. Leon drinks his tea, thinking that he is very surprised that Allison figured everything out so easily. Allison asks if there are any other problems in the city, and Leon states that he will need to delegate responsibilities. Allison gives more details, and Leon is surprised that someone was involved in all of this. Allison says that the dragon's body is gone, meaning that she survived the fight. Allison warns Leon to be careful and not get involved in the dragon's machinations. Smiling, he says that he does not intend to die young and will send good officials there. Immediately after this, he shows him a small package, telling him that he must read it. Allison opens it and looks in surprise at the information it contains. He asks if he's really serious about doing this, and Leon says that was his original plan. He also states that for such a chance, many would bow before him in gratitude, after which he heads to the estate. Reedon immediately says that his wife did not commit the crime, and Baltor is to blame for everything. Leon and Darian say, slightly irritated, that they came here for another reason and they need to calm down. After this, he hands him the letter and demands that they read it immediately. Raiden reads the information that is there and cannot believe his eyes. Berna asks him what it is, and Leon decides to briefly tell him what he was planning to do. He states that the management of the city of Greece is at a high level, and the city has become calmer and safer. After this, he adds that soon the two cities will be united, and the governance will remain with Lord Raiden. Berna can't believe her husband is being transferred to the city that previously caused them so many problems. Leon congratulates Raiden, saying that he has gained new territory, and it happened almost instantly. After this, he asks him what he thinks about such an undoubtedly pleasant prospect. Raiden falls silent for a moment, then cautiously says that he has his own opinion on the matter. After a short pause, he says that he would not like to govern these cities. Leon asks him why he doesn't want to do this, because this is very good news. He also adds that anyone else would be incredibly grateful. After some time, Leon begins to return to the capital in the company of his faithful knights. Leon says with a smile that he certainly didn't expect such a response from Raiden. Leon also states that he thought he would be able to build a more trusting relationship with them. Dariant is glad that the man at least accepted the idea, and Leon declares that this is indeed great progress. He also states that he didn't expect things to turn out exactly this way, and we are transported somewhere to a castle. Diren enters his father's room and asks him if he really called him for a talk. Raiden looks at him with a smile and offers him a seat, saying that he has prepared desserts. Diren sits down at the table and spears a small piece of cake with a fork. He asks him how he's feeling, and Raiden states that he doesn't think he'll need his cane anymore. Diren says that news has reached him that the two cities will now be united. He congratulates his father and says that it will probably be very difficult to deal with this. Raiden looks at his son with interest and asks him how old he is. Diren says that he is 17. And Raiden, grinning, says that he probably already likes someone. In response to his son's question about why he is talking about this, Raiden moves on to the topic of how he plans to make him his successor. Before Diren can come to his senses, he receives information that he will now be in charge of the city. Raiden explains his decision by saying that he often visited his room when he was paralyzed. He states that he heard his concerns and noted that he never stopped caring about others. He also recalls that he did not put himself first and, on the contrary, was very polite and attentive. Diren says that he was supposed to be the Lord's replacement back then, and Raiden says that this is a very good idea. After a short pause, he says that Duran can now present his ideas as the official Lord of the city. Diren cannot believe that his father trusts him so much and says that he will be a better Lord than himself. Emotions begin to overwhelm him, but he tries with all his might to hold on and maintain his dignity. After this, he smiles and agrees with his father, saying that he will turn this city into a beautiful place. After some time, he arrives in this city and looks around it, realizing that it is a real hellhole. Everywhere in this city there is destruction, crime, and desolation, which will have to be changed somehow. His butler says that he has conducted a special investigation to find out what is going on here. He states that the city's security is at a terrible level, and the situation is extremely deplorable. He notes that the largest gang has been detained, but others have appeared here who are trying to take its place. Diren asks what the guards are doing now, trying to understand why there are no patrols here. The butler invites him to see the reasons for himself and takes him to the local barracks. Looking into the garrison, he discovers that the guards do not even respect him and continue to play cards. The head of security immediately tries to justify himself to the Lord, saying that usually everything is completely different. Diren realizes that he has entered a real hellhole that will test all his skills. Meanwhile, the head of security begins to beat his subordinates, saying that they must clean everything up immediately. Diren falls to the ground and tries to figure out what will happen next, realizing that he cannot handle this alone. After a while, we are transported to a restaurant, where a new assistant chef is trying out his culinary skills. He shows the fried meat that he has just cooked in a special frying pan that was entrusted to him. Allison looks at the prepared food with interest and says that it looks very good. Lorene claims she can make something similar too, but Allison honestly expresses her doubts. Reyna, meanwhile, says that she has heard a lot about Lord Diren going to the town of Dedran. Creston and others say the boy is doing well, even though he's going through a tough time right now. They add that the city is now in a terrible state, when suddenly Duran himself comes to them. His face shows that he hasn't eaten in a long time, and he demands that they cook him a hamburger. Immediately after this, he sits down at the table with his comrades and falls onto it from exhaustion and fatigue. Allison asks who placed the order, and Lorene states that the order was placed by a corpse. After it is discovered who ordered the hamburger, Allison makes a sandwich and serves it to her friend. Diren finds at least some solace in the sandwich and says it tastes amazing. Allison looks at her friend and realizes that he is very hungry and asks him to take his time. After a short pause, he asks if there is anything he can do to help, and Diren looks at him with fear. After this, he understands that he cannot ask for help even when things are difficult for him. Allison studies him closely, trying to figure out what exactly this boy is trying to say. Diren states that he only came here for food, but at the same time says that it is very difficult for him to ask for help. Allison looks at him in surprise and asks if there are any serious problems in the city. Diren is taken aback by this question for a few moments and realizes that he has just distorted the picture. He reflects that he went a bit overboard and claims that it was a joke and that everything is actually fine. Immediately after this, he leaves a gold coin and says that he is very grateful for the food. Heading towards his new town, he says that he will definitely come back here again. Allison turns to Lorene and asks her if they still have that thing they haven't used yet. After thinking for a while, he notices that this thing should definitely have remained somewhere in the attic. Diren returns to his seat and says that he can't believe he tried to ask the teacher for help. He beats himself and demands that he pull himself together, calling himself a scoundrel. After this, he calms down and reflects on how the city would have been fine long ago if that were possible. The main problem of this city now is the large amount of corruption and crime. From his point of view, because everything is intertwined, the system becomes closed, and the quality of security is greatly reduced. Thus, he needs to solve several problems at once, which must stop feeding on each other. Remembering the state of the city guard, he realizes that even a bunch of drunks could have protected him better than these people. After this, he understands if there is someone who could quickly catch the criminals to get rid of the main problem. He can't think of anyone other than Ellison, who has already proven himself to be an excellent fighter. Immediately after this, he slaps himself again and says that he needs to pull himself together and cannot rely on the teacher. After a short pause, he decides to call the butler because he believes it is time to take action. After this, he demands that they call each worker one by one, starting with the officials, to talk to him. After some time, the action moves to the guards' battle camp, where the guards are desperately trying to restore order. Meanwhile, the guards continue to shirk work and indulge in alcohol at any time. The commander of the guard of this city, named Gind, asks them how they dare call themselves an army. They note that he has become so strict since the Count's arrival, but Gind states that he is still gentle with them. After this, he asks when they will finally get together and start acting as they should. They tell him that he had been turning a blind eye to what was happening all this time, but now he has suddenly come to his senses. They say they have tried to deal with it several times, but have found no point in doing so. They also claim that one mask is enough to end all of this, so it's time to accept it. Gind remembers these words, after which he goes on patrol, immersed in heavy thoughts. He understands that maintaining order in this city is truly not an easy task. Gind notes that he actually turned a blind eye to this before, and now he can't take it calmly. After this, he decides that perhaps he should have a little drink to make his problems go away for a while. As he passes by, he discovers a miner standing in the middle of the street with light pouring out of him. Gind smells a very delicious smell, goes inside and asks what is going on here. Allison and Lorene arrive in town and talk about how they are a mobile restaurant that has arrived here. Gind asks what all this means and is told that he can even get a drink here if he wants. Immediately after this, he is shown fried pieces of meat along with vegetables and asked his opinion. Gind asks them with interest if he can have some liquor and meat, and Allison states that it is doable. After a while, he increases the pressure slightly so that the grill cooks more intensely. There is a small amount of wood under the grill to allow the meat to cook over high heat. Having obtained the necessary alcoholic drink, he also places a glass on the table to pour the alcohol into it. After this, he announces that the food and drinks are ready and invites the guest to enjoy them to the fullest. Gind looks at this food in surprise and realizes that it looks very civilized. Raising it higher, he also feels a very pleasant smell of coals that have soaked the meat. Unable to bear it any longer, he bites into a piece of meat and then tears it off completely. The very pleasant taste and incredible tenderness of the meat immerse him in pleasant thoughts. After this, he decides to add a glass of liqueur to this, so that it becomes even lighter. After that, he exhales and says that the liqueur goes incredibly well with this dish. He notes that things have been difficult lately, and now he feels much better. Meanwhile, we are transported to the estate of the new lord, where they arrive for the first evening and where a meeting is held. The official introduces himself as Wendink and says that he is responsible for the taxes and finances of this city. Diren says he is very happy to meet, but then realizes there is no information about taxes and finances. After this, he realizes that it is unclear where the budget is going, since there are too many inconsistencies. He then states that the 20 million should have been used to repair the road, but no work was carried out on site. Wending says that he knew he would ask about this, and adds that he brought an excellent explanation. Immediately after this, he places the box on the table and opens it, revealing a large quantity of jewelry. Diren realizes that the first person he met turned out to be the bearer of corrupt interests. After this, he raises his hand to call the soldiers, but freezes for a moment. He remembers that the last time he tried to call the guards, it didn't end well for him. Allison almost immediately blocks his mobility with a powerful spell. When Duran asks him what all this means, he advises him not to overestimate the situation. That's why he decides that calling in the soldiers right now is a bad idea, and that he needs to think a little. From his point of view, if he imprisons the first official for bribery, the rest will hide their intentions. After this, he decides to play along a little and puts his hand on the box with gold. With a less than convincing performance, he tries to convince his interlocutor that he really enjoys the bribe. Meanwhile, Gin sadly talks about the dreams he had when he first joined the army of this city. He says sadly that he wanted to make this city a beautiful and safe place. He states that he could patrol and stay after his shift for a long time. Allison notes that Gind has a soldier's background and still possesses an amazing work ethic. After this, he notes that the condition of the army is at a rather deplorable level and asks what happened. Gind tries to answer what happened, when suddenly another figure enters the tent and wonders what is going on here. He also wonders who gave them permission to do business here. Allison approaches Lorene and tells her that she is the one causing trouble and therefore needs to kick him out. However, looking at her, he realizes that she has already managed to drink a lot of liquor and has lost her fighting ability. The criminal, meanwhile, says that he came here not to fool around, but on a serious matter. He declares that he will turn the place upside down. But Gind suddenly starts slamming his glass on the table. He says it's simply a disgrace, because the city's security has truly reached rock bottom. After this, he asks how a pathetic bandit dares to commit lawlessness right before his eyes. He promises to arrest the bandit, but he quickly knocks him out with a powerful blow right to the face. Allison realizes that this was a rather weak attempt to show dominance and strength. The criminal says that this man only knows how to talk and did not listen to him while he was kind to him. After this, he rushes forward, saying that he has to use force, although he did not want to. Allison decides to use a powerful spell to teach this bandit a lesson once and for all. One small blow is enough to incapacitate him, but still not fry his brains. Allison muses that he would like to find their base himself and tame the bandits, but he cannot interfere directly. He also states that he is hampered by Lord Diren's insistence on solving everything on his own. However, he understands that he simply needs to help these people so that they can live a normal life. Looking at Gind, who has lost consciousness, he realizes that this man seems quite decent to him. Meanwhile, Gind is lost in memories of when he first joined the guards. The commander told him that there was no one here to teach him, so he had to train himself. He also stated that he should be woken up when someone from the palace arrived, so that he would not waste time. After this, he decided to gather the rest of the guards so that they could unite and administer justice. They managed to catch one of the thieves, despite the fact that it required a lot of effort. However, as soon as the lord of this city found out about this, he said that they were doing something that no one asked them to do. Immediately after this, he demonstratively released this thief, and the guards were demoralized. Most of them were still trying to go hunting again, to do at least some good deed. However, given that they were reprimanded each time for exceeding their authority, they stopped working. Thus, Gind was left alone, since no one else tried to carry out his service with dignity. After some time, he quickly comes to his senses after being doused with a stream of cold water. Allison finds herself in the residence and, after looking around, asks him if he has come to his senses and if everything is okay. Gind looks at the restaurant owner in surprise, and Allison says that he has prepared a gift for him. Turning to the side, Gind sees that in front of him is the same bandit who has been causing him trouble everywhere. Allison states that he can take the man into custody and lock him up for life for his crimes. Gind asks him if he did it himself, and Allison asks if he wants to save the city. Gind realizes that this is truly a great opportunity to get closer to her dream. Gritting his teeth and fists, he says he really wants to help make this city a better place. He declares that he has not yet forgotten about his dream and is ready to go towards it no matter what. Allison encourages him to take advantage of this opportunity, after which a knight emerges from the darkness of the night. Gind looks at this silhouette in surprise and quickly realizes who it belongs to. Darient raises his hand in greeting and says that he is glad to meet such an ardent fighter. Meanwhile, we are transported to the residence of the Lord, who all this time has been carefully trying to improve affairs. Diren chuckles nervously and tries to figure out what to do with these officials. The thing is that every official who came to him brought a gift in the form of a bribe. None of them had anything of value except the money they used to try to buy themselves off from their misdeeds. Thus, in just one day, he became the owner of untold riches that he had nowhere to put. Diren asks if these are all the officials he was able to speak with today. After this, he turns to his butler and asks him not to look at him so condemningly. Meanwhile, the butler says that the next person needs to be called to continue the meeting. After some time, a very shy girl comes in and says that she greets the count. Diren asks her who she is, and she introduces herself as Mohin, adding that she deals with land issues. Mohin almost immediately notices the mountain of gold that is located directly behind Diren. She purses her lips in irritation, thinking about how she thought things would be different this time. Diren asks her if she has anything, but she immediately states that she is very sorry. She says that her situation is so difficult that she has no savings at all, and she cannot give him what he expects. Diren is very impressed by this and asks if she really has nothing to offer. Mohin says that if he accepts her position, she will understand everything. But Duran abruptly declares that she has accepted. Immediately after this, he joyfully grabs her hands and says that he has been waiting for such a person all this time. After this, he turns around and says that together they will dive into the world of corrupt officials. Meanwhile, Gind continues to train diligently. Despite the fact that it is already night outside, he continues to swing his sword as if his life depended on it, and still does not give up. Darient notes that he needs to be retrained as he still holds the sword incorrectly. Allison also says that he will arrange a temporary assignment for him so that he can continue working here. Darient notes that it is no wonder now that this man got so much abuse from the bandit, because his skills are zero. He states that the training will take about 3 months, and Allison understands that this is not so fast. After some time, he comes up with a brilliant idea on how to quickly deal with crime. He smiles brightly, and Darient realizes that he has an idea that is best left untouched. After a while, we are transported into the silence of the night, which is interrupted by a girl's frightened cry. She hears strange movement nearby and decides to hurry back before she gets lost. Suddenly, a bandit with a knife appears next to her and asks her if this is her first time wandering around here. As they get closer, they note that they have not seen her before and declare that she is on foreign territory. The girl apologizes to them and says that she didn't know that she was breaking any laws. The criminals say that if she is truly sorry, she will have to pay a high price for her mistake. After a while, they hear a loud cry that orders them to stop immediately. Allison raises her finger and says that all villains must drop their weapons immediately. He claims that they are responsible for justice in this town and call themselves a vigilante group from the restaurant. The criminals look at them in surprise and ask what they are trying to say with bags over their heads. They try to threaten them, but Allison immediately uses the ray of justice to show them that they are wrong. This beam instantly cuts through space and destroys the knife held by one of the criminals. Immediately after this, it rushes into the clouds, creating a bright flash, as if the sun had appeared for a moment. The bandits look at what remains of their weapons and realize that their chances in this fight are extremely slim. Immediately after this, they run away, and Allison laughs proudly, declaring that they have learned the power of vigilantes. The girl, meanwhile, turns her attention to the main character and says that the voice of Magic seems familiar to her. Immediately after this, she calls him by the fake name he gave when he arrived here. Luren says she knows the woman because she was the one in the room when they contacted each other. Meanwhile, they are transported to a secret meeting between 3 crime bosses of the city. The leader of a kidnapping and human trafficking gang named Volta says his men are currently partying in the city. The leader of the assassins, Makan, demands that they think about their next steps. They all turn to the main human trafficking assistant who has the most experience. Meanwhile, Gind returns to the garrison and is served pitiful pieces of bread for lunch. Gind looks at them sadly and reflects on the fact that he hasn't eaten that same meat on a spit for a long time. After this, he decides to eat so that he has the strength to train. His comrades ask him where he keeps disappearing to, and note that his clothes have become dirty. Gind tells them that he just trains a lot, which surprises them greatly, since they had given up a long time ago. Gind, in turn, says that he is not going to give up yet and will do everything in his power. He notes that he will not abandon either his dream or the city that he has always tried to protect. Meanwhile, Allison and Lorene continue to police the city at night to fight crime. They reach a temporary shelter where they meet most of the slaves they freed. They immediately recognize Ellison, and he says that they have set up a small restaurant here. When asked how they ended up here, the girl says that the new lord offered temporary housing for the former slaves. She also states that after the investigation is completed, they will all be promised to be sent home. She also notes that they are not fed very well here, so she went for bread so as not to remain hungry. Allison watches this and realizes that she can use these people to make their lives better. He asks them if they want to take revenge on the scumbags who tried to rob them. He asks them if it is hard for them to think that they have to constantly look over their shoulders as they walk at night. As he prepares to leave, he says that if they are dissatisfied with their situation, they should follow him. He claims to know someone who is an excellent swordsman and teaches anyone who wants to learn. Dariant, meanwhile, instructs Gind, saying that the First Order's lightsaber art is based on movement. With these words, they perform one slow but decisive blow that disarms the enemy. After this, he declares that a sword pointed at nothing is no better than an ordinary club. Gind says he understands this, so he will try again to consolidate his successes. Dariant says that would be nice, but he's afraid that would be the end of his personal training. After some time, more people come here and ask Gind if he had been training all this time. They also state that they would like to be coached as well, as they miss the practice. Gind turns out to be very surprised that these people decided to come to their senses and come to become better. Former slaves also come here and say they want to fight back against these bandits. Dariant states that he thought he was teaching one person, and Allison replies that he never said that. After this, he states that there will only be more people willing to help, and he wants to give a chance to everyone who has become a victim of criminals. Dariant states that they will have to hire more instructors as he continues to discuss military matters. Mohan sneaks in with a small list and wonders what Diran is doing that is so interesting. She recalls that he stated that there were many officials who gave him bribes, after which he set her a task. He orders her to study where they get their money from and find out which officials had to pay bribes. Mohan asks him why she is being given such an important task on the very first day of her new job. Diran replies with a smile that she herself stated that she has nothing to add to the current situation. Mohan understands that there is clearly something wrong with this count, but perhaps he really is making this city a better place. After this, she moves further and further to find out the necessary information. She decides to eavesdrop on a conversation between one of the guard chiefs, who declares that all of this will be as easy as pie. Immediately after this, he talks about a corruption scheme and ways of receiving kickbacks. Having given his subordinate some advice, he declares that he must pass on the order to the others and bring him a beauty. They also say that it was much easier to interact with Ricardo, since he was immersed in these matters. After some time, they are transported to a sorting chamber, which turns out to be destroyed after Lurin's escape. The criminals look around and say that everything here is in ruins, but there is no one there. Their leader approaches them and states that the chief of the guard has made a serious effort to help them. Mikan states that they will rebuild this place to return the city to its former state of affairs. Meanwhile, Diran reflects on the fact that he has gradually managed to sort out his sources of income. From his point of view, in a couple of months, everything will be ready to start a new life in the city. He understands that with problems in the army and the arrests of officials, he will need to act very quickly. Having studied the financial state of the army, he realizes that the army is in terrible condition. After some time, a portal opens behind him, and he thinks about asking the city for help. Allison jumps out of the portal, still wearing the menacing hood. Diran asks him in surprise what he is doing here, and Allison replies that he is a worker at the tent restaurant. After this, he asks for a minute, and Diran tries to understand what this whole masquerade is about. Allison tells him that he needs to be introduced to someone very important and heads to the training ground. At the training ground, many people train in swordsmanship to fight off any opponents. Diran looks at what is happening in surprise, And Allison says that these people used to be slaves. He also adds that they all train of their own free will. Carefully observing what is happening, the hero comes to the conclusion that the situation is gradually improving. He also notes that Duran is not the only one who wants to change the situation. Diran looks at them happily and says that he is happy to see how others are also trying to do better. He is warmed by the thought that he is not alone in this difficult struggle. Diran also says that together with everyone else, they have a chance to change the state of affairs in the city. After 3 months, things are gradually starting to improve thanks to the hard work of all residents. However, the leaders of the criminal elite always try to keep a low profile so as not to attract attention. During this time, they restore the cultivation and sorting chambers so that they can once again be used for transporting people. Fernetto says it's amazing news to learn that everything went well. He claims that their income has been significantly reduced because of that guy with the restaurant. But now, everything will change. After this, he asks to tell Makan that from now on, everything will be fine. But he is interrupted by an urgent message. An assistant bursts in and tells him that mysterious guests have arrived outside. Fernetho looks out into the street and discovers that Duran has arrived at his fortress with his army. He states that if Fernetto surrenders, he will be judged fairly according to the laws of this city. Fernetto looks at the local militia in surprise and says that he thought the situation would be more serious. He adds that these soldiers are poorly trained people, but his henchman says that this is not entirely true. After a few moments, a sword is thrust into the ground to attract the attention of all opponents. Gind and other warriors call on criminals to come forward before they face severe punishment. Ferney realizes that something has seriously changed in the aura of these people, and now they look much more threatening. Mohen orders the arrest of corrupt officials before they can escape with their assets. She says that everyone who received money obtained illegally must be arrested. The head of the guard, who was also involved in major corruption schemes, cannot believe that they have come for him. However, his former subordinates say they are following orders they received from above. He adds that this is precisely the task of the army, and all this time they were only waiting for an order. Diran, meanwhile, says that this day is significant, and the city will remember it forever. He promises that they will eradicate all the evil in the city so that it will have a chance at a new life. Gind addresses the soldiers and prepares to give the command for an immediate attack. Diran says it's time to bring justice and end the devastation. The People's Militia enters the battle against criminals who are not going to part with their lives without resistance. A fierce battle ensues, and this becomes a chance for all the militia to show their skills. The bandits cannot believe that they are actually facing city soldiers, as they are behaving completely differently. One of the bandits notes that they were weak before, but now their pressure has become incredibly strong. Fernetto understands that he will have to personally intervene to change the course of events and fight back. Jumping down, he delivers a powerful blow filled with lava energy to knock back his opponents with a shockwave. Smiling, he states that they have become stronger, but they are still just ordinary people without proper training. Immediately after this, he raises his weapon and rushes forward at the slightly frightened fighters. Gind asks in surprise if he really thinks they have no training. After this, he rushes forward, saying that, in fact, they went through real hell. He even manages to charge his sword with a fire attack to knock opponents aside. Fernetto can't believe that some man who had previously been unremarkable could do such a thing. Meanwhile, other warriors continue to crush the enemy and push them back. This gives them even more fighting spirit, but they try not to break formation. After some time, one not very clever student falls into a trap that costs him dearly. He is immediately thrown aside and pressed against the wall, causing him to lose his combat ability. It turns out that he was defeated with the help of a mysterious weapon that looked like long shackles. Folta says he heard that the new count takes bribes, but this turns out to be untrue. The militiamen look at the enemy and understand that it will not be easy to deal with them. Immediately after this, the former slave addresses the soldiers and tells them to focus on other goals. After this, she seems to turn to him and declares that this opponent will belong only to her. Mikan continues to fight his opponents in the cultivation chamber area all the time. The guards who came here to detain him suffer a serious defeat in battle. He adds that he has no idea who trained them, but they use a new sword technique. Some survivors realize that this person will be difficult to deal with. Mikan notes that whoever trained them clearly has a very high level of skill. Darient appears right in front of him and asks if he is really going to stoop to his level. He adds that a squad of assassins has been hunting the princes for a long time, so the threat must be eliminated. Mage realizes almost immediately that this opponent will be much stronger than he expected. Darien delivers a swift sword strike almost instantly, piercing his opponent. This blow is so powerful that it is impossible to recover from it. Darien, meanwhile, says his opponent made a serious mistake. He adds that fighting back against a man like him would be extremely difficult with such skills. He soberly assesses the enemy's strength and understands that problems may arise with the rest. Volta at this time is trying to fight off the former slaves whom he had been transporting to Ricardo for a long time. Gind watches them and realizes that someone has taught them how to hold a sword, after which they begin to gradually push him back. He also notes that he doesn't like the way they look at him and demands that they stop looking at him so cruelly. He calls them filthy slaves who don't know their place and declares that they will soon be brought to their senses. However, as soon as his shackles hit one of the slaves, he discovers that she is protected by a barrier. Volta can't believe that his attack is useless, and at that moment, he receives a serious blow to the body. The former slave tells him that there is no point in shouting so loudly, as it will not change his situation anyway. After some time, they manage to capture him and tie him up so that he no longer poses a threat. The other bandits, meanwhile, also surrender and find themselves tied up awaiting their sentence. Fernetto realizes that he is alone in this fight and decides to act more decisively. Gin challenges him and asks how he dares to turn away from his opponent. Ferney realizes that lately all his attacks are blocked by the magic circle. Gritting his teeth, he reflects on how they wanted to regain their former power, but now they are encroaching on it. He throws powerful blows at the earth, thinking that he will not let all this fall apart. However, to the surprise of the others, he suddenly changes tactics and turns around to escape. He reflects that the main thing now is not to get caught, because then he will have a chance to try again. He understands that this is their kingdom, so he will always find a way to start over. However, after some time, he sees a strange figure that seems terribly familiar to him. The figure appears to be a small child sitting on a fallen bandit and looking towards him. Fernetto stops and assumes that the person in front of him is the owner of a tent restaurant. Lurin tells him that if he is a bandit, he should retreat, as he will not get any further. Fernetto realizes that this voice belongs to the terrible creature he encountered several months ago. This creature almost completely destroyed the cultivation chamber and frightened him greatly. Fernetto understands that fighting this creature is pointless and that he will not succeed. Lurin takes a few steps towards him and asks why he is frozen in horror. Fernetto falls to the ground and says that there is a dragon in front of him, and Lurin is surprised by his insight. Allison watches what is happening and realizes that he didn't even have to interfere in the cleanup of the city. Allison smiles and says it's almost over, while Darien adopts a submissive pose. Allison asks him what happened, and he tells her that some people were hurt when Makan was captured. Allison asks how badly they were injured, and he reports that no one was killed. He also asks him if he planned to leave everything to Count Diran. After this, he asks why he decided to intervene in the battle and help the protesters. He notes that if there had been no intervention, there would have been many more deaths, and the city does not need that. Allison says that's what he originally planned to do, but he couldn't stay away. Reedon arrives at his son's residence sometime later to visit him. As he comes inside, he says he heard the news and praises him for the work he has done. Meanwhile, Diran drowns his sorrows in wine and says that he is the biggest idiot. Immediately after this, he falls face down on the table and says that he is a disgrace to his family.